doesn't address is like the rotation, like where it looks like it's going in a circle around a singular point, right? But I now don't say that anymore because it doesn't explain that part of it. And I explain that, look,
Yeah.
here's a demonstration. You can look at it. We have a video. You put a container over concentric circles, you'll get the appearance of it going the other way and going in a circle around a singular point on the outside. And so it explains it
But
perfectly.
there's-
In fact, it explains it where
it's
people
not a
could see
singular
that all
point
over the
there.
place.
Yo,
It's not a
during that,
singular
go
point.
ahead,
There are
Chuck.
two.
I want to go next, please. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, you go ahead. I just said there's two, so you go. I'll remember.
During that whole Star Trail thing we went over for a few days, like a few weeks ago, I had the Globers saying they're all going east to west. Like they were like trying to use our argument from years ago about they're all going in the same direction. They were ignoring the counter rotation. You remember that? You guys remember that? Wasn't that long ago.
I remember that. I remember the divergence argument.
That sounds made up, Jeremy.
No, I had all your peoples denying that there was a counter rotation and that the stars are all moving in the same direction.
I don't think that's what they was denying, man.
No.
They were literally sitting here telling me it's not a different direction. They're all moving east to west.
Just depends on which way you look at
Oh
it.
yeah, they are all moving east to west.
Yeah, but there's also a counter rotation in the different hemispheres, right?
Yeah, but that's because of where we are. You know, that's just what we see.
Oh, okay.
You
Yeah,
could
the
make
optical,
the argument
like-
that they're going at the bottom side of this, like when you're looking at the circumpolar stars, that some of them are going west to east.
You guys see the video right there Waterworld posted?
I'll check it out after. Does it address the 2 points and Star Treks?
Yes.
Okay, and that's from Rakia?
It's from Waterworld.
Waterworld, okay. Around 3:50 or 52 after the hour or so?
Yeah.
Okay.
And of course, again, it's just like what Shane was saying. There are other ways that it could be explained as well. So that because like for me, if that actually debunked flat Earth, I wouldn't be a flat earther, right? That's the honest truth.
Exactly.
That's the honest truth. And like same thing with the sunset. Like if I actually couldn't find a way that made sense, then I would reject flat Earth, right? Like I will say though, falsification is independent of replacement. So like I've found a bunch of holes with the current model, so I don't see any situation where I would fully jump on it because those would have to be addressed, right? Like if there's something I can't explain, that doesn't make all the other reputations go out the window somehow, and that's how a lot of people look at it, unfortunately. But the main point is like you guys will still say the stuff. I don't like that's my actual point, right? Because it's like Chucky, would you still say that the sunset where the sun disappears from the bottom up debunks flat Earth?
It's strong evidence against it, that's for sure. I don't have a good explanation on flat Earth, and I'd like one.
Okay, so like we were just talking about how we have a video of the sun setting from Rakia where the sun disappears from the bottom up above the horizon, because there is like a cutoff effect, like a wall where your optics are cut off, right, due to the atmos, and it disappears into that point. And secondly, we just now talked about how we have a video that I can drop where you can take what represents the sun, move it further and further away from the camera, and it'll go down and change angular size, like you guys claim, right? So you're like, that's why it's impossible on the flat Earth, because it would change angular size. But then you use like a magnification sheet, and you move that back, and the sun goes down, just like the sunset. It goes down, and then it disappears from the bottom up, and it maintains angular size. So it is 100% possible.
Let's not forget Pebbles on the Pond. Let's not forget Pebbles on the Pond did a demonstration on Brandon's show, for whoever can remember that, where he made the light disappear on a flat floor.
Yep, and Dave Weiss did it as well. So it's like that should be, so if the Earth's a ball, that's whatever. But like that argument should be trashed. And what I will say is, if the Earth's a ball, honestly, globe earthers that argue for the globe do it a disservice, because say hypothetically it is a ball. Well, when an honest person comes and they hear the baller say sunsets are impossible, you stupid flirt, then they see the flat earther present the way it could work, and then they just keep saying you're a stupid flirt, you have no evidence, that wouldn't work, it doesn't work, strawmans, or then you strawman us and then keep saying it anyway. And then they come back to the next debate, and those same people are saying, haha, sunsets debunk the flat earth, even though they watched them get refuted the last time. Those people then are like, wow, I'm leaning towards the flat earth side now. So like you're actually doing a disservice to your side by doing that.
Yeah, most people who are flat earthers, most people who are flat earthers say that it was the stupidity of the globers that caused them to be flat earthers.
Yeah, number one email I get.
Okay.
Falsities always will crumble. Anything that's deceptive or is just false has its own way of like exposing itself. It's like built into the nature of it.
Except nobody knows the truth about Hitler or JFK or any of that stuff.
Does anybody have SE's video? I can't find it. I looked all the way back to 1 o'clock.
Chucky's trying.
The guy that just said it was the stupidity of the flat Earth, of the globe earthers that convinced them. Do you think the majority of the intellectuals are on your side then? Is that?
Well, it's seeing the falseness of it, I think, is what they're talking about. Seeing something that's false. Now, in terms of if you're talking about quote unquote intellectuals, I would say that most people in the world just haven't even broached this topic. So even if you're a scientist, like, you get a master's degree, a PhD, whatever it may be, and you're in a particular field, you may literally know nothing about the shape of the earth, meaning that all you know is like what's on NASA or on the TV and maybe some basics. Oh, sticks in the ground. They proved it a couple thousand years ago. That may be all that they know. And once they actually start looking into it, that's the first time they've ever looked into it. So
right. Yeah. But what about, let's just go by the people in this arena, the Shoe Bills of the world. Do you think he knows a thing or two about surfing?
The who?
Shoe Bill or Larry?
I don't know if what's it really meant
Larry
exactly
GPS.
Targeting how stupid the globers are, but how stupid the globe is also something that pops out to people. Like, look,
it's the dishonesty. Yeah, like I get emails and it says it is how dishonest that the other. And I just debated a physics teacher, and guess what? I got an email about how they acted and how they made that guy look into flat Earth because of how conspiracy cats acted. That's my actual point. And this is another point. Like when you say like exactly the majority of intellectuals, like everyone agrees with us, whatever. Well, like everyone in this room thought the Earth was a ball at one point, right? So the people that haven't really looked into it and heard the arguments from both sides in depth and really researched it and made a decision, they don't count. So actually, they don't even go into the statistics because we were all there at one point. It's the default belief based on what we've been told. So those people don't count. So what do you think the percentage is? What do you think the percentage is of the people that have looked into all of it, have heard all the flat Earth information without being strawmanned? What do you think the percentage is that they think the Earth is flat compared to still a globe?
The percent of people who've looked into this, who consider it,
like I've heard all of it.
Flat Earthers. Oh, I don't think anybody's heard all of it, but if we've heard enough, maybe 10% are flat earthers.
See, that's completely inaccurate in my opinion. Not even close. The people that have heard all the real flat Earth position, right? Majority of them lean away from the globe.
Yeah,
sure. I really meet flat earthers like just out and about.
In all the forums.
No,
well, I guess
out in the real world. I was just telling a story how I met Earth.
Whoa.
You cut out. No tanks.
Yeah, I don't want to step on you, man.
Well, it's
yeah, I think no tanks. If you can hear us, you cut out. Well, I think what I was going to say something, which was just, yeah. So let's say you took a random selection of the masses. Now, of course, that's a big question because there's different areas, all kinds of different countries, and all of that. But just for the moment, just imagine some sort of a random selection of people, adults. I'm not really talking about children. Let's just say 18 and up to make it easy, whatever. And you give them, let's just say, a 6-week course on the shape of the Earth. So just like someone takes a course on how to play piano or how to cook or whatever it might be, it would be a whole course. Now, if you were to give that to someone that was, whether it's 6 weeks or whatever the amount of time is and the number of hours, and present them in a very fair and balanced way, the full picture on both sides, all the information that's currently available. Then the question is, from that group, what are the percentages of, number one, people that absolutely cling to the globe, just 100%, NASA's not lying, there's no way, and they're just in some kind of either, whether it's emotional or whether it's intellectual or a hubris or condescending, or whether they just think they're right and they're confident, whatever it may be. There's that category. Another category is people that would be, I would say, like headed towards being on the fence kind of thing, where they kind of be scratching their chin like, what's going on here? There's got to be something more to this. And then you would have a whole nother people that are completely on the fence. Like they've seen enough, like a whole nother group of people that are on the fence. They've seen enough to say, oh yeah, there's definitely something going on here. I'm not sure what the Earth is, but yeah, et cetera. It's very likely not a globe in that way. And then you would have another group that would be like, okay, I know it's definitely not a globe now, because I've seen that, but I'm not exactly sure what it is. It could be, stationary, flat, planar, et cetera. And then you would have a group of people that would completely come to that the Earth is stationary and does not have curvature. So that would be like the question, like someone who's gone through all the information, what are the actual real percentages of those categories?
But Gio, weren't you here last week, mid to late last week? That teacher said he did something similar in his physics class. You were here for that, were you not?
Well, I mean, dude, like I just want to say, like alt tech, every place that you go once you get kicked off YouTube is 60 to 70% pro flat earth across the board. It's crazy. Like Odysee, Rumble, BitChute, everything. And not just mine and what I see, like anyone who posts any flat earth content, if you look at the like to dislike ratio, it's always 75% like or more. So it's
here's something funny, Shane. Did you see that video of Andrew Tate? You know who he is?
No.
Yeah, Andrew Tate. Some people in this room may know who he is, right? He got kicked off of Twitter. Yeah, he's apparently a flat earther as well. He was overheard talking about it on his jet airplane. It's pretty funny.
What? Do you have like a video?
It's on his Twitter. Just go right to his Twitter where he's showing his watch glisten against the airplane window, and you hear them in the background saying, "Yeah, but half these people are a bunch of globetars and they don't know where they live." Blah blah blah.
And what's
Andrew Tate said?
Is he a physicist or astronomer?
No, he's a MMA.
No, he's a radio personality. He's a former fighter. He's like got super canceled and censored because he talks about how men are men and you're not allowed to say that now.
The guy who gets punched in the head for a living.
That guy. Yep.
Yeah. All right. So again, I'll ask the question back to: we have rocket scientists, we have Professor Phil, we have Shoebill, Larry GPS. 3 experts in their field. Do they not know what the fuck they're talking about?
So this is just a really long appeal to authority. Cool.
Well, what I would say is this: there's different parts of the human psyche. Like we have our intellect, and then there's the emotions. And emotion has its own intelligence, like the idea of emotional intelligence. And the emotions and the mind combine, in one's thought pattern and in one's life. And so if there's an extreme resistance emotionally to something, that could block someone intellectually from either coming to something or understanding, or maybe defending something that's false. And vice versa, actual intellectual information can activate the emotional intelligence part as well. So just because there's people that have certain qualifications that are still under something that's false doesn't necessarily mean that.
How much does Larry's emotions play into his measurements of the Earth?
Hey, Gio.
He's taking planar measurements, and where calculations are going from there. And if he's spending an enormous time talking about flat Earth, then he's clearly very insecure about his position.
Yeah, I was going to say that actually.
Hey, Gio, how about appeal to a paycheck? Appeal to a paycheck. It could be as simple as that.
He's retired.
It's a very disingenuous representation because, for one, if people have credentials, right, and they're like quote unquote experts in certain fields or whatever, and they're constantly obsessed with flat Earth, like Professor Phil, that's evidence towards the validity of flat Earth. Why would an astrophysics professor obsessively stalk flat earthers for years at a time and comment on every flat Earth video on the internet? That right there is actually evidence towards some type of validity to the conversation. Secondly, we all know you can't publicly come out within these professions and say the Earth is flat, right?
You're not retired.
So it's like even being retired, you're now like putting an asterisk beside your entire career. So it's like that's a disingenuous thing to even bring up. And again, the bigger point is if there are these people talking about flat Earth all day, why would they do that if it was incredibly stupid and had no validity whatsoever? That doesn't make any sense.
So
I do it for entertainment.
Whitsett, you're a jet setter, or at least you've traveled across the United States and probably Canada, right?
Oh, I've never been to Canada.
Oh, have you traveled beyond the United States, or at least to most of the United States?
I've traveled through the whole U.S., but that's it.
Okay. Do we know the distances between the cities?
Yeah, relatively well, yeah.
Like 99% or more like 70%?
Closer to 90s.
Okay.
In the 90s.
Why, knowing these distances between these cities, and you can add international cities as well, because we fly there daily between major cities, how can we not plot those on a flat map, but we can plot them on a globe?
Oh my God. So, first of all, I'm actually not trying to debate with you about the Earth, but I will answer your stupid question. So, like, for one, you just jumped all the way over to international travel and brought up flights, as opposed to us talking about known distances on the land in the U.S., which is plane survey data that gives us the actual distances. Literally, plane survey data gives us the distances, and it's mapped out as flat according to the government, the U.S. government. But like when you're talking about international travel with the flight paths, there's all kinds of parts that go into that. And there are tons of flights that work better on a flat Earth, make more sense on a flat Earth, emergency flights that make more sense on a flat Earth. Where like you have to go to like these anomalous flights, these very rare flights, to try to make a claim for the globe. And then there are many explanations for those. So that doesn't prove anything. But the bigger point is that you basically appeal to authority with a baked-in credentials fallacy, right? As if someone doesn't have the credentials, then their argument is automatically wrong, right? It's like very ignorant for that to be your stance as overall, as opposed to the specifics of the debate. We're talking about the overall aspect of this, which is, I'm going to stop talking so much. So this is the point. I'm going to make it again, which is that overall, the people that leave the globe are just people that haven't really looked into it, or if they've heard of flat Earth, they've just seen the straw man arguments of flat Earth, and they haven't really researched it. The people that have fully heard flat Earth's position, actually heard it and researched it in depth, more of those people are flat Earthers than globers, for sure.
Can you post that emergency flight information, and I'll show you on a globe Earth?
Is it the Taiwan one?
How it works? And you
Taiwan to California?
I already probably have that one saved. It's the direct line on a globe Earth.
Yeah, I did that one, direct line flight on the globe, just yesterday, and it's twice as close to Alaska as it is to Hawaii.
Oh my God, yeah, it's not even close. So is that the one you're talking about, or is there another one? Because you can post the other one since we already did that one.
I'm sitting outside.
Can you do two of them?
Dude, I'm sitting outside and I'm not doing anything.
It does not have to be now. It doesn't have to be today.
Dude, I know for a fact that if you had the realization the Earth was flat, you would never say it in here anyway. So it's like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that there's somehow a potential like fruitful results in this conversation. I have to know that.
Well, I'm an arrogant bastard. I really like being right. So if the Earth is flat, I'm on your side, bud.
I just personally, I don't believe you.
Like why would
sunset debunks flat Earth? So
you don't believe I'm an arrogant bastard? How can I prove it to you?
No, I don't believe that you would admit it and you'd be on our side because you just said sunsets debunk flat Earth.
No, I said I don't understand how they do work on a flat Earth, but they
it's
do
been
work
years
on a
that you've been in this.
Someone get him the Rob Scuba video.
Well, he's probably already seen it. That's the point.
Yeah, I literally just read where Sean G says that ascending, going higher up in the air, and seeing further doesn't make any sense on a flat Earth. I mean, that's crazy stuff to say after being
I'm actually
that long.
I'm also just looking at my clouds lit from below.
Well, whatever the case with Chucky, Brad Boy, whatever his particular process is going on, what I will say is this. I wanted to say this earlier. There's actually something called, this is a slightly different topic, but it links right into it. It's called family constellation therapy or family constellation work. And essentially, like, it's a type of therapy that essentially uses different people in your family as set up in like a different environment. Like you might have like a table and almost like a chess game where you have little pieces. Well, each one of the pieces would represent someone in your family. Like one of them would be your mother, one One of them would be your father. One of them would be your son. And you can actually work out like very deep family traumas and dynamics by doing that. Now, my point in bringing that up is to say that in these discussions, someone like Chucky Bradboy, in a way, because I think through the ether, we're all interconnected, our minds, there's all the layers of consciousness. There may be people that have his same perspective or are going through a similar process to him. And so talking with him right now, it's not necessarily, in my opinion, about him like changing his mind. It's more about like potentially who he represents, what the truth represents, what all the different components represent, and also those listening now and in the future and how it's represented for them. So I'm just throwing it out there to say that, like, I think these discussions can still be fruitful in terms of, you know, what the truth is, sharing it, you know, each of us sharing our minds and our thoughts, and the audience as well. Like, there actually is a very deep process going on. Whether or not he changes his mind or not, it might take him 10 more years. It might take him, who knows? He may never, you know, so it's not, the productiveness doesn't have to be with his changing his mind, but instead truth being shared, all of us sharing our minds, and hopefully, you know, being able to glean information from each other.
That's interesting to point out.
We were making like a macro point, and they can't directly concede on the sunset part. They can't concede on any of the conversation. I then directly rebutted the claim that, well, you have more credentialed people on your side, and none of that's conceded. Then you jump in to then bring up another subject about flights. So it's like, that's the reason it's not fruitful, is because there will be no concession on his side. It doesn't matter what happens. It isn't about convincing him. It's about the fact that he can't just be like, oh, yeah, you're right. I guess I should stop saying the sunset doesn't work.
Is there any evidence of anything that you've ever changed your, like, what have you changed your mind on? That was maybe a big deal.
Flat tax. I was a supporter of flat tax until just maybe, I guess, about 6 months ago.
All right. Well, let's stick with what Witz had said so we can get to it. So, Chucky, going back, because there's a bunch of different topics being brought up, but he brought up the sunset one. Hold on.
Yeah, sunset is good.
Okay, so do you currently not agree that the sunset phenomenon we see could happen on an extended planar geometry Earth?
Everything that we see, no. I don't understand how it can all work on a flat Earth. You can explain parts of it several different ways, and you have, but they don't work cohesively together with one explanation. So that's what we need is.
Okay, so he's saying, it sounds like, Austin, that he's saying that he partially thinks that it could work on a plane, but he doesn't fully understand. I will admit, for me, it did take me a certain like process to go through to understand the sunsets fully. So it sounds like he's saying he only partially thinks they could work on a plane, and he doesn't fully see how it all works.
Gio, you might not like hearing this, but I mean this as a compliment. I pegged you as being our next globe earther, and then Jeremy next, but I still gave you 2 years. So that is a compliment to you, even though you probably don't see it that way.
I like fuck off with that bullshit.
Like what you said with the you have explanations. Like when you use scuba lensing. Scuba lensing requires that the atmosphere or something be acting in a specific geometry in order to bend light in order to fabricate this image. And I fathom to say, with what I know about the atmosphere, I can't see how that would happen.
Yeah, but see, then you guys give examples of light bending through sugar water to justify something like the black swan image.
Right, but that simulates a environment like our atmosphere. It's more aggressive than our atmosphere, but it's simulating a bottom-up gradient, which we observe every day, and we know for a fact happens.
Well, how about Oyak? I would say this.
We're talking about the perspective gradient. My bad, Gio. Go ahead.
No, that's cool. It's just whether we're going to go on your thing or what I was going to say. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, what I was going to say is that the lens, the Fresnel lens. Okay, first of all, the atmosphere could be acting like a lens, okay, because there's liquid and water and distances involved. But let's just put that aside. Let's just not even look at that. The thing about the lens with the scuba thing, what my understanding really of what that's doing is there's a meeting place of the ground and the sky. The lens is moving that closer artificially on a small scale so that you can see the sun dramatically cut off like that. It's not that it's necessarily doing the lensing. It's pulling the meeting place of the ground and the sky closer Therefore, when you put a sun on the table or whatever, the point at which it cuts off is going to be earlier, showing the phenomenon. The reality of it is it's much larger distance. So that is directly correlative.
Right, but
so Geo,
geometry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's where I'm saying that it explains one part of it, but you have to explain where it sets, when it sets, the size of it when it sets, that it sets bottom up, that it lights clouds from the bottom, that it makes shadows taller than the object right at sunset. You have to address all of those with one cohesive explanation.
Those are all very good points, and we could go through each one of them and hear what everyone thinks, because I have thoughts on all those. Those are all good.
My flashlight makes taller shadows than the object. So
yeah, and I'm not convinced
above,
that
so that one's gone.
When it's below the object, right?
No, when it's above it and far away, then close, it gets shorter.
And I'm not even convinced that there's light underlit on the clouds. I look at sunsets all the time, and to me, it just seems like the distant part of the sun, the clouds that are closest to the sun are being lit, and you get an effect looking up through the clouds, seeing the colors, even though the actual direct light is hitting the front part of the clouds, or the portion of the cloud that is facing the sun, not the bottom itself.
Okay, sorry. What's your name? I can't look at my phone. I'll DM you maybe 4 or 5 pictures.
Napalm.
Yeah, napalm.
Napalm?
If you want to DM me like pictures of mountains that show shadows underneath the clouds.
No, I don't.
There's
these are ones
that's fine, but
no, these are ones I took from my either on the road or from my living room. I forgot you're the chill dude with the hot name. I'll try to remember.
What?
Okay.
It's just funny that Napalm is so chill when his name is Napalm, and he's the most relaxed.
You think that's
guy on both sides.
You weren't here this morning.
Napalm is hot.
It's just a name, man. It's just a name on Discord. I mean, it's not. It's just a.
I don't think he's actually. Yeah.
No, I went over my head.
What do you want to touch tips or something?
No,
listen, I thought you were going to bring up the perspective gradient earlier.
Did you say nips or tips?
Somebody said the gradient. What's
well,
up?
I mean, to start off, but you do realize like a flashlight, right, above an object, higher above it, the shadow will be longer than the object, just in a very.
I said taller.
Taller. On the ground,
like projected on a wall. No, on a wall.
On a wall. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like where we see the mountain cast on the clouds.
Yeah, I have a vase in front of my window, and certain times of the year when the sun sets in the right spot, I can catch a taller vase shadow than the vase itself.
Is the vase transparent?
No, it's translucent. But even transparent.
Yeah, these are interesting components. There's a couple of different phenomena I think you guys may be referring to, because I agree. I think what Napalm's pointing out, there's a difference between like backlit and indirectly lit. And I actually think some of them are shining on the underside of the clouds. And I can explain why I think that's the case too. But in my mind, there's kind of like all three phenomenon and they overlap and they look a little different in some scenarios, but they also have uniqueness and variation between them. If you get a cloud lit from the back that's only lighting part of the cloud, it's going to look like it's lighting from underneath. And I think that's kind of what Napalm was saying, even though it's actually coming from behind it.
Didn't P-Brain do a great cloud video with the sunlight thing? You guys see that one?
Not sure. Wouldn't it always be above it though, Geo? Not behind it? I don't know what you mean.
All right, so in my understanding of it, you have your local area, which is all you can see, your clouds in your local area. The sun is going to be pretty far away. Like, let's say when it's setting, it's at the extent of your local region. So if you have clouds that are closer to you and the sun's further across a planar surface, sun's further away horizontally, and the clouds are closer, you can absolutely get all those lighting effects. It's like a stage, basically. And a stage is a flat floor, and there's different lighting effects and different layers. And I think that's what's occurring. So you can get different ways. And when the sun is setting, the light is coming at you horizontally. It's literally going right from the sun. You could draw a line if you wanted from the sun to your eye. And that light is coming there. That's why it can light up your local region, your local sky accordingly.
And let's not forget, Gio, also that this often happens in front of large bodies of water, and let's not forget that clouds are claimed to be made of water, reflecting light. So There's a few other correlations there that water does reflect light pretty well.
But surely, maybe in a crisis situation, I'm not trying to, it's just something I'm looking into. But in a crisis situation, that makes more sense. That if there's a horizontal field of light, and we've seen all these things, just as Gio explained, it sounds to me like a crisis situation. Most of us live in the northern hemisphere, looking down and whatever like that. Yeah, that's why things going on. Just a slight deviation.
What is the consensus on why the sun sets? Like, is it distance? Because if the 24-hour sun is correct, and at the South Pole it remains at the same elevation all day, every day that it's up, it would have to get further away than other observations on Earth. Why would it appear there for 24 hours, never going up or down?
If we see the zigzag of the sun going up and down when we're at the poles, then surely it's going back and forth through the latitudes, no?
There's no zigzag of the pole. There's no zigzag of the sun at the pole.
Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the southern region or the northern, Moyak?
Both in this case, but the southern is the only one that's definitive.
Oh, dude, that's funny that you even used that.
Is that like it's like the straw man from pointed out earlier.
The one footage that's absolutely not definitive. You use the word definitive. It's just
that's something that you could make that argument that it doesn't happen, but there's a lot of evidence it does. There's a lot of people who believe that it's 24 hours. They've seen it themselves.
Moyak.
So I mean,
let me ask you.
Without
let me ask Moyak a question.
Without the effort of going to the South Pole, you've got to.
Hold on. Let me ask a question.
But
guys, let him finish. Yo, what the fuck are you guys doing? I'm muting everyone.
He said saying the same thing over and over again.
No, I was saying
something
completely
different. Moyak, please
now.
Finish it up, bro. Yeah, go ahead, finish
so
it up.
You go to the South Pole, and you go right to that little pole that they got in the ice, and you stand there, and you look at it. The sun will neither go up nor down. It will remain at the same elevation. And now you can deny that as a possibility, or I'm sorry, you can deny that as having been really observed, but it is easily proven. All somebody's got to do from the flat Earth community is go there, because all the globe earthers who've done it, you just denied their evidence. So you really need a flat earther to do it.
Okay, here's my question, Moyak. Would you say there's definitely a lot of footage of the Arctic 24-hour sun, and it's kind of like pretty much understood on both sides that happens?
A lot. There's pretty little amount from the South Pole, from Antarctic.
No, I'm talking about the North Pole.
So you're specifically saying the Arctic. Well, there's a shitload more people who live up there. Yes.
Well, yeah, that's one excuse, but I'm saying that if it was actually happening in the South, it would be just as well known as it happens in the North. There would be no debate about it.
It is just as well known.
It wouldn't take a flat earther to go there and prove it.
You can deny all the North Pole stuff too if you wanted. You should say no, I don't believe it. That's all you're doing.
Well, yeah, what was it about the North Pole sun that you were pointing out? You're saying it goes up and down at the North Pole?
At the actual pole, it neither goes up nor down. It stays at the same elevation all day long for 6 months. Well, it changes in increments each day, but it stays each 24-hour period.
Because we were talking about the sun and the sunset and why it sets the way that it does. And then you brought this up, which is a little bit of a topic change, but I mean, well, it's part of it though. I mean, I would say this, I'm not even convinced you can see the sun from the North Pole. So that's a whole nother topic, because a lot of the ancient legends, they talk about like the ancient understanding of the center is that there's another celestial, you can call it a sun if you want. There's another celestial object that actually lights and warms the center of the Earth. Now, if that's the case, because of course it gets very icy and cold when you go north. So if there is like land up there that actually is habitable land, it's obviously not going to be in freezing cold. So what we actually see of the sun at the actual north is a whole question in and of itself. So I'm not convinced we have any legit footage of it. And obviously none of us are able to freely go there and check it out. And that's a whole nother topic. But if you're your thing that it stays at the same altitude, you really don't have verification for. What we do have verification for is in the north, in the Arctic, Alaska and different areas north, you definitely get the 24-hour sun, which appears to circle you, and it moves up and down. as it does that. Now in the South, we also don't have footage of that either.
We
got
have
footage of that in the South. What are you talking about?
we have 54 UN countries to the Antarctic Treaty in Antarctica. 54 UN countries, and we have one video supposedly of a 24-hour sun in the sky.
Now there's more than one
video, and that video is highly suspect. Now,
there's many more than one.
You can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all flat earthers.
What recording media records 24 hours uninterrupted? 60 frames per second, or 24 frames per second even.
We have to remember.
And then show that to us. And why doesn't NBC News show that to us along with their fake Artemis coverage?
It's because the Earth being a globe
just
isn't
deny
new.
everything.
It's old. It's really old. It's not exactly a breaking story.
Well, who's recorded these shadows on the light underneath the clouds? That was you?
Yeah,
a bunch of people.
I can put it in the chat and I'll send it to Napalm. I'm home in about 5 minutes.
So with the light being projected onto the bottom of the clouds, would that not mean that when you're above those clouds, you wouldn't have any light because the clouds are blocking it?
Yeah, and have you seen those high altitude footages of that where they're in an airplane and the sun is like below the clouds or behind them?
You would have light the same way that on an overcast day you have light. Like it's 4:30, it's getting dark here, but it's overcast. I don't need to have my headlights on.
4:30 and getting dark. It's like the sun is slowing down or something and speeding up as it goes south.
No,
pretty much steady except for like a half a degree.
I'm probably the farthest north here, although if
it's just all about it's all your perspective is what I think it is within your area. Like, let's just take an extended planar Earth surface with the sun above it. Let's just, for the heck of it, throw the sun at 4,000 miles just for conversation. So let's just say the sun's up there. I'm not saying it is that. I'm just throwing out numbers just so we have like a general idea of a proportion. As that moves away, and then you have your own local region. Let's just say for another number, 4,000 miles for the little hemispherical area that you can see. So I'm just throwing numbers right now. So if that was the case, you would only be seeing a little 4,000 mile diameter hemisphere of your local area. There'd be a 4,000 mile high sun that's cruising along, coming in and out of your local area. And when that occurs, just like that Walter Bislin where it's got the little hemisphere on the plane of the Earth, everything is going to rise and fall in your sky as it's going over you in their declination angles, just as it would. And then when the sun's setting, for example, it's so far away, it's right at that optical extinction point where the ground meets the sky, and that's going to be the limitation. So when your little hemisphere, now you're seeing that, and whatever the clouds or whatever the environment is in your local area is all going to be filtered through perspective from your position to those clouds and your position to the sun. So it all lines up geometrically like that.
Yeah, but then how come when you rise higher, you don't see the sun forever?
Because it's still just too far. There's still that's a good question, but I think because we have a limit of how far we can see, and then that ends up creating the horizon.
And the sun may have its own limit of how far it can shine. I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And the problem I have with that is that, like, when you look at the sun extinction idea, it goes from burning your eyeballs to disappeared over a span of about 86 miles of ground position.
Well, that same logic could be thrown back at you, though, because we often ask if it changes just a couple degrees in the sky, you feel a lot of difference in the heat, right? So if it was 93 million miles away, why would it make that much of a difference just a couple of degrees?
Well, that's I'm not sure what you mean by the degrees in this situation, but I'm going to answer it as I think you're saying it. When you're looking at the sun on the horizon, it's going. When you're looking at the sun on the horizon, it's going through at least 10 times the amount of atmosphere as it is at noon. So
yeah, that's a fair answer.
There you go.
Fair enough.
Your own question.
I mean, it's kind of a fair enough answer.
Would
you agree, new perspective, to give the globe something like if they wanted to say that there's more atmosphere that's occluding it?
Yeah, but Right, but that also answers his own question. He's saying that the temperature there's an extreme difference in the temperature from it going slightly away, right? But I'm saying that there's an extreme temperature difference when it's right above you to just a few degrees right above you to the right. Right?
Yeah.
So if it was 93 million miles away, that you wouldn't expect that much of a difference. You would think it would be just as hot.
I would have to test that. I'm not sure how much temperature difference there is between noon and when it's at sunset. When you're like using like some kind of a solar panel or a piece of black paper that's aimed directly at the sun.
I mean, you can just check the weather app on your phone and scroll. Yeah, you can just use the weather app on your phone and just scroll from like 8 a.m. every day, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Right, and you'll see the temperature change, like when it's above you. You'll see the degrees, right? Just checking your weather app. I mean,
right. No, I've tested this at least in small scale. I've taken what I used was a tire in my backyard because it seemed convenient, and it had sun beating. It was at noon, so it was beating directly down on the tire, straight on the sidewall of the tire that was laying on the ground. And the sidewall was like 150 degrees. Now I went over to the side of that tire, still on the sunny side, and it was it was like 60 or not 60, it was like 70, 80 degrees on the sidewall. So there's like a 100-degree difference between what was directly in line with the light and what was on an angle to the light. So an angle has a lot to do with how much temperature resides.
It's just heating up your tire. It's just heating up your tire for a longer period of time, just through and through. It's like me using the comparison. If I hold my lighter up to this tire, I mean, how long until it just holds the heat? For a long time.
Okay, that doesn't explain it because I have hot surface and cold surface on the same tire.
Oh, do you? Okay.
As I said,
my point was that there's not much of an angle change. It's not,
and because of the angles, the temperature was wildly different.
Right, but I'm saying it's not much of an angle change to make a big difference in the heat. Plus, the other idea that you were talking about with the atmosphere, that kind of goes against your point that we should still feel the heat of the sun when it goes further away because the atmosphere. Plus, I think we're all surprised when we think about it. Just a cloud, just a small cloud in front of the sun, blocks all of the heat of the sun, or most of it.
Yeah, you get cold. You'll feel
that heat.
Yeah, I agree. Because if you take like the way the inverse square law works with light and heat and all of these, like imagine if there's like a bonfire and you have a little marble. In order to get that marble to be about 80 degrees, we all know about how far you'd have to have that marble from the bonfire. So you'd have to call it a couple 10 feet, whatever it might be. Whatever that's just basic physics. Of course, it would depend on like the temperature outside and if there's a lot of wind or what the weather is. But I'm just saying, just that general idea of a heat source and something like a marble, the entire surface facing the let's say make it 100 degrees, like a hot summer day, to have the surface of that marble facing the bonfire, which would be, this is the inverse square law of heat and how heat works. It would heat the whole side of that marble virtually evenly. There'd be very, very little difference between the equator of the marble or 20 degrees latitude, 30 degrees, etc. It'd be very minimal. And in fact, the back of the marble would also be very hot. It'd be a little cooler because it's not facing it directly, but it would, it'd probably be 92 degrees on the back or whatever it would be. So it would be hot on both. However, what you guys need to claim with this globe Earth thing is that there's this light source that is so potent that it can make it 105, 110 degree day on one part of that marble, and on another part of the marble, it's absolute frigid, freezing cold winter. Yeah. That does not match physics.
Well, that matches what I found with my tire.
Does not match physics. Any physics that you could verify, prove, or confirm that exists.
Like I said, it matched what I did with my tire.
I wanted to say something. So the heat is supposedly coming 93 million miles. The Earth's radius, right, is around 4,000 miles. So for the light to travel an extra 4,000 miles, given it's already traveled 93 million miles to get to the equator, I don't think would affect its heat that much.
It doesn't affect it at all to speak of, except for the fact that it's going through your atmosphere.
It has to do with the angle.
And the angle.
Surface.
Yeah, but the angle, that doesn't work with the marble and the bonfire, Howard.
does.
Yeah,
As
but,
it's on the
but
bonfire.
Gio, the reason it doesn't work is because the inverse square law speaks to the intensity of light, not the heat.
No, there's an inverse square law of heat as well.
You sure?
Absolutely.
Yeah, heat is just it's just radiant energy.
Yeah,
well, the way
but I mean,
the sun heats up
heat.
the Earth is supposedly through light.
I mean, the sun
emitted by the sun.
acts like the inverse square law of heat. Like if you have a heat lamp and you move something further or closer away from it in a local area, that's how the sun matches on a larger scale, of course. But the way that the heat, like when it's like hot, it's maybe 3 p.m. It's still on a hot summer day, still pretty hot. And we all know how it fades, 6, 7, the way that the heat and light fade with it, that fits with local physics the same way heat lamps, and it's the inverse square law of heat. So it works the same way as local does. And none of this works with some 93 mile away sun in a vacuum.
It wouldn't matter because the sun's reaching it all at the same time forever and always has been. But like with that marble, if I'm holding it in front of the fire and I just keep it facing the fire and I kind of tilt it 24 degrees to the right, does that change anything?
No.
Heat pattern move with it.
Changes virtually nothing. But they say on the globe that that's going to make it a frigid, freezing cold winter versus a hot, burning summer day.
Well, that's again where you go back to my tire example. When your angle of the sun on my tire is coming at a steep angle, it is hot, and when it's coming in a shallow angle, it's cool. So basically, you've got a big surface of the Earth, this heat and cold. Now, if you say that doesn't work with the marble has conductivity. I would have to, and it also has an atmosphere, or the Earth has an atmosphere. So I'm not sure that you can quite do a direct analog with it, because as the sun reaches an oblique angle and is filtered by 10 times the atmosphere, it's going to cool off when you get to like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. In fact, it's only in the last couple of hours that you really get appreciable cool.
So if you can't do it with the marble because it doesn't have an atmosphere, how can you do it with your tire?
Hey, Geo, with the inverse square law of light, if we're 240,000 miles from the moon and we have that to 120,000, the moon is 4 times brighter. We have that to 60,000, the moon is 4 times brighter. We have that to 30,000, the moon is 4 times brighter. We have that to 15,000, the moon is 4 times brighter. When have we ever heard NASA or anybody say the moon's too bright? So I'm sorry, I've been doing this for about 13 months. And if you're intellectually honest, heat and light do not travel 93 million miles through the vacuum that is 10 to the negative 17 torr. It does not happen. It does. It cannot happen. It happens in a cartoon and a fairy tale. And you globers who are on here pushing this stuff, you're intellectually dishonest, and it's so easy. That's not true.
That is not true.
It is so easy to see.
Your incredulity is noted on that.
It's fine. Hey guys, it didn't take me long to know what's going on, and I know exactly what's going on. Space Force does not exist with $25 billion to not go into outer space. They easily spend $500 million a year on bullying, cyberbullying, cyber propaganda for their globe. It's very easy to do it. Very easy to put that money into globe shills who come on social media and push that, because it only costs about $500 million a year out of a $25 billion budget that never goes into outer space.
Well, just because it's possible and probable doesn't mean that's what's going on.
Transparent. You are so transparent and predictable.
Well, I wanted to respond to one point. There was a lot of points there you said. I want to respond to one of them because it was a really awesome point. The first one, which is about the inverse square law of light. Yes, that's absolutely the case. The amount of light that reaches the Earth from the moon, like let's say when it's a full moon and it's like very bright, it's like so bright you don't even need a flashlight. Especially if you're down near the Tropic of Cancer or the equator, when you're like right under the moon on a full moon, it's unbelievable. Like I've been right on the Tropic of Cancer during that time, and it's just incredibly bright. Like it's almost like daylight, depending on where you are, especially if you're in where there's a clear atmosphere, like especially, well, there's certain areas that of course will be more so like that than others, but it is so bright, it's almost like daytime. Now that amount of light, if you use the inverse square law, does not match at all with a 240,000 mile away moon. If the moon was 240,000 miles away, the amount of light it would have to be emitting due to the inverse square law to hit the Earth, to light the Earth like that, would be so blinding the astronauts, let alone landing on it, they never could have even gotten remotely close to it. It would have blinded them. And if they were on it, it would be so bright, you wouldn't even be able to pick up anything with your camera. So all of the physics of it's completely off. And that's a very good point.
It'd be so hot. It'd be so hot on the moon that the astronauts would have melted. They would have.
Yeah, but coincidentally, that
and on
inverse
top
square
of
law
that, I have
does
a
match.
point to make on top of Geo's point.
It does match.
A lot of hold on. Let's no tanks and then Bacon and then New Perspective. And
yeah, coincidentally, that the inverse square law with the moon does apply from Cancer to other lines of latitude. It does work out mathematically. It doesn't work out going to space, but it does work out while here on the surface of the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering how much the fact that the moon would be reflecting sunlight instead of emitting light would have an impact on the inverse square law. Because if you would replace the moon by a mirror, then you would see the moon just as bright as the sun. So you wouldn't, the inverse square law doesn't work against the mirror.
No, the inverse square law still works, even if you're bouncing. If I bounce light off of a mirror and then flash it in your eyes, the inverse square law is still active.
Yeah, but not to the distance of the mirror. It's to the distance of the light source reflected by the mirror.
Yeah,
so as you approach the mirror, it doesn't follow the inverse square law to the mirror, right? So if you're doing that to the moon, and the moon, I don't think the moon works like a mirror, but it would be refracting light. So I don't think you can just reset the inverse square law as if the moon was the source. You might have to take into account the fact that it is reflecting and how that changes how much more light you get as you approach it.
I don't think that makes sense. It's coming from the object. Yeah, it's still active from the mirror to you. Yeah. The inverse square law is active, whether it's a source of light or it's
any source of light. Yeah, you're right. Any source of light.
Yeah, Zanuck. Thank you. Zanuck's back and
I thought I had brought that up to you, Bacon, before, and you said the opposite to me when I claimed that it may be different with a reflection. I thought you had shown me. It may not have been you. It might have been somebody else then.
The thing I find interesting is you've got a 2,000 the moon. Every square meter of the moon is like a 2,000 watt light bulb. So if I was to take my entire room of if I had a little tiny patch on my wall of let's say 3 inches by 3 inches with LEDs on it, and I try and light my whole room, it'll be kind of dim. Now, if I take that whole wall with the same intensity light from all of and I make it all one giant LED, but each square meter of it, each square inch of it is going to be the same brightness, the whole room will be lit up like nobody's business. That's what you have with the moon. And it's the inverse square law. I don't know how you apply it. This would be more of a Zanuck question, I think, how you would apply it, but it has to do with the area that's sending back light to you. Also, because you're talking about the number of photons that are going to hit your eyeball.
Well, I mean, if you want to get into that, it's a half a degree in the sky versus this size of the ground, which is massive. So for whether it's a light source or whether it's reflecting, whatever it is, it's a thing we can all point to and say that's the moon. There seems to be light coming off that thing. That light seems to make a silvery gray, cool light that, you can see. Like I was talking about being like on the equator or the Tropic of Cancer during. Like if you're at the Tropic of Cancer when the moon is at the Tropic of Cancer, so you're right under it, you're directly under it, it's directly above you, and it's a full moon, that brightness is incredible. So whether it's reflecting or emitting its own light, the inverse square law is still active, and none of it fits with a 236,000 mile away moon.
Right.
How would reflected light?
Can I answer to that?
Please.
The inverse square law is not from you to the mirror. It's from you to the mirror to the source. It's the full distance. So if you're just getting closer to the mirror, it's the inverse square law is not being applied to your distance to the mirror. It's being applied to your distance to the mirror plus the distance. Plus the distance.
Source at that point.
Plus the distance from the mirror to the light source. I'm not sure. I'm not saying the moon is just like a mirror. But if it is reflecting light, then you would have to take that into account.
So
and I don't think it as a source light is doing that.
The inverse square law is connected to the propagation of the light through the medium. So whether it's off a mirror or whether it's from a flashlight, that doesn't make a difference. It's still going to dissipate.
It does.
The inverse square law.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't dissipate in the same rate from a reflection of a mirror. because for example, the shape of the waves as after it reflects from the mirror it's not the same as if it was a light source. They're much less curved, so they lose much less energy in the same distance than if you compare to getting out of the light source. So yeah, it does make a difference.
Could you clarify your claim? Because I'm really not sure if you're claiming that it works just as it should work. It's not working at all. It's working differently. I'm not sure if you're
I don't know. Claim. Yeah, I'm not sure how it should work, but I don't think you can just treat it as a light source. I think it's more complicated than that, because if it is reflecting light, then you can't just treat it as a light source. I don't think that's...
Well, I think it's a combination of both. Like it's the source of the light that's doing its inverse square law, and then it's hitting a mirror and having whatever reflective qualities that is, and then also having an inverse square law. Because I mean, of course, the inverse square law is active within a mirror reflection. Otherwise, light would just go forever with a mirror, and that's not what happens.
It's obviously a light source because you see it in the sky as a light, and you can read by it in the dark.
I could do that off of any reflection also.
Which would be a light source. Yeah.
I could do that.
It's different than it's producing light is different than reflecting light. That's what we're trying to
I agree with you, Bacon. I just think it's
two.
Yeah, there's two inverse square laws compiled. That's all. It's still active on both, and but it's just that you're compiling them. But if you want to get into that, sure, let's get into the problem. If you want to then get the sun involved, that even debunks it even more, because the inverse square law is completely fractured with. So if you want to bring the fractured inverse square law that doesning work with the sun and the moon together, yeah, we can show how they both don't fit.
Why do you say it doesn't work with the moon? You're saying that this thing that's 2,000 miles across, 200,000 miles away, reflecting 2,000 watts per meter squared, should the inverse square law should say that no light should reach us, or very little light.
Well, there's very quick Google search that says, however, with direct reflection, the intensity does not change with distance. Only the reflection size does. The inverse square law is not broken, but it is given a different interpretation with direct reflections, meaning that it should still be bright as you get closer, not turn dim. It should stay exactly as bright as it was.
Of course it should. They know that. I don't know why they're arguing it. That's why I stepped in. It's ridiculous.
Oh, no one's arguing that it wouldn't get brighter.
Okay, so I would like to bring up, once y'all finish that, why it seems to be a different type of light. Like when you get direct sunlight and when you get direct moonlight, it makes plants and animals and everything else grow and act differently. So does anyone have any information on that?
That's a claim right there. I don't know.
I completely disagree with that claim.
Yeah.
You agree with the putrid nature of moonlight and the life-giving light of the sunlight?
Totally disagree with that.
Okay. Does anybody else have it? I mean, I didn't really think Moyak was going to agree with the first thing ever of me or anybody else, but does anybody have any information on that?
Well, there's lots of different theories that the moonlight is septic, or that it's colder. That's got a different energy altogether, that it would actually do the opposite of what the sun does.
Yeah, it has actually different effects on things. Yeah, it has different effects on like foods and.
Well, Moyak says it doesn't.
There's measurable effects. There's measurable effects to food decomposition, etc. I can't stand behind the old wives' tale that nurses tell, all of them across the board, saying, "Oh, full moon's going to be a crazy day in the ward tonight." I can't stand behind that exactly because I couldn't.
No, that's not really what I was talking about. The food and the growth and the things like that is what I was more bringing up, like just what Gio had just said. I think Moyak disagreed with that, right, Moyak?
Yes. Are there any studies or anything that'll back that up?
You mean have people put plants out in the moonlight and seen them wilter? Yes.
Yeah.
Seen them what?
Okay. Wither.
Like not
combination of wilt and wither. Yeah, wilter.
Have trouble growing. Whatever that word would be.
Hey, real quick, I was going to back away. I was going to make a comment real quick. I was in line and I never got my turn, but just real quick, the thing about even if the sun could get here that bright, it seems counterintuitive that our little tiny planet would block out all of the sunlight, so we'd have pitch dark black night, from one horizon to the next, or at least as far as any person can see on one part of the Earth, right? If you think about the size of the sun and how bright it would have to be to get here, you'd think you'd see like splaying out of sun rays on either side of this little tiny planet.
Have you ever seen like light? Like if you take like a clear night and you shine your flashlight, you don't see the beam. If it's really low humidity and everything, you don't see the beam. But if it's kind of foggy out, you do see the beam. Now with space, as it's described, that would be the equivalent of the clear night with nothing there for the light to reflect off. So just like your flashlight, when you're shining it up at the sky, or your laser pointer when you're pointing it up in the sky, if it's too clear, you ain't going to see shit, or you're going to see a lot less of it.
Right, but that's not really the question. The thing I was saying was counterintuitive. It's more about the little tiny planet completely making everything in the sky completely pitch dark. If this thing's supposed to be so bright and reaching us, we turn away from it, and it's like there's no seepage of this light to the side.
Right, what's it going to bounce off of? Why would you see it?
It lights. Well, there's actually there's people that bring up the fact that it's supposed to be lighting up the ISS above us when it's on the other side of the planet.
I mean, you guys claim that the moon is bent, you guys claim the moon is bent around the Earth to make a Selenian eclipse happen, and you're telling me no other light from the sun is doing that you could see the light on the back?
No, we see that. We see that for about a half a degree more than we're
seeing. Yeah, that's dusk and dawn, man. That's dusk and dawn.
He's talking about
it's always like that. Whatever convoluted answer that the globe has for these things, you guys just buy it.
Well, it's like if you take a sphere. Well, it's like if you take a really strong light and you shine it at a sphere and it's only lighting up half the sphere, on the other side of the sphere, you can still see a lot of the light.
You mean bouncing off the trees and the grass and
two models
stuff and this other stuff in the room? Yes.
I think you're conflating two models because in reality we have dusk and dawn, right? This is my opinion, right? In reality, we have dusk and dawn, which are not conducive of a globe with the sun sending these very strong light beams to only light half of a geometric horizon, where we would just have the light evenly displayed across the surface. We have in reality dusk and dawn that correlates more to a flat Earth with a moving local sun and limited light, in my opinion.
If someone wants to respond to that, carry on with it. But I just wanted to say real quick on the last topic about the sunlight and the moonlight being different. Like the sun's light is like preservative, like it preserves fruits, for example, and it's of course drying. It's also antiseptic, whereas the moon, the moon putrefies and is more septic. Also, the sun. Oh yeah, that's been known since the dawn of time. I mean, foods.
No, it hasn't.
And that can be verified in multiple ways. It's easy to do. If you want to dry fruit, let's say you take grapes and you want to dry them. If you put them out in moonlight night after night, they'll putrefy and rot and turn into mold. If you put them out in the
sun, you're not getting them dried out.
Put them in the sun, they're going to be preserved. And those are the points I made. Another component is that the sun actually decreases fire and the moon increases fire as well.
All right, I'm sorry. You say that this hot object that is heating up your grape and making moisture leave your grape quicker is different than this moon, which is not dehydrating your grape. Well, yes, that's true, because of the exact reasons I just described. You got UV light coming in copious amounts, killing bacteria on the surface and molds and stuff, and it's dehydrating.
Yep, those are parts of the difference.
That makes moonlight more what do you call it, putrefying than darkness.
Well, there's three stages here. You're forgetting to compare this to keeping the grapes inside out of both of these moonlight and sunlight. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what that is, but take your grapes and put them in a dark room and see how it rots faster. The one sitting outside the backyard at night with a full moon, or the ones in the closet.
Yeah. So the point. I mean, maybe it's not the point, but I've witnessed that these grapes will decompose quicker in the moonlight than indoors out of both moonlight and sunlight, and then as he said, keep the nutrients and turn into raisins in the sunlight. Right. So there's three different areas to test.
Where did you witness grapes in the moonlight only? Right? I'm just trying to understand what you're describing.
Through experiment. I mean, I've seen others experiment with it. Yeah.
It also makes sense in terms of nature that it has these two things. Like the sun helps plants to grow and regenerate, has all those qualities, whereas the moon decomposes. That's the classic thing. Like I'm sure you've seen those like fast-paced motion like things where it shows like the moon coming out and all the insects. It's all like, everything's decomposing. Like it's the way the moon works. It's the anabolic and the catabolic features of the system of the Earth, building and breaking down.
Well, I'd like to see this, with the moon coming out. Show me that darkness is any different than the moon, as far as destroying, making things rot quicker. So when we got a new moon.
Anyway, we debunked the globe, all kinds of ways with all this inverse square law and all these contradictions. You guys have,
well, I mean, I've heard a bunch of talk. I haven't heard any evidence.
Prove it.
Yeah, prove it.
But
That's what a silly thing to ask.
Any shabby evidence you're given or excuses you're given by the mainstream is just fine. You don't even have to check into it. You just believe it. But anything we say, it's like, oh, I got to see something that proves it without a doubt.
Yeah. We want to see evidence.
Go ask. There's holistic globers who will, holistic medicine and holistic healers who will tell you the properties of the moonlight and the sunlight that they use in quantitative ways to heal each other and to decompose their food and to grow their food. It's not just a wives' tale. It's something that people use in real life to their benefit because of realizing how the earth is there to sustain and work with them.
Well, when you show me the double-blind study on that, I'll be much more interested.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anyone do one the way that I think it was No Tanks pointed out, of having like grapes that you put in the sun every day, but at nighttime you move them into like a house or something where like in a closet where it's totally dark, and then put them back in the sun, et cetera. We know what's going to happen there. It's going to dry and it's going to do what it does. Even if you put it overnight, it's still going to, the overnight period is not going to, stop the fruit from going through its drying process the next day. However, to then take something, have it in moonlight, and then what would you have to, I guess you'd have to compare one that was like in a closet that wasn't getting moonlight, but was dark, to one that you only put out in the moon, and then see whether there's a faster putrefaction or breaking down process of the one that's actually in the moonlight versus the one that's inside in your closet. That would be a cool test to do.
Yeah,
I would add one thing to that test, though. I would take it, and I would take your one in the house is going to be exposed to wildly different conditions than the one outside. So I would take it and I put it in a box or something outside, so that it's still exposed to air, molds, and all that other stuff that's not common in your house.
Why don't you just look into the differences between harvesting, fruits and vegetables based on moon phase, right? And there is something called spagyrics, which deals with kind of along the lines of alchemy when you're harvesting plants for your medicines to get more potency, has to do with moon phases and time of day as well. So there is something to it if people have been utilizing these methods for a very long time.
I think I would agree with that. There's different patterns are going to happen. Insects are going to come out more when the moon is out or whatever. So the pollination or whatever will be different at night. So the tendency for it to bear fruit at a certain time and be in sync with a cycle, where nocturnal animals will be more willing to be out participating in the environment. Yeah, I can see that the moon would have a lot of effects like that.
Right, but
when I go outside and walk down to my mother's house at night, I'm much more willing to do it when it's a moony night than just to do it in the pitch black when I can't see anything.
But would you say that the plants know when the other animals are going to be out, as opposed to the moon phases actually physically affecting the plant?
I don't know. I mean, that could be something as simple as the plants that were successful were the ones that did germinate when the moonlight was out. So the ones that were favorable to that obviously would then proliferate, while the other ones didn't. So from a evolutionary standpoint, I could see it happening. I don't know what came first. Whether it knows the bugs are out, whether it knows the moon is out.
Well, how about this? How about the idea that the seeds are actually already connected to the cycle of the moon, just like a woman's period and her seed is connected, her cycle is connected to the moon, the full moon versus a new moon. Well, the seeds from each of these individual plants are in their own unique sync and cycle with when they fall on the ground and when they get spread out, and then when they germinate, and that they're all in their own sync with the moon as well. In their own.
I gotta check that one. That sounds like a wives' tale to me. I know I've heard it forever, but I gotta find out if what the frequency of menstrual cycles is in moon cycles.
Oh yeah, no, that's for sure. And women
Aren't you
will
married?
also, yeah, women will also sync up. When they start hanging out together. Like if there's like 5 women that don't live together and they're all on, even though it's still connected to the moon cycle, they might have slight variations. But when they start living together, they all start to sync up.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Terrain. Thank you, Terrain Theory. Thank you, Geo. Thank you, Terrain Theory.
Yeah.
All right.
I've heard that from many, many women that's just a matter of fact.
Okay, what cycle is or on the 28-day cycle, which obviously that's interesting. It's 28 days, but
please tell me you knew that, right?
No, I'm just saying that you say 28 days. Yep, I can see that, but I still don't know how many women have their period. At what period in the cycle do they have their period? Full moon, new moon. And we all speaking about it matter of factly. I don't know.
This goes into a little bit more detail because you get into like the functioning of the human body. For example, we all have a circadian rhythm in our body, like our melatonin, our pineal gland, DMT. All of these things are released in a certain cycle with the sun and the moon. And I think it has to do with electrical charge and there's many other components. So we all have that within us. However, if you have your sleep cycle off in some way to where you're awake at night or sleeping during the day or vice versa, or people that work the night shift, whatever it may be, they still have the cycle that is in sync with the sun and the moon happening. They're just going against it in some way, and you could call that an imbalance if you want. So in the same way with a woman's cycle, she could have various things that might throw that off, hormonal stress, different components that might be throwing that off. And some women don't even have their period. For example, some women, when they go vegan, not trying to get into the whole vegan thing, but it is very common that women that go vegan will just stop having their period entirely. It's like, I think their body's not getting the nutrients they need. So it literally just stops creating the ability to reproduce, but that's a whole other topic. So my point is that cycle can be thrown off, but it is designed to be that during the new moon is the new seeding. And then the full moon is the sort of actualization of the process, and then back to the new moon cycle again.
Sounding more and more like a baller all the time, Geo.
No, when
Got
Geo
you predicted to be the next one to go down, like there's a string of them or something.
when Geo brought up women's menstrual cycles, he was going terrain theory all the way. So
yeah, I know. Earlier,
Geo,
somebody made a comment that Geo and Jeremy are the next ones going ball.
Geo's not going. Geo's not going back to the ball. Geo's getting further and farther away from the ball.
No. That's the last person I'd expect anyone to say that about. That's why I was making a comment.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah. No, the guy was actually on top of the point that he wasn't paying attention to other arguments and wasn't taking notes on what the arguments are, and then he says, "Oh, I got Geo pegged to be a baller next or something." So that just shows how much he's paying attention.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, as far as the moon cycle goes, it looks like a large percentage of women have it at the new moon. So when there's no moon in the sky. But I'm still trying to parse through the numbers. It's just
it's not.
You just say a generic thing like the moon. It's very easy for you to get what do you call it? Not cognitive dissonance. You can see patterns. Well, oh wow, it's a full moon and I had my cycle.
But
that's a serious thing. But I was surprised to see that most of them are when it's not the full moon.
Your quick Google search has done you no good. It's not by the phase of the moon. It's the cycles of the moon.
Right, but that would be the phase of the moon also.
Oh,
Well, are you talking about the
You're
period
impossible, dude.
when they bleed? You're talking?
Well, the period when they bleed, which would also include periods when they're not bleeding, would happen at different points in the phase.
But that's right. But they're not going to bleed during the full moon. The full moon is the actualization. That's when ideally the baby's being seeded. Like that's when in the ideal cycle. It doesn't have to be right at the full moon, but that's when the actualization part of it. The new moon is the death and rebirth cycle part of it, of the cycle. So like the new moon is when something is dying and something's being reborn. So the moon disappears and then is reborn anew. So if a woman was completely in sync, like during that phase of the new moon, let's say that 7-day period or whatever, is when they bleed. And then after that, the new seed is planted after the last bleeding occurred when there was no baby. Now the new seed is planted because of the new moon. It's a new moon, new seed. And then that starts building. So during the first phase of the moon, the first 7 days, the waxing and waning. So during those crescents is when like the uterine walls are being thickened and the egg is being, collagen and all that is going to support it. And then if let's say at the full moon, there's sexual intercourse and then the seed comes in, then it's prepared to hold the child in that sense. And then if that doesn't happen, then it's going to degrade and go back to the new moon bleeding cycle part of it.
That's all wonderful and good, but I'm still looking for actual evidence rather than just you asserting.
I want to know how Geo knew all that stuff. My goodness gracious!
Do you use this for birth control? Because it would seem like this was this bulletproof thing. I think you're going to have a lot of kids.
A woman's cycle for birth control? Yes, you can use a woman's cycle Have you ever been married?
Can use the moon. Tell me what moon phase.
Have
you ever been laid?
Once you know how your woman is synced up to the moon's cycle, then you can use the moon. Then it's the same thing. It's a 20.
Well, you got to show me this. It's synced. If you just say that it's going to be the full moon is when they're fertile, so you just have sex with them on the new moon, I bet you that you're going to have a real hard time with pregnancy and having extra kids that you didn't want.
Well, there certainly is the timing.
This is not like a direct, direct flat Earth proof or anything, so don't worry, okay?
Well, there is the timing method. Well, the thing that this shows is a meaningful correlation between the moon and the sun and what the moon's actually doing. So it can't just be a reflecting rock out in space. It's actually a meaningful synchronistic piece of the whole.
That's why I said it's not a direct flat Earth proof, but it's definitely in support of all of that.
Why would they? I don't understand that. I mean, just from a biological standpoint, I could see where humans are tailored to making nookie when the moon is full, because at nighttime when things are quiet, if you could see, it might be better. I mean, I could see these things can happen.
But what I was saying,
you can look into it's like no flat earther can be right about anything, right? You have to like I want pepperoni.
You just had to interrupt me to say that. That's cool. I get it.
Pepperoni pizza.
I get it. You can't let anything come out that goes against your opinion.
The thing, Moyak, is that in today's world, there's so many altercations. The way I said, like with the melatonin cycle, with the sleep cycle, we all have that cycle. So our brain is still going to secrete melatonin. Even if you don't go to bed, it's still going to do it. But you could use, drugs or stress or whatever to offset that. So it's the same, my understanding, with a woman's cycle. And in today's world, there's so many like phytoestrogens in the food and the runoff from all kinds of toxins. It's in the water. So there's all these imbalances these days to where not every woman may be perfectly in sync with that cycle. But my understanding of it on the core level, like if a woman is, has a good sleep cycle, healthy, all of those components, and if they're synced up with the moon, then they will be synced up with, in that way of the new seed is planted at the new moon and vice versa. But that can be thrown out with, drugs, especially birth control can do that. There's all kinds of things that can whack that cycle up, but that doesn't mean that the actual design of it, just like our brain releasing melatonin when it's nighttime, is synced up with that. It's just that not every woman is exactly synced, to that.
But what percentage of women are, and historically what percentage of women are? I mean, we don't know these numbers. Everybody's just saying, everybody's going with these. You can't shut the fuck up when other people are talking. You cunt. Fuck you. Goodbye.
We're just introducing you to a female.
Fuck you. Goodbye.
He just has to come back on and say F you goodbye. He can't just leave. It's weird. But there's been studies over like lifetime, generation studies about this, because it's always been, the moon being the, whatever, the woman's cycle. But I don't know why he's denying that the studies have already been done. He just needs to go research it.
If you really want to, you have to get into the holistic side of the holistic medicine community is a pretty tight knit community. They don't share everything the way the mainstream does, and that's really where to find a lot of this information. I have friends who have been into it since they were born. Who they healed themselves, like their friend's mother healed herself of cancer by going to these mountains and drinking special, purifying the water a special way and doing these things. It's very tight knit. They share within their own groups. They don't give it to everybody.
There's ways to change a woman's cycle. Women who get into high level training release so much of their chemicals that they don't have periods. I mean, there's all types of things that affects it, but there's no doubt. I mean, I don't think there's a lot of scientists that have studied it that think there's not some relationship with the moon cycle and the woman's menstrual cycle. So exactly. I'm not sure why he's denying it.
To quote the
Geo said it.
To quote the globe earthers, your incredulity is noted.
Exactly. No flat earther can be right about anything, right? Otherwise, we might be right that the Earth is flat.
That's kind of what it seems, and we've actually done that with a couple people, like taken their own arguments and argued it later on, and they argue against it. It was a fun thing we did for a while.
That's like earlier with Bacon, where I don't even remember what, but I had argued to him that a reflection would not work the same and have the same inverse square law. I think it was in regards to the sun's. Anyhow, and then he argued it just now, but he totally hand waved it and said no way in the past.
Well, light and reflected light, there are some differences, but the inverse square law, I didn't think changed, but I could be wrong. But when I just kind of Googled it, it seems like it doesn't.
It doesn't change.
Yeah, I didn't think it did either.
Inverse square law has to do with the propagation of light. The light that is reflected off the moon in their model still would have to be propagated to the Earth, therefore necessitating the inverse square law.
So I don't know if you guys know, but there are multiple inverse square laws. It's just a description of how the maths works out. That's all that's being said.
We talked about that earlier with perspective. How can there just be one perspective? Because there's, the different contexts, I would think have to have different perspective laws. I know what they say the perspective law of the human eye would be, but it seems like there would be different perspective also.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I wouldn't even know how. For somebody to start mapping that all out, like how perspective would change on with a curved background, with a backdrop being curved, how with it being concave, convex, it seems it doesn't seem to have been done. It's only been done with no atmosphere and no short distances. Yeah.
Well, if the perspective, when you go out to a lake or the ocean, if perspective is making the water appear to rise towards your eye level, and it's actually not, then how does that make your eyes perceive what's beyond that point? Now, that's a topic I've brought up a couple of times here, and no one's really given me a great answer.
Yeah, it's a very good point.
Why couldn't the foreground be perspective, right? It's appearing to ramp up towards your eye line, and things that are past that, what I would call the vanishing point, which to me is basically your horizon, because that depends on the viewer height also. Something beyond that horizon would have a different, your brain would interpret that object different, which could create a bottom-up obstruction also. I think perspective is an optical illusion. So it's putting the water or whatever's in front of you rising towards your eye level where it's actually not. To me, that's an illusion created by how your brain interprets what your eyes are receiving the information.
Right.
Well, it's accurate for what you're seeing, but it's not what the actual reality is. Like the ground is not actually ramping up, but it is. Right. It is in your perspective. So yeah. But go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask along that line. Not all Globers, but some Globers. How do they decide that that's an illusion, but the rest of it is not?
Dude, they call everything an illusion, basically, and then debate what an illusion is when you bring up, you know, I think that thing being in an apparent position, not in an actual position, is an illusion. And they say, oh, that's not what an illusion is. You don't know what I'm like, well, that's kind of what you're describing. And when I look up these definitions, they're pretty, you know, they're pretty point blank. There's not a lot of gray area in what a mirage is when it says mirage, a one sentence definition, optical illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions. That's pretty freaking clear to me.
Yeah, but like so I mean I would jump to the end and say because the model dictates so, right? But and then you'd have a double hump, right? But how have they in their minds said, well, that's just an optical illusion. We know that the water's not really rising to our eyes; it's at our feet. So we'll just hand wave that away because we know the Earth is a globe and that everything is curving downward. That would create a double hump. Is that the only way they get it out of their minds? Like,
Now, I can't explain how they get some things out of their mind. It does, but I can't say that that's what I'm saying is perspective alone either. I don't think it is. I think it's a combination of everything. And I can't not say that your brain is interpreting what your eyes are receiving, the information they're receiving, differently than what my brain is, right? How could I ever know that? We're not all drawing out pictures of what we see in reality. So maybe your brain is interpreting the information a little bit differently than what my brain is. I would think bias would come into that also. So maybe they really are seeing, you know, curved water when, you know what I'm saying, like when it's not, or, you know, I don't know.
yeah,
How
like
can
that,
I say that?
yeah, like that moment where every satellite image turned into a cartoon for every flat earther in here. Yeah, like all of a sudden you could just see the cartoons everywhere.
Yeah, they show a picture of an asteroid, and I immediately, my brain goes, wow, that's a freaking cartoon. Like, that's terrible. That's not a picture. That's not what a photograph would look like, I don't think, of a asteroid. But how would I know that? Well, other people would say, hell yeah, that's an asteroid. Look how amazing it is, right? Because they believe in all of that more than I do. So it's a little bit of a biased mind trick. I have no doubt our minds do that, right? Our brains definitely do that, 100%.
Yeah, so yeah, I was going into that with Zanuck once upon a time about I guess once you rise up, he says, well, you rise up high enough, and eventually the ground will drop, right, in the distance, right? But
Of course it would, because you're above the horizon. At all points, you're above the horizon, but only at a certain altitude will you be able to see that dip or drop or whatever they call it. But they're calling that Earth curve.
Right. Well, yeah.
At the same point, forgetting they're above what?
Like, well, yeah. Well, I'm not calling it Earth curve either. But what would you attribute as the reason that it drops? I was thinking that because the sky is now bigger than the ground. That's
well,
what
the
I'm
sky
thinking.
is always taller. Usually, like you're 6 foot off the ground, and the sky is thousands of feet above you. So it's going to create a different type of perspective. But once you gain altitude, you're going to reach a point where the true horizon, if nothing else is, if there was no other aspects to it, and then once you went above that, you're going to see what appears to be, because you can't see forever. You're going to see that miraging point or whatever, where you're seeing more sky than ground. You're not seeing where the actual position of the sky meeting the ground. It's always apparent, so it adjusts with viewer height. You're always above the horizon. Like if you're a 6 foot man, you're always above your feet if you're standing up. So you're always above the water. If the water just extends out and it just appears to rise, it actually doesn't. It means that it's always below your line of sight. It should always be a drop or a dip, but you don't see that because you're so close to the ground. It converges before you see it, right? The sky and ground merge together before you see that difference. It's just the way our eyes see. Our brain, human eyes are made to see up close so we can protect ourselves and those around us. We can function as a human being, not as a hawk or owl or what, things are different, right? They have different eyesight. We don't need huge round eyes to take in a lot of light deep down in the water, because we don't live deep down in the water. We live on the surface of the earth. So we have plenty of light to see. And at night, our eyes do adjust a little bit, but not as much as like other animals, that are nocturnal.
Yeah, we can see
just
further.
The way
We can see further at night. Well, with less, we can see a light, like a lighthouse, obviously, right? Much further at night. I mean, as stupid as that sounds, right? But you can see it much further than you should be able to see it at night.
I'll be back in a little bit. I'm dropping off a piece of equipment at the mechanic, my favorite place. It's called the Money Pit.
Oh, it was kind of a lull. I stepped away for a minute and came back, and it seemed like the last topics were kind of finished. Does anyone have like anything new or something different or something? Any
I'm just getting caught up around the house right now.
There's a lot of interesting stuff we just talked about, though. Yeah, there's a lot of.
Oh, you brought it, man. You brought it. You're the reason it got talked about.
Bro, this is fucking ridiculous. Moyak Man always fucking says that I need to be muted and shit because I call names, and now he's calling people pussy in the fucking text chat. You serious?
Yeah, what he just typed before that was much worse. Yeah, he's just going wild, I guess.
Oh, I don't know, bro. Moyak Man has been fucking going fucking off of recent.
What got him mad that you said? I mean, I don't like talking about women's reproductive issues either, but is that what pissed him off?
Bro, he's done this twice already today, where he just goes on deafen and pouts like a little girl.
Yeah, but nobody even really said anything to him. I guess it's just whatever.
Well, yeah,
right?
should have seen the 2 times that he did it for me, bro. He was like fucking chanting through my sentences, and then like, okay, whatever. Then I say one sentence during his fucking thing, and he gets extremely pissed, and it's like, well, it is a back and forth, bro. I said a sentence, then went on mute.
Yeah, definitely annoying. But no, it was definitely a good conversation. Yep. Yeah, like I guess people like Bev say it a lot. They'll say that the model now dictates, how people think and what it limits them to what they're allowed to think. And now you're not allowed to think about what else could be.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and I think maybe it is hard to grasp, like with a globe model, because the idea that the cycle of the moon is actually intimately connected to like biological creatures, like the actual cycle of it, the actual phases of it, not just whether there's moonlight out, but although I guess you could maybe, I don't know, if you maybe thought like on a globe Earth and that there's a creator, maybe you could still see that it's all synced up in some meaningful way like that. It doesn't have to not be a globe, but if they have that more atheistic or materialistic thing, then just light bouncing off a rock shouldn't necessarily be connected to all of these biological processes.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I agree with the like. I'm not so I have like it's interesting on the psychological too. Like I do have a lot of these like holistic like hippie friends who I always used to make fun of them, like but interestingly enough, they all love the globe, right? They're like globe huggers, tree huggers, globe huggers. They love the globe. They don't like the idea of the flat Earth. Strangely enough to me,
They hate it.
And I thought that they would be prime for it, like people who are like tree huggers, globe huggers, but I mean tree huggers and like nature lovers. But the thing is, again, this is what brings me back to like what Bev says is they it's like their deity, the globe. It's like their god. It's what they worship, and yeah, it's a strange psychological I guess contradiction where they believe that the globe provides and that the globe will sustain, like the world will sustain, but people will die because we need to treat the world better, right? Because it's the world is their god, like the globe is their god. Yeah. It's a strange thing I've witnessed repeatedly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the globe basically subverted the environmental movement, didn't it? And so now it's like, if you're not a globe earther, you don't care about the environment, is kind of the implication. Which obviously isn't true, but it's just worth thinking about.
Do they make that link? Because I would think, I mean, the earth being like the foundation, it's like the floor of your house, So wouldn't you want to keep the floor clean, kind of thing? So wouldn't we all want to keep it's not just the floor, it's the air and, everything. But I know what you mean. The environmentalism thing, global warming, all of it has been linked in with the globe without any doubt. And this kind of pale blue dot that, we have to care of, and it's being messed up by us and we're the problem and all that, versus the idea that we're actually on a stationary earth that is here and it's like a free energy machine. And then the people messing it up are the actual ones telling us we're messing it up, even though they're actually the ones dumping, a lot of the ones at least, dumping a lot of the toxins and creating the problems in the first place.
They're getting a lot of free energy out of the system.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier when Wista was here, I recently met like a flat earther. I don't even know her name. I just met her in passing, right? But it was just awesome, like meet somebody out and about who was like, what did she go on about? She went on about how let me try to put her words together. How everything comes from the ground, right? Obviously, density at the ground level. Humans create the ether, right? If the ether expands, then the stars expand, and that's why they want to keep the population under control. That was kind of her take on it. It was just interesting to meet somebody who's not on here, not anywhere I've ever seen, just out in the world.
I think the reason they want to keep the population under control is because we're coming up on a paradigm shift. The system that we use now, it needs constant growth to keep sustaining itself. But the paradigm we're about to come up on is the exact opposite. People are going to start becoming worthless, so to speak. When we're moving away from that infinite growth thing where they need that for the whole Ponzi scheme to not collapse.
Yeah, it's definitely a benefit of it. I might have left out like part of what she said. She said that the stars, right, come from the ether, right? Like we create the stars. Our energy creates the stars, and if we expand our population, then we expand the stars, and then we can then travel even further south with the stars. And they don't want that, something. So that was like her roundabout idea. Just wanted to get the whole thing out there, honestly, as she put it. Yeah. Far-fetched. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it was interesting to meet somebody who had their own little ideas going on.
What up, Tom? And if they really cared about global warming or climate change or whatever the fuck they're calling it these days, they would stop this planned obsolescence shit. Because that's got to be the number one fucking contributor to it. You're making things to break and then shipping them all over the world, mining the materials for them constantly. But you would just stop doing that and make shit to last. That way we don't have to keep constantly shipping shit all over the place and mining the materials and the whole infrastructure that goes with that.
Yeah, like the water bottle hoax, right? Where, all these water bottles are just made, water bottles that you get for $1 or $2, whatever they are now. Constantly making these water bottles, right? When you could all just have a thermos, right? But no, they're just making millions and billions of water bottles out of plastic. Yeah.
Well, there's that. There's cell phones. There's everything you could think of. They're just. Well, I mean, water bottles is kind of different. Something I don't know. Yeah, we should have thermoses, but
yeah, you throw.
Like,
a water bottle, you
cell
throw
phone,
away
your
right
house, everything you buy is built to. It's not built to last. They don't want anything to last. It does them no good for to make shit that lasts. They need you constantly running to the store and buying a new thing.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the light bulb conspiracy, and it's free on YouTube. That pretty much summed it up.
Oh right, yeah. Well, I know.
Also, if they're afraid of the sea level rising, Obama is literally building his house right on the shore, about a 10-minute drive from me.
Well, you can build another one, I'm sure. And I mean, that's the other thing. Like you could, you don't have to write off the whole thing. It's not like you can only have sea level rising on a globe. You can't you can't have it on a globe. You could only have it on a flat Earth, right? And it can rise and engulf the land. But I think somebody did the math. If Antarctica was 13,000 square miles of just solid ice and it all melted, it'd only take up like 2 feet of the world's land. Like nobody would go under. Like every shoreline would just be 2 feet shorter if all of 13,000 square miles melted. Some shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't tell what a dishonest scare tactic looks like, I don't know. Like, they've been predicting doom and gloom literally since the 50s, saying in the 70s and the 80s that there would be issues that never happened, and yet those predictions don't matter. People just still believe them.
Well, just to say, I mean, if it's just to say, well, we could all drown, right? We can't. Like, you can do the math real easily and find out we can't drown. We can't all drown from it. We can all just take 2 steps backwards, and we're good. Maybe there's some other repercussions from it, but for people to have I don't know, right? Like a silly idea that we're all going to drown if it happens. Well, not if it's 13,000 square miles. Maybe if it's a flat Earth, then yeah, maybe you'll drown. But
well, the other thing to mention is that if there's any ice that's submerged in water, that ice melting won't change the water level at all. So it's literally only ice that's not in water. It has to be on land.
Well, you've heard the opposite would happen, right? Like if not the opposite, but like if ice is underwater, there's less water, right? Once it melts. Yeah.
If it's underwater, yeah, because the actual volume would shrink, yeah. But I don't know if there's actually any ice underwater. I see what you're saying there.
Yeah. Well, if there is ice, if there is ice underwater, then it has air in it to make it ice, and as it melts, it'll be even less.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, that's why. That is exactly why. If you have an ice cube in water, the second the ice cube melts, the water level doesn't change, because the excess volume was the bit sticking up above the water. So when it melts, it's exactly the same still.
Or less, not more.
No, if the ice cube is floating in the water,
right. Well, if I have an ice cube,
melts, it's the same water level every time.
If I have an ice cube infused with a big air bubble, right, and I hold it at the bottom of the cup, and then the ice cube melts, the air goes up and out of there.
Yeah. Then
it doesn't take up the
volume would decrease. Yeah, the volume would then decrease in that period. But what I'm saying is, I don't know that there's any ice actually submerged underwater. Is that claimed?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be something underwater. If there's ice on water, there's got to be at least a little bit underwater.
Okay. Well, I'm only aware of ice that actually floats to the tops.
Every
I mean, it doesn't
iceberg,
matter.
every iceberg, most of the ice is under the water.
Okay.
That's what he's saying is not may not be the case. But I'm just saying I can't make it a piece of ice. I don't know. Maybe I can float only on top without ever going even an inch underneath. So something's got to be under.
Okay, so Jeremy, there is a difference between a block of ice that's floating in water, which is what I'm saying, and what No Tanks is saying is that a block of ice is being artificially held entirely underwater. Okay, so in the former, when the ice block is floating in the water and a little bit is sticking out the top, the iceberg, when that melts, it doesn't affect the water level at all, because the excess volume that the ice is creating by being ice is the bit that's sticking out on the top of the water. So right, so when it melts, the water level doesn't change. If an ice block is being fully held underneath the water, then as it melts, the water volume decreases slightly. So that's the difference.
So we won't drown.
I mean, unless you're thrown underwater, no. But then again, it comes down to how much of that ice is actually on top of land. Because that's actually the ice that's on top of land melting would increase the water level. Because that water isn't currently in the water, right? In the ocean, sorry.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. Yeah, but even regardless, like I said, they've done the math. Even if with the plateaus being this high and this many square miles, this many square blocks of ice melted into the oceans. Well, the ocean, there's only one ocean. They trick us by telling us there's different oceans. There's one sea level, one ocean, right? It would only increase every coastline by like 2 feet of water. You know, take away 2 feet of the coastline. So it's just a silly argument to make, and you have to break through that one just to get to like, well, even if not that, then it'll fuck up the ecosystem or something else. But first, you got to get past even the fake, the double fakery. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, do you believe that there's not an actual balance to the sun circling and maybe allowing a frozen tundra at the edge? I don't even know if it goes all the way around the edge. I don't know. Maybe it's just a little spot where it's frozen. But if there is an entire edge that's frozen in a circle, do you believe or not believe that it would have an impact or is made by design to have a frozen outside edge, maybe even a frozen center, just to allow life to survive in the middle?
I mean, I don't know that would be necessary, but it seems to be the design. So yeah, I don't really know what answer you're looking for, but all I know is that whatever is. That's all I have to say. Like, and it's obvious to me that the Earth has multiple rhythms. So obviously, you have the day cycle, you have the month cycle. With the moon, you have the year cycle, and all of these cycles work within each other as well. That is obviously the fingerprint of some kind of design. The idea that that's all just luck is ridiculous. So actually, it's ridiculous in the truest sense of it is worthy of ridicule.
So what's new, crypto?
Not a lot.
What's the good word on the streets there across the vastness of waters?
Well, I mean, obviously, I have to look down to talk to you because I'm on the top of a ball. But yeah, nothing much really.
You're up and over to the right, over a bunch of land and water.
You're right, yeah. Curving land as well. Remember. So yeah, no, I don't know. Not a lot. How about you?
Yeah. No, things are good, man. It's, the weather's it's been a pretty sunny winter for me so far, which is pretty awesome. So I've been getting a good amount of sun considering.
Oh, well, we've had a quite rainy kind of autumn. So I don't know if you've noticed, but like when the summer's really sunny, that's climate change, and when the summer's really rainy, that's also climate change.
I knew it. I knew you had a chance.
And everything.
Yeah, when the autumn's rainy, that's climate change. When the autumn's dry, that's also climate change. Yeah.
Now, do you think that they are changing the climate? The they, the mysterious they?
What, the triple parentheses they?
Yeah, capital T with a capital.
I think they can. I'm not sure. I'm not convinced that they are doing it on a macro level. They certainly. I mean, the people who deny cloud seeding are idiots, right? Because they tell you they can do it and they do it. But so they can obviously affect the climate, quote unquote, in small areas. I'm not convinced that they can change the entire Earth's climate. I think that's silly. I don't know how you would even go about doing that, to be honest. Like,
you probably just have to learn the biogeochemical cycle. Probably just have to really learn that.
But what I mean is, like, they could do it. It would be like an active process, is what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that they can alter it in a way that it would then stay altered. So it's like, I suppose it's like turning your mute button off so that you can talk versus having push to talk, right? So I think they can use push to talk to change the environment, but I don't think that they can just leave it on so that the environment is changed. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're like the hippies who think that the Earth is very strong and can always heal itself, and we can't defeat the Earth. I agree.
Yo, speaking on a similar subject, to digress
Shit,
a
look
bit.
at that move.
My friend just texted me just now while you guys are talking about this, and he just got back to the Big Island yesterday, and literally right after he got to the Big Island, the whole fucking all the volcanoes just started erupting. And he sent me some pictures. I'll put them in.
Is his name Moana?
Huh?
I said, is his name Moana?
No, his name's Alika. But yeah, bro, volcanoes, flat Earth. Maybe discuss that.
Did you see Banjo's video about I guess a tsunami eruption, and his analysis of that?
Yeah, bro, it looks like hell on earth over there. Just looking at the mountain getting all fucking...
So do you guys think they could create volcanoes? Like artificially?
I don't know. I seen a video once where a laser beam was either going in or coming out of a volcano. It was like this green looking laser beam. And every time you could see the laser beam hitting the fucking inside of the volcano, like it would just erupt more and more. So I don't know if it was doctored video, but I mean, it's a possibility.
Yeah, they definitely had volcanoes though, like everywhere around the world throughout all of history. So
All
to say that... Huh?
All of history, I don't know. I mean,
I'm not doubting that. I just never heard somebody say it that way before.
I guess through all of humans living on the earth, there's been volcanoes. If you want me to rephrase it.
No, that's interesting. I just don't know if that's true. All of history. I don't know. Oh, it sounds right.
A lot of cultures had volcano gods, right?
Yeah, no, I don't mean to get stuck on that. Go ahead.
It stems from like the same volcano god.
Well, there's a question of like, could they set off a volcano early as well? There's that idea that, like, by giving like perhaps an electric pulse through the earth, that it creates some kind of like a shift in the energy that would have happened otherwise, but that you could like trigger them. That's one idea.
Yeah, no, I could see that. Maybe it's just like a natural thing that occurs that you can cause to naturally occur, right? But like, I don't think anyone just came up with the idea of a volcano and then built one, right? I think they probably found volcanoes and volcanic activity and then maybe learned to manipulate it from there.
Yeah.
I seen a video of some guy threw a propane tank into a volcano, and then it started like slowly erupting, getting bigger and bigger. I don't know the validity of that video though, but
like domino.
I mean, in Hawaii, some of the houses can get completely just eaten up by lava. Like entire like city blocks can just be annihilated.
Like whole regions. Like you can go and see the lava flow on certain islands and stuff. And like you can see how there's like it's grassland and then all of a sudden it's just lava fields for miles and miles and miles and miles and then grassland on the other side. But yeah, my friend has just been taking these pictures and he's like, yeah, we're gonna move off this island, it's too dangerous. It's kind of incredible, the force of nature.
Is he on the Big Island?
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. He just went back yesterday and then everything started erupting right when he got home.
Wow. I wonder what's going on in
I wonder if they have access to more like precious metals or gems because of that.
I think it depends on the schedule.
Elbow, you're hot micing.
I'm sorry.
So I went to Hawaii in my heyday, and I heard that there's a superstition that if you take the lava rocks, like basically black volcano rocks, you'll get bad luck. Take them from the site. So I heard there's like hundreds of pounds of these lava rocks being mailed back to Hawaii. People apparently got bad luck and back taking the souvenirs. Have you heard that? That was crazy when I heard that.
I've heard that. Yeah, they're constantly getting tons of those rocks in the mail because people took them. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it happened on the Brady Bunch too.
Well, there is like, I mean, a lot of the ancient legends refer to volcanoes as like sacred events. They're like a sacred, it's almost like a sacred site. So in that way, it's almost like you wouldn't steal something. Like you wouldn't, this is a little bit of a different thing, but like at a graveyard, you know, you're not supposed to go like steal someone's gravestone and like put it in your living room, you know? Like there's something just wrong about that. Like if you do that, you're probably gonna have something like some bad energy is gonna follow that, you know, like fucking with someone's grave, for example. And in a similar way, like maybe with the volcano, it's not necessarily grave in that way, but it's like it's similar, like a sacred site type thing that you really don't want to mess with. You shouldn't be messing with in that way. Should like leave it.
Yeah, why is that? I mean, because it's only whatever value somebody else put on it, and they put their energy and care into it. That's all. That's the only thing, right? So how would that affect my energy that's going on with me?
Well, you have to go over there and take a bunch of rock and try it, and let us know what happens to you.
No, I'm not saying it's not right, but I mean, just along the lines of thinking of energy, right? Like, so they're putting their their wishes and desires into that volcano. They're telling, they're putting rituals into it, right? How then taking that energy with you could that create, or have the consequence of now you're carrying around bad energy because you went against somebody else's energy that you didn't even meet. You never even met that person. That'd be strange.
I say most people are superstitious, even if a little bit, even if they don't realize it.
Either they're superstitious or they believe the government is extremely good and like the fucking savior of Earth, and they're coming to help you and protect you, and they're your friend.
Yeah, because exactly that's what I was gonna say. Because there's the opposite of that. Like, there's things that can bring you good luck. Like, there's a tree frog in the Amazon, and there's a wax that it creates on its skin, and that wax is used as a medicine in the human body. And when people do the combo, it's called combo. When people do the combo medicine, for the days, weeks, and months, even years after, there's this very, very high percentage of people that have like good fortune, good luck. Like they call it being kissed by the frog. And where like you might meet a lover, a new partner, or you might, have a financial gains, like actual real things that happen. It's unbelievable to see it happen in people's lives. And that's often just from doing the medicine one time. And some people do it multiple times, but even by doing it just once, there's like this string, like this echo effect of like good fortune. And generally people also have like less depression, like more energy, better physical health, spiritual health, all of those components as well. And then that usually leads to further good things happening in their life.
What's the name? I'll kiss this frog. Listen, I'll kiss a frog. What's the name of this frog? Where the frog?
The species name is Philomedusa bicolor.
Medusa, shit, turn to stone.
It's a tree frog from they live in the Amazon. It's also called the giant waxy monkey tree frog. The first name the first name I said is the actual species name. The second one is just one of the, general names.
I guess that wax naturally acts as a sun repellent, and it's pretty much the only species of frogs that can live exposed to direct sunlight because of that film that they produce.
Yeah, exactly. Like my understanding, they're nocturnal. So at night they crawl down into the forest and they go into the water, and then they put this wax on their body. And then at nighttime, in the daytime, they climb up the tree. Well, they probably climb up the tree when it's still night. And then once the sun rises, they sit on the very top of the tree in the direct sunlight with the wax, and they just sleep and they just cook in the sun all during the day. So yeah, you're right. That wax completely keeps them protected.
Waxy frog monkey Medusa.
It's funny too. If you watch them rub that stuff onto their skin, they use their back foot, and they can get like their whole face and everything. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, exactly. They use their legs to like wipe it. They like secrete the wax on the skin, but then they use their like feet in this really almost kind of cute way to kind of like give themselves a shower or like give themselves a bath. They like wipe it all over their body. It's interesting. It's like they get every part, as they're doing it. It's a unique little thing to watch. I'm sure. Yeah, there's videos out there of it. I've seen them do it in person too.
I'm gonna add it to my like want to do list. I still have on my like want to do list is this what is it called? the coffee enema. I mean, if anybody's interested, right? I might be interested in that. There's also this brand of mushroom that apparently will rid you of all toxins, including addiction and whatnot. Maybe I'll try that. And now I'm going to add the frog to the list of, the bucket list.
Yeah, it's an incredible medicine. It contains these peptides that are very unique. And actually, Big Pharma has actually created things from these peptides. And they've actually, so it's kind of a problem. But of course, this is like nature's pharmacy. They often call it, I guess I'm going to turn it back on. But yeah, so they call it that just because it's like nature's natural version of that. And it has these peptides in it that like strengthen the immune system in very powerful ways. And they also has all these benefits for a lot of other parts of the body, like even like neurological conditions and parasites, infections, things like that. And many other things that it even like it has even other profound effects, like a woman who can't get pregnant, if she does the combo frog, like it will give her fertility. It's pretty many incredible components to it, but it seems to be these peptides in it that are one of the main components, these very like rare peptides that have these very powerful benefits.
Might be tough getting a live one.
I'm pretty sure it's the only animal that secretes that sort of a combination of peptides and amino acids. Like it's our only source to that specific chain of molecules, I guess.
Did it not cross anybody else's mind that this is the origins of the Kiss the Frog fable? Was it just me?
Nah, somebody already mentioned it.
Oh, okay.
Well, when people do the combo, they often do call it being like kissed by the frog, like kissed by the frog spirit in that sense. Even though you don't actually physically kiss the frog when you do the medicine, it's actually applied on the skin. Now, there's another thing that's a toad, and now the toad contains 5-MeO-DMT and bufotenine. It's called the Bufo alvarius. The name comes from the bufotenine, which is one of the alkaloids that's in it. So, but that's different. That's a toad from the Sonoran Desert. The other one I'm referring to, the frog, the tree frog, is in South America in the Amazon.
How do they harvest the wax from it?
So the shamans have a little whistle that they blow, and that attracts the frogs to them. And they're very slow moving. They're like they're the most harmless things ever. They like slowly crawl. So they'll actually come right to the shamans. They'll crawl right onto their arm, they'll come to them. And then the real ancient way to do it is to be at such peace with the frog that it just chills with you. Like it just hangs out on your arm or wherever. And then you can just slowly, it will secrete its wax. Like it'll do it for you basically.
So just by handling it.
You handling it, yeah, and then you would just be able to very, very gently scrape it off the skin without hurting it. However, if you start watching like documentaries and videos on YouTube about it, the way they show that they do it, another way to do it, which doesn't hurt the frog, but they kind of tie the frog up. I think this is not the best way to do it, but this is the way at least some of the tribes are still doing it. Where they just take little 4 sticks in the ground, and then they make a little like string basically, and they tie it very gently around the hands and the feet, and then they kind of stretch it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then in the really bad cases, they actually like almost torture it to try to get it to release the wax. So that's like not the real shamanic way to do it. I would get it. That's more like sorcery at that point. But so because you don't want to hurt the frog at all.
Hey, Gio, it would be like a little bit more impressive than you actually knowing all this? If you were just making it all up off the cuff, like that would be really impressive. But it's already really impressive how much knowledge you have in your head right there. Like, that's unbelievable that you can memorize the names, the pronunciation, the methods. Unbelievable. Very impressive.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that. And yeah, it's been a passion of mine for many years in terms of these. Yeah, so I think over time, I've kind of just integrated it into my awareness at this point. But yeah, I appreciate the kind words.
So is that like that peptide series you were talking about? Is that started from an adaptogen that's in the frog, or is it some sort of different class of activity?
Well, the frog. Part of the reason the frog puts the wax on its body is to retain moisture, so that it can go up in the sun and be able to have the sun shine while it's sleeping during the day. But another purpose for it is it can act as a venom, a form of a venom, where if like basically this frog, it has no known predators, which is interesting. It's one of the only species that there's no actual predators of this frog. And these things are so like peaceful. They're like these little Zen monks, these frogs. And it's interesting they don't have predators. However, if a snake comes up next to it and tries to eat it, it can actually secrete its wax when it's in the snake's mouth, and then the snake will spit it out. So it kind of works as a venom. It kind of stuns the snake. Like it doesn't kill the snake or anything like that, but it kind of stuns the snake enough to where the frog will be able to escape. So other than that, like they really have no predators, but the wax is used for if they're eaten like that, they can secrete it. That's why another thing, when humans use this, like you don't ever eat this. It's not eaten. It has to be applied in this very specific way to enter the body.
Gio, have you had the DMT ayahuasca drink?
Yep. Yeah, ayahuasca. Yeah, because the frog medicine, the combo is often used in conjunction with ayahuasca, and yeah, there's a whole connection with it. But yeah, I've worked with ayahuasca for many years.
Have you had? What's the experience for someone that hasn't tried that? Share.
The combo or ayahuasca?
Ayahuasca.
Well, that's a big topic in and of itself. It's generally multiple things. Yeah, I mean, it's where to even start. There's many ways to even answer that. I guess I'll just say it one simple way where, in terms of the biochemistry part of it, you're getting DMT, which is orally active. So it means that by consuming it, by drinking it, it becomes active orally. And so that lasts for about 4 to 5 hours, unless you drink more, and then it'll extend it. So you could go for like 7 or 8 at the most, but generally not much longer than that is the longest people tend to go with that one. And then there's also these other alkaloids which are in the vine, which are called harmine and harmaline. And harmine is another alkaloid as well. So in a sense, it's a combination of those on the biochemical level. It leaves like no hangover effect at all. You actually feel like rejuvenated and better the next day. And it has like no toxic effects in and of itself either. Like all of the components in it are actually like in your own brain to begin with. So it's like completely organically synced with your entire system. But that's kind of just the biochemical part of it. And the DMT gives the very strong visions as well. So I don't know if you've ever done DMT, but with ayahuasca, you're getting like on a good strong dose of it, you're getting a good solid 4 to 5 hours of very potent amounts of DMT. And so I don't know if you've used DMT or not before, but it's incredibly beautiful. There also tends to be like a spirit to the ayahuasca as well that is very common. So there'll be the DMT, like these like fractals and colors and various different forms that can come in terms of the visual part. And people can also have full on visions of all kinds of different things, that they experience. And
Is it like a super peyote?
It's different than peyote, but I would say like ayahuasca, iboga, and peyote are the 3 kind of elders in the entire medicinal kingdom of these types of plants. So ayahuasca is like right in there in my view, like with peyote in terms of, but it's different. It's just at a similar octave of potency in terms of this, but it's also they're very different because peyote is like mescaline and totally different biochemically, but they're both like grandmastered plants in that sense. Yeah. I just said Grandmaster plants reminded me of Grandmaster Flash. It's funny. But yeah, like I would say ayahuasca is that it's a completely different level even than mushrooms as well. Like the iboga, peyote, and ayahuasca are very unique in terms of their just keeping you like completely protected and loved the whole time and just protected in light and positivity, while also cleansing and purging and bringing insights about your life or knowledge or greater physical healing or greater well-being on multiple levels and facing those parts of ourselves. But they do it with such a high octave level of like wisdom and knowledge and intelligence that just completely guides you through it. And so, yeah, ayahuasca definitely has that to it. It completely protects you and supports you and helps you through whatever it is you may be working through in a really gentle way. Like it knows how to work with you and it knows like your whole history. It seems like it knows all what's going on in your body and in your whole system. And it does so in such a gentle way as well. So like if somebody needs a gentle experience, even if they drink a lot of it, it'll be a gentle experience. If somebody needs a stronger, more intense experience, and even if they don't even drink as much, it will bring a strong experience. So it's incredibly almost supernatural and metaphysical in terms of its ability to bring about profound experiences of healing and advancement of one's own being. But it can be challenging.
Hey, Gio, would you agree that like ibogaine and ayahuasca are like the 180s of each other? I've done ayahuasca, but I haven't done ibogaine. But from what I've heard, it's like it forces you into like the dark side of your life.
Your mic's breaking up a little bit. There's like something's going on with it. It's like chopping in and out. I think I mostly heard you though. Do you want to say it again, or if it?
Yeah, I was saying like ibogaine is like I would say is like the 180 of ayahuasca. I haven't done ibogaine, so but what I've heard is like it pulls all like the evil shit out of you. Like it forces you to like confront it.
Yeah, there's still something going on with your mic, but I did hear you that time. Well, no, I hear what you're saying. Well, there's a lot of layers to that. One thing is that, so iboga is a root bark from Africa, whereas ayahuasca is a blend of a vine and a leaf from South America. So yeah, they're very different in that sense. Iboga is a root bark. You eat the root bark, and it's a very long experience. It lasts for like 30 to 40 hours. It's definitely very different than ayahuasca, but there are similarities. But I think what you said there, Sean, I mean, they're similar. Well, here's the other thing. See, you said ibogaine. Ibogaine is like a chemical extract from the iboga root bark. So that's a different thing entirely. And there's actually different plants that they get ibogaine from. And so some people might have a pretty dark experience if they get ibogaine from a plant, which is not the real iboga plant. Yeah. Because there's another. Yeah, it's a big thing actually. Yeah, because there's another plant that is so the real iboga. They've done so much like poaching. It's like basically an endangered species. You know what I mean? So it's kind of hard to get. And so there's this other species which is called Voacanga africana, is what it's called. But Voacanga is often what people refer to it as. That's like it's not a real shamanic healing medicinal plant. It's like a little more like sorcery, kind of dark, like a different vibe to it. But it does have ibogaine in it, and that plant's easier to come by. So a lot of these extracts of ibogaine are coming from that. But I mean, an experience with the real iboga, it's similar to ayahuasca in the sense that it can be challenging for sure. But the iboga, in a sense, even has iboga is kind of at the highest octave, it seems, in this entire dimension of its.
Okay. Okay. Maybe I only heard about the sub one of it that you were saying. You know, an extract of the one. Sense to me now.
But I mean, but there's also
I found
the ayahuasca is the grandmother and the iboga's grandfather. So they also have like a masculine, feminine polarity as well. Like ayahuasca is generally more feminine. It doesn't have to be a grandmother, but it has this spirit of it is experienced and connected with it on that feminine side, whereas the iboga has a masculine like side to it as well. So those are two polarities, But yeah, they both have a very high octave of that loving support energy, but then also like can go into the deep cleansing component. If you have the real iboga, which is really one of the hardest plants in the world to get, and just one of the most prized blessings to be able to work with it. So when did you do ayahuasca, Sean? That's pretty cool. Did you actually have a full experience? Did you get? Was it the real deal?
Yeah.
Real thing? Like what? I mean, because there's a lot of stuff out there where it's not the real brew, you know. So So like what? Yeah. Like, tell me about it.
Yeah, so that was really important. I wish it could have been like a spiritual, like at a village somewhere, but unfortunately, he was at a buddy of mine's house who had done it before.
Hold on, Sean. You got to do something about your. Hold on, but you got to do something about your.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna change my mic. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Guy sounds like he's in a fucking abandoned airport hangar or some shit.
By the way, Godric, I was trying to. I maybe if I went on too long, my bad there. But I don't know if you're still there, Godric. But yeah, you had asked about. I just wanted to. Like, did I answer it, or is there anything else that I could?
Yeah, thank you. That was very informative. So you can't OD on ayahuasca like cocaine?
No, so it's like basically they take the vine and they take the leaf. The vine is the Banisteriopsis capi. It's the name of the vine. The leaf is called Psychotria viridis. It's like a green leaf, and then the vine are these big, thick vines that grow up the side of these huge trees in the Amazon rainforest, and they take a part of the vine. And then they pound it down and they cook it in water for hours, like a big pot for hours and hours. And they keep adding more leaves and to get the dosage right of everything. The shaman knows what he's doing to be able to get the right balance. And so you just have all these fresh plants, put it in this huge pot, cook it all down, boil it down. Some point you pour off the water, and then you add more water and you keep boiling. And then the water you poured off, you distill it down, so you put on low temperature so all the water evaporates. So what you get in the end is this liquid. It's like a brown liquid. Sometimes it's a little more watery, sometimes a little more thick. It's very bitter, it's very potent, and that's what the actual ayahuasca is. So generally they put it in like a shot, some type of like a shot glass or a cup of sorts. Or like it's not like sometimes people do take it in an actual shot glass, but other just nice little ceremonial cups and things. But you're only drinking like an ounce or two at a time, kind of thing. So yeah, you just kind of take one swig and then that's it. And it's pretty bitter. It's actually not too bad going down, but I mean it can be strong, but it's not too bad. And you just swallow it. But no, you can't like OD on it in any way like that. If anything, you would probably just fall asleep if you really like took an amount that was, or something like that. But yeah, but you wouldn't, it can't, no one's died on it in terms of that. Yeah, there's no like OD deaths, although there are some, there are some pharmaceuticals, like you can't be taking those SSRI drugs, or you can have some contradictions with it. Yeah, that's one thing, but it doesn't like even kill people at that, but it can fuck you up because those drugs are fucking up your receptors. The SSRI drugs, the Prozac and all those.
Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's kind of like cannabis in that way. Yeah, you can't really OD on it. I don't even think you could drink enough. Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Oh no, my bad. I just want to make sure my mic was.
The mic sounds better, but you're roboting a little. But the mic, I think, is better. Yeah.
There we go. It should be better now. I just took it off my Wi-Fi.
Oh, you're good now, dude. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah, a buddy of mine, he made his little concoction. You were just saying mine was like a little thicker, so it was a lot harder to get down. But yeah, it hit probably, I'd say within an hour, and lasted by about 3.5, 4 hours. I know it wasn't as intense as a lot of people have had, but I definitely saw a lot happen. Is the only way I can really say it.
Yeah. Well, so this was just like a friend of yours. So you didn't do like a ceremony with and all of that?
No, I wish I could have, but we did it as we tried to as much as we possibly could because we kind of had that idea of you don't want to go into it with like bad intentions, so we kind of glossed over, tried to figure out a way to have good intent in doing it before we did it, and did it our way. It may not have been the right way, but we tried.
Yeah, no, I got you. Okay, so I'm just wondering, do you happen to know what the actual plants were? Because so ayahuasca is generally the term that would be used for, they actually call the vine ayahuasca. They call the actual vine, although the mixture of the leaf and the vine is ayahuasca of those two species. But then there's all these other things which are called like ayahuasca analogs, which use different plant species to try to get a somewhat similar effect. So do you know whether you had that or what you had?
No, he did that. He used what did you just call it? A subculture of it, a family of, because when he tried to get the actual bark, it was super expensive, and you can't really buy it in New York. Where he brought it over here to California at the time. So it was. I don't even remember the name of it, but I know it was not the actual bark. It was a sub of it, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
But I know that part for a fact. I know it wasn't exactly that.
Yeah, there's a couple different things that people use as kind of analogs but yeah, so I guess
the best way I was able to explain it was like, because I've done DMT quite a few times. It was that experience over but longer and more in depth. So instead of it just being like a gloss over, it was like more time to like visualize it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to know what you actually had. That's what I'm saying. Because, like, for example, the vine contains the MAOI and the leaf contains the DMT. So there's two. You can replace both of those plants with different species. Like you can replace the vine with, for example, something called Syrian rue, like Syrian rue seeds. And then you can also do it. And then you can also replace the DMT with mimosa, for example, Mimosa hostilis. So, so maybe you will know. Yeah, whether you would know exactly which ones he had, but I just wonder if you got the real thing or if you had one of these other kind of analog ones. Because people that kind of generally like threw it up like in their own kitchen or whatever, whether they know what they're doing or not, either way, they might be like just reading about it online and they're trying to make something that'll get them to trip, so they might not really actually know which plants they're using and what real, you know what I mean, in terms of that sense of it, unless he knew.
Well, yeah, well, that's the thing. He had done it before. He had done like the whole spiritual thing. That's what made us interested in wanting to do it. So I know he knows what the real one was like, and he compares it. He said it's the same thing, just not as intense.
Yeah.
But I just texted him just now. I'll find out what he has.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. You know about Iboga and Ibogaine as well. Yeah, you mentioned that.
Yeah, that was I didn't try. I wasn't trying to say it because my mic was all messed up before. But yeah, you explaining the subcultures of it actually helped me a lot better because I had a good idea what I was saying, but the one what I said Ibogaine, that comes from the first one you said, but it's a different effect, or is it?
So so the real Iboga, they call it Iboka.
Yeah.
It's really kind of more pronounced Iboka. But in Africa, specifically the Bwiti people in Gabon in Africa, they use this as their main medicine. Like they don't have big pharma and all that stuff. They use this plant for all of their medicine on multiple levels, spiritual and physical. Yeah. And it's also given as a rite of passage so when the teenagers are coming into their adulthood, they will do a very high dose of it. So like it's like an initiation. So like the teenager will be they'll give they end up giving the Iboga I'd have to think what age they're doing it. I mean, they're not like young teens, you know, they're like they're like becoming men in that sense and becoming adults. So it's not like too young, but they basically do like an initiation, like a rite of passage for everyone in their tribe where they give them a very high dose of the medicine. And it's a root bark. So like it's the root of a shrub. So they take the root out of the ground, you know, and then shave it down. And the way they do it is they kind of cut it up and shave it up into just little pieces. And it's so woody, you can't even chew it. So you kind of just need to swallow it directly. You just like put it in your mouth and then swallow it, and you keep doing that. That's the natural way to do it. That's the actual root bark. And it will send you, especially like when they do the rite of passages it will send you on a very, very powerful experience. And in their tribe, they talk about that it reconnects them with their ancestors, and they get a lot of like wisdom and knowledge from their ancestors, and it keeps them connected. And then they also get like a message, like a vision for their life of like how they're going to help, you know, what their unique offering will be. And then after the experience, the whole tribe helps them to kind of nurture that. So it's almost like the ancestors in that case are like giving them certain wisdom and certain skills and certain talents and abilities to be able to help everyone else.
Question for you. And so I've watched a couple documentaries, and this is one of those questions that like plagues me with this one, or it plagues science really. Some will say that the first tribe to ever have used ayahuasca stumbled upon it. Others will say it was through forms of meditation that the spirits told them how to do it, and that's how it became something. Which one do you fall under?
Oh, I would say for sure it was spirits that communicated it. Yeah, directly to humans.
Through some other way of meditation. I mean, obviously, because they would have had to have another way of contacting before ayahuasca to find out about it.
Right. Well, I think these plants kind of communicate through each other, because it's also, as the legend has it, the one I mentioned before, the combo, the frog medicine. Well, as the legend has it, like the first person to be aware of that, because it's like this unique type of frog. You have to use in the Amazon rainforest, you have to use like a whistle. It's like a mating call whistle, and you have to know how to carve the whistle correctly. And then you blow this whistle at nighttime, and these frogs will just come climbing down from the trees, and they'll climb right onto you. They'll literally come to you. But you have to, it's like you're mimicking the mating call with the whistle, but it's also, there's like a shamanic connection between the shaman and the frog as to why that frog is coming to them in that sense as well.
Yeah, that is a trip, because if you think about everything, anything that has a mixture of something, how could you just stumble upon that? And in the fashion that they do it. Because that's like one of the things that kind of keeps me on board with, there could be like a spirit or some type of guidance that you can communicate with. But it's still, you know, if I don't believe in a creator, so it kind of is still far-fetched to me. But I get it, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, I hear you on that. Like, what I was going to say too about the combo frog, for example, like it's the specific frog. You have to have this whistle, and then you have to put the wax onto the skin on the human body in a very unique way for it to even come in. There's all these components you have to know how to do. And as the legend has it, the first like shaman who came to that understanding of the combo medicine got that vision while he was on ayahuasca. So it's like the ayahuasca literally kind of communicated like, this is this specific frog, you know, that has all these medicinal benefits, that the ayahuasca actually transferred that information to the first person. And then what's interesting about that too, is there seems to be this synergy between ayahuasca and combo. So generally when people do it in ceremonies, you don't do them right at the same time. You might do the ayahuasca in the evening, and then the next morning people start doing combo, or you can do a combo before. But the combo only lasts for like 20 minutes. So you either do it before or after, generally not, during. But if you do the combo before or after doing an ayahuasca ceremony, the medicinal benefits just seem to be magnified. They seem to have this synergy between them, like biochemically in the body and the brain, to like rebuild and heal the body on profoundly deep levels. So it's interesting that, as the legend has it, like the ayahuasca spirit is what actually transferred the information to the first shaman, the first person, about the frog, and that there's this actual medicinal synergy between the ayahuasca and the combo when used in a conjunction.
What do you think how far off do you think modern medicine is from that? You know what I mean? So all modern medicine comes from nature, combinations of things altered in labs, but how far off do you think medication is that a shaman would use for healing?
Well, I'm not sure exactly how to. Well, because I would say nature provides the medicines we need, and really all.
I would say we couldn't get farther off. We couldn't possibly get farther off.
Like for instance, Gio, Tylenol will relieve a headache. Well, there is some medicinal, natural way of relieving a headache. How far off do you think we are from the two?
Yeah, I mean,
apart from the two.
I mean, aspirin comes from it's got salicylic acid in it as salicylin, which comes from the white willow bark. So that comes from a plant in the first place. The natural version of it is in the white willow. But you were saying how far away into I mean, that's a question though, Sean. Are you talking about more into the synthetic direction, the fake, chemicals, or are you talking about nature and healing?
Well, yeah, nature and healing, in that gap between the synthetic versions. Because the way I see it is, there are my girl, she's into that stuff, so I know a lot of the different ones. Saying to somebody, what is the same in nature if you take 2 aspirins is kind of hard to pin down. But do you think that a Tylenol is worth it compared to what you would have to do in nature?
Well, I'll just share my personal outlook. I'm not a fan of anything synthetic. Now, I say that although there are some slight variations, slight allowances that I have given to some things. Like LSD, for example, lysergic acid, diethylamide, LSD, which is semi-synthetic, but that's a profoundly cosmic, beautiful compound, and is a beautiful component compound. However, it comes from lysergic acid, and so it's a form of lysergic acid. And lysergic acid is found in certain seeds and things as well. But anyways,
that's as lab as you can get though. when you're talking on that spectrum of it.
Yeah, and I mean, in a way, I don't even really prefer it. Iboga is way better. Ibogaine, Iboga in general, Iboga has to me a similar to the LSD effect, but it's so much more just organic and natural. And then you have the Iboga spirit with you. So really, it's I would prefer the plants anyways. But I still. But I guess my main point, I wasn't trying to go into a whole thing on LSD. I was just saying that to me, I'm against I'm not a fan of, I'll just put it that way, virtually anything synthetic. However, like I said, there may be a few exceptions, and then you can get into, well, are there more exceptions? Are there certain pharmaceuticals that are?
No, I see what you're saying.
For you, that whole question. But in general, I think that nature provides everything we need in terms of the medicinal.
Just learning. It's all about learning what it does and what it is. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying.
Synthetic pharmaceuticals. Sense. Yeah, that's like a nightmare.
Yeah, I hate those things with a passion, to the point where I had trauma surgery, and once I left the hospital, didn't take any more pain meds. All that shit makes you loopy.
I mean, that was what you would ask originally. Well, you were. I mean, yeah, I brought up the LSD thing, but that was more just are there any exceptions to something synthetic actually being legit? And LSD is hard to make really, really pure. It's hard to make very purely, but that is a unique substance, and it is technically semi-synthetic. But when it comes to medicinal, for the body and stuff, I think there's a lot of issues when you start using synthetic things like that.
You would prefer mushrooms over LSD, right? Because for me, mushrooms do the same, just on a more calm and controllable aspect.
Right. LSD is like a rocket ship. It's no pun intended about outer space. It's just cosmic ethereal light just being downloaded at thousands of miles an hour into your psyche. And in some cases, if someone has a lot of traumas in their psyche, it can stir that stuff up very quickly, memories or things from their past. And it can be even destabilizing in a way. But it's still super potent, dude. the human mind has been understood on a whole new level because of LSD in particular, because of how magnifying it is to the human psyche. But I know what you mean. Like, I almost see it as kind of more of like an advanced type substance. Like if you're new, like that's way too much, like
too much. Yeah.
Yeah. Like
No,
the plants are always going to be more gentle.
Yeah, I did plenty of LSD back in the day. I think I used it too recreational to get the benefits out of it. But yeah, that is 100% true. You blast off when it's time.
It just
It's
completely
nothing, and
opens
then
up your
boom.
unconscious. Yeah, it opens up your unconscious, and it opens you up to like the cosmic mind. But it can be very strong. Like if someone has a lot of resistance to things within themselves, like it can stir up a lot of. You know what's interesting about it? Like you could be at a party and people are all you're very outwardly oriented, and you might not even have a lot of inner healing, like you were saying. But whereas if you like close your eyes and actually have the intention of doing it, your brain becomes like a super healer. It's amazing how like just your intention can activate in that activated state.
I've always made sure when I did anything that your surroundings, people around you, your mind, everything's good. Because you have one simple bad thought can turn a whole trip around.
Yeah, it definitely opens. Yeah, just literally opens your mind for better or for worse. I mean, if you surrender to it, it's always going to be better because it's you, and everyone has infinite potentials in those ways. But yeah, like it's like people can have blockages between themselves and their higher self. And so depending on how much blockage is there, people can go through challenging things. But what seems to be the case is that when people repeatedly continue doing the work on themselves, they get through that hard stuff. And then they get to a point where they've permanently resolved their anxiety or depression or phobias or addictions that were underlying their problems in the first place. So it seems to inevitably always bring like profound healing, which is a huge thing to say because in the mainstream medical world right now, with all these pharmaceuticals, they don't even use the word healing. They're not even talking about actually resolving anything. They're just talking about treating symptoms.
That is the sad part about it. That's one of the main red flags that I saw when I was, doing the conspiracy thing. It was the fact that everything is confounded on treatments, not curing. And when like simple case, Magic Johnson, when he got when he like was cured of fucking AIDS, all of a sudden it was like it made it clear that like if you have the money, everything can be cured. But for the masses, they don't want to cure you. They don't want. They want you to be sick.
Oh, dude, you know how I heard they're treating cancer in rich people? I don't know when I heard this a couple days ago or something, but they'll take I don't know what it's called, a biopsy, where they take a little sample of this cancer that you have, and then they'll treat it with a whole bunch of different types of things, and they'll see which one is the best, and then that's what you get if you're rich and you got the money. Otherwise, you just get some generic form of cancer treatment or radiation or whatever.
It's very pathetic how they treat that kind of stuff. They just throw chemo at you like it's supposed to be the best thing on earth, and all it really does is just kill you. That's it. And then they try to stop
if you're
it
rich,
right before.
If you're rich, like they say money can't buy happiness. It can pretty much buy anything you need, though, because I mean, Magic Johnson doesn't. He's fine.
I'm sorry. That's just a saying you say to someone who's down on their luck and doesn't have money. But the reality of it is money can bring a lot of fucking happiness. Win the lottery. Try it.
Well, it can solve problems. Yeah. Money could solve problems.
Definitely a lot of fucking problems.
Yeah. I think like happiness, I kind of think of happiness as coming from within you. Like in my understanding of all my study with the human psyche, and especially some of these things we're talking about, like these very deep, transformative experiences that can be had, is that people tend to have various layers of their unconscious, sometimes traumatic material, like things that happened to them in childhood or things like that. And that might be it's like an interference pattern in their psyche. So that might be causing depression or anxiety or panic attacks or all kinds of different addictions, all kinds of different things. And the mainstream medical route, they're just trying to alter your symptoms with drugs. So they're literally just trying to alter your brain chemistry. But when people actually face these things and be like a warrior of themselves and like just take it on, head on and actually work through it, they tend to have like ego transformation in a positive way. And then if they really stick with their process, like all these other healing effects that happen to where maybe before they did all that, they had depression, but after they worked through all of that, the happiness was like a spring of water within them. Like it's like a spring, like it just came out. It's just like flowing, like it comes from within is what I'm saying. And so I think like the idea, it's funny because you could have billions of dollars, but have like whatever that might be causing you depression and the money's never going to solve it. But if you use that money to do the healing and actually face yourself in that way, well, now you actually can be happy with the inside and have the finances needed to do what you'd want on the outside. It's like one can't solve the other, but the happiness comes from within, and then the finances or money could allow for a lot of positive things to be done.
Yeah, and when Sean was talking about earlier, I don't know what that meant. Like, how far away do you think Big Pharma is from natural healing? I think they're as far away as fucking possible. They don't want you taking a plant. Why do you think Big Pharma was the #1 spender when it came to lobbying marijuana legal? They don't want you taking some natural plant that can be gotten for cheap. It's all about the money.
Not true.
Nothing else matters. That's the problem with
That's
our
not true.
society today.
The tobacco industries, they jumped at legalizing marijuana.
Okay, but
Philip
Big
Morris
Pharma
already
spent
has a
years
whole
lobbying.
brand of joint cigarettes. They jumped at that shit.
Okay, but Big Pharma spent years lobbying to keep it illegal. Why?
Okay, but there is that bad side of it, and I agree 100%. But with that said, there is benefits to science and pharma getting to these things. And hear me out, Jeremy. A natural way is a good way to heal yourself. It's probably the best way. But the problem is when you start having populations that grow rapidly, the natural ways tend to not work the best way, mainly because you run out of resources. So, for instance, if Big Pharma were to be gone tomorrow, we'd be fucked. I don't think there's enough plants to heal and help everyone.
Well, that's because we haven't been working on it because Big Pharma's been stifling us for decades.
I don't think that's true either.
We didn't grow enough. We didn't grow enough plants.
I don't think that's true
Big
either.
Pharma made sure these plants were fucking illegal.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, Sean.
Oh, yeah.
No, go ahead. I was going to respond. I was going to say something.
No, go ahead. My bad.
Well, no, it's a good point you bring up, and it's very interesting to think about. I mean, I agree with you. There does need to be some kind of transition, and that's a whole big question because obviously Big Pharma is, big, so they're doing what they're doing. But, like, for example, there's certain foods that will cause blood pressure imbalances. And if you don't take a drug, you might die. So it's sort of like they have people, you know what I mean? So if they're eating the food that's causing the thing that they're taking the drug for, and then you could talk about the natural ways as well. But like, are the natural ones quite as potent? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? So then there's that question. Yeah. Like, so I think it's a multi-answered thing. Like there's multi-levels to it. Like,
absolutely. Yeah. I wasn't trying to find it. I definitely know there's no straight answer to it. It was more just the think piece of it. That's why I brought it up. Because I think it definitely is something, you can rack your brain on and go into 1,000 different paths trying to figure out right or wrong,
In a way, I think it all starts with the food. Like, dude, there have been some profound healings with just food in and of itself, because that's what you're doing every day. Every human that's alive is eating food, 2 meals a day, 3 meals a day, snacks, whatever people do. Everyone does their thing. That's the one thing you're putting into your body every day. So that is huge, and I think has massive implications, because if you took someone's diet, like let's say like an elderly person, they don't have a bunch of nutrients in their diet. They're just eating like white bread and toast and stuff. Like they're just not getting like near what they actually need. And if you take out certain foods that are triggering their issues and then just give them very nutrient dense foods that are very regenerative, it's incredible what can happen right there, just with giving the body what it needs to actually heal. Now, I'm not saying that's like an acute answer. Like if someone's like, on their, actually some people on their deathbed, nutrition can save their lives. But I mean, I know there's other like acute things, but at the same time, that's the thing that, anyone can do. Well, it's hard to get the good food. That's the problem, the resourcing, because of the way the government has control over the food system. And that's a whole nother topic. Even the organic food is expensive, but also it even has a lot of the problems with it as well. So that's a whole question. So that's the problem right now, is people don't have access to it in a good way. But it sure would be great if people did. And anyone who's, even if they're still taking other things or whatever, just giving their body that foundation, I think, is really where to start.
So in conclusion, in my opinion, Big Pharma is as far away from this natural healing shit as you could possibly get. They don't want that. They've been fighting and lobbying and throwing tons of money to make sure that doesn't happen. Take that, Sean, you son of a bitch.
I agree with you, Jeremy, 100%. There's nothing. I'm not fighting you.
No, I don't think he's not
a
even
good
putting
thing.
it down. I don't even think he's putting it down. I think you're just assuming
No.
it is.
I
Yeah,
felt
I
like
think
he was
so.
trying to fight me on it, but all right.
No, not at all. I 100% agree.
Right.
But like Gio said, there definitely is a conversation in the benefits of Big Pharma. Big Pharma's just got corrupt. That's what it is. Because I'm pretty sure someone would go, hey, we can abstract this tree, make 1,000 more of these type things if we dilute it a little bit, and we can make money. I don't think that's what it was made for. I think medicine was made for a growing population and not enough natural supplies to help.
Oh, you don't think it was about getting money?
In the beginning, no, absolutely not. I don't think it was.
Well,
People
so
just
you don't think it's a Rockefeller takeover?
PGO?
Yeah, but a Rockefeller takeover, isn't the same thing as why they started making Tylenol.
Well, here's my understanding of it in general. Now, we could get into like history and the idea of different historical timelines and stuff, but let's just say from like 1800, right? Like everybody was still using natural things because none, at least in the history, I'm just going to go with this and you'll kind of know what I mean. That people were not, nothing synthetic. In whatever way, this Rockefeller medicine cabal came in and started taking control over medicine and replacing all of the natural medicines of the world and medicinal systems and all of that, Chinese, Ayurvedic, Australian, all these different medicinal and medicine systems, and replacing it with this petroleum-based chemical pharmaceutical paradigm.
From the beginning?
Like the caduceus?
Well, because like
allopathic,
I could
like
see,
allopathic.
I could see like
this is like
I
an
could see like
allopathic.
I could see like
They
the
took it from
Rockefellers.
hold on. They took it from homeopathic and holistic into allopathic, which is chemical-based treatment of symptoms rather than treatment of the whole body.
I think was the pharmaceutical. I mean, see, I guess that's where it can get contrived as well, because I'm pretty sure in a village they do the same thing where they figure out ways to supply it to more people. My question is do they start making pills, things into synthetic form when the Rockefeller got involved, or did he see something that was happening and take advantage of it?
Well, it's funny because they used to call they started doing that shit, like giving people high doses of mercury. Believe it or not, they were doing mercury flooding in the body,
Yeah,
which is
I've heard about that.
And look at what they're doing now. They want to put mercury in our fillings in our mouth. They've done that for decades, which is a absolute travesty. So these guys are mercury heads. They're demons. They're demonic. But anyways, they were doing that. They were doing that stuff. It's like a black magic form of things. So yeah, I think it's connected to that. Yeah, it's connected to some. But what I was going to say is that they used to be called the quacks. So like all of the natural medicine people, like those people were considered the quacks, where they were using like crazy chemicals and stuff. But somehow they got control, and now they call the natural people quacks. So they just flipped it. And then now you're supposed to ridicule anyone who's into natural health or whatever, or, herbs and things. Now you're supposed to ridicule, and they're a quack, and then the doctor is the real doctor, right? He's the one doctoring your body.
You don't think there's more of a push now for natural? I think it's it's more out there now.
Oh yeah, no, we're in a huge phase of transformation. So yeah, no, there's been a lot of acceleration of it over the last 20 years.
Because I mean,
Despite how hard
I'm
they
sorry.
tried to
Yeah,
suppress
I was
it.
just about to bring you into this. Despite
Despite how
what
hard they tried
Jeremy
to
thinks
suppress
about
it, you can't
myself,
stop the
yeah,
truth.
I do get a lot of the things they do are for money. For instance, I don't know if you say it here, the vaccine that just came through,
Say it.
like, it doesn't make sense to me because when I looked into it, there's just red flags altogether. One, how long does it take? The first question you ask is, how long does a vaccine take to go through to public? Usually it's like 4 to 5 years.
Say the V word, please.
Okay, that's. I
guess let's just. I mean, it sucks to even have to moderate for it, but yeah, if you just keep it to code words or just
Yes.
we can talk about
Gotcha.
it elsewhere or whatever. But yeah, we're just trying to stay on the places.
No, perfect. Gotcha. We'll
Your
not
people
make
are
that mistake.
censoring us, Sean.
No, your people,
Your
Jeremy.
YouTube people.
Your people. It's your
Google
people.
No.
It's your people. 100%.
No,
I saw you
no.
talking to. You had lunch with him yesterday. I saw you.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, the shit's all fucked up, and this is the kind of predicament you get into when you only care about money. When money's the only thing that matters, you don't care who gets hurt or whose life gets ruined, and you just care about the money. This is the shit that we have to deal with now.
100% correct.
Until enough of us become aware of what's going on, they're going to keep their position because they have enough people deceived, and that's what it takes to control populations. Now, how they got that position in the first place, that's a much bigger question that is interesting to speculate on. But at this point, they clearly got a huge, almost like just a massive brainwash over humanity. And it's like we're slowly unraveling it.
Also, I want to point out that
power of the internet.
Even though there's something called pushback, I don't want to call pushback push. All right, it's like the opposite, not with it. Yeah. So there may be a major pushback against big pharma with the herbal holistic remedies. That is a pushback against the agenda.
Well, they fought it for as long as they could, but the problem is when you can't stop the truth, and the truth was that weed, mushrooms, all this shit has healing properties. They try to stop it. You can't stop the truth. That's why this whole shit, it's just a matter of time, I think.
Ultimately, it is just a matter of time. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess there's like the worst case scenario that whatever they're doing just gets worse and worse and worse, and they just keep, tightening the noose kind of thing. But I personally don't think that's what's coming. I think that'll be happening in some ways, though. There will be some tightening while there's other things.
There's some pushback, yeah. Yeah, bottom line, Sean, you guys aren't going to get away with this.
My name as if I'm the one doing it, dickhead.
Who said that? I think Chemo said that one day, or somebody said it, and they were like, "You guys aren't going to get away with it."
That reminds me of the old days when you used to say that, Jeremy. You used to be like, like in Brandon's and like the heat of like a crazy thing, you'd be like, "You guys are not going to get away with this."
I think I got that from Chemo or so. I can't remember who said that shit, but I heard that and I was like, "Yo, that is a great fucking line."
Yeah, you used to say it like back in the day more than you do now, but you used to say it in like the heat of the moment in like a perfect way. It was just funny.
Yeah, I forgot about it for a while. I just remembered it just now.
Your fault, Jeremy. 100%. I saw you having meetings with him.
I mean, the words Sean is saying is that he's pro the natural, medicines and things, but it kind of sounds like you're also sort of like putting out the vibe of that we need the pharmaceutical.
But what I hear a lot from people, I 100% think we do because of the population and where we're at now. And you can almost use that.
My bad.
What?
Because they fucked with us for so long. If we had known that weed had this healing property and psilocybin had these healing properties, we would have been growing them, and there would be plenty for everyone on Earth. Plus,
no, again, that's a whole different topic conversation. If you're talking about hemp, then it's not the same thing as getting high, or the drug aspects of it. I'm talking about the healing side of things right now.
I love
it. Again,
well, yeah, I mean,
and the main thing is and if what you're saying is how it is, then there's more of a chance that none of us would be here now than ever if they stayed natural. Because again, it's only as much population as you can. It's not like they're going to grow stuff so they could have it 100 years from now. That's not how it works.
Yeah,
You
like
grow enough stuff that your population needs, just like we do with food. Dude, what are you talking about?
That's fine. I 100% understand that. It's how villages continue to stay villages. But again, with the 3-point-something billion people on Earth, what do you do now? Is what I'm saying. That's where I am on the side of it, because realistically, you can't heal everybody. It would be impossible.
Well, no, you can. You probably can. I mean, how many leaves are there? More leaves on the tree than there are people? I mean, what do you mean you can't heal everybody?
It doesn't take one leaf.
It's just one small example.
I could, Gio, you'd probably be able to say yes or no to this better than I would. Just the population in California alone would probably wipe out a small rainforest pretty fast, just in the fact of what they need to be able to do it.
Well, no, those are a lot of big questions in terms of that. I personally absolutely think that the Earth provides enough medicines for every single human on it, no matter how many of us there were. Like, we couldn't reproduce faster than the Earth can provide as medicine. So I think, but it is a matter of resources. And then the other negative is that, the globalists, let's just call them that, are also destroying the Earth. I mean, they're not only deceiving us in all these ways, but they're cutting down the rainforests and they're poisoning the rivers.
Yeah, but what you'll find is when they cut down a rainforest, the Earth grows a rainforest underneath the ground. You can't kill the Earth.
It rejuvenates.
Yeah, I mean, literally, you'll find a rainforest beneath the rainforest. You can find them. Yeah, they're real.
Absolutely are. But again, I was watching one documentary. They were talking about the amount of foliage that actually comes down on a rainforest floor. And in one study, they were able to dig down 35 feet before they found any sediment. It was all just leaf compound and it breaking down. It's pretty crazy. Those things are the trip.
It kind of what you just said, Gio, though, relates kind of to what that random flat Earth girl said to me. She said, like I said earlier, she said that gases and matter is created from the ground, right? From the ground up, right? It starts from the Earth, and that we create what she calls the ether. And as we, the population, grow, the ether grows, and the Earth feeds from the ether. Yeah, it kind of correlates to what you just mentioned, in a way.
In conclusion, Sean G is pro big pharma.
Stop
just
saying
let
that.
be
You're a
noted.
dickhead. So are you. You go to the hospital. You love
what I'm hearing from you, Sean, and from many people that I really like, right, is that I would love to believe that, like, the Earth communicates with us. I would love to believe all this stuff. I feel it. I can sense it, but the model says that I'm not allowed to.
I don't know what model you're looking to, but it doesn't compare to mine.
Well, we can get into the Earth if you guys want, but let me just if this is the last thing on this topic, it's fine. But I just wanted to, or whatever you guys want to do. But I just want to say one thing, Sean. If you had, let's say you have all the resources to have the best nutrition, absolute cleanest, best nutrition possible, and then you would have the selection of herbs from all around the world, from the Chinese medical system, the Ayurvedic medicine system, African, Australian, European, all of the wisdom and knowledge that we have about every single herb, and herbs that do help with blood pressure, herbs that do help with arrhythmias, herbs that help with infections, all kinds of things like that. We have all of those distilled, organic, in the high potency, high quality. And like I said, you have the nutrition. Now, whatever health issues someone has, obviously, if it's an acute issue, like they're literally dying, that's a different topic, right? Like you might need to, I don't know, like that's a whole different deal, like save their life in some kind of emergency thing. But anyone who's got like more of what would be called like a chronic disease, something that's sort of day in, day out, whatever it may be. What do you think pharmaceuticals would be needed for if that was the scenario? Like that person who, like they could still take their pharmaceutical if they want to while replacing it with something natural. But I mean, is there any need in your mind that you actually need that pharmaceutical thing? Now, there are like addictions. This is the problem. There are like, it depends on which pharmaceuticals we're talking about, because there's withdrawals if you're talking about ones like that. But then there's other ones that are like blood pressure type things. But it's like if you fix your blood pressure with diet and modulate it with herbs, you're just not going to need that medication anymore. Sorry, there's a long way of asking. It's a big question, but it's why do we still need those? Like, if we had all the natural stuff right here, do we need to keep having factories making pharmaceuticals?
If we had all the resources, absolutely not. We don't need to. I mean, it's a pretty simple answer.
So you're just saying there's not enough. For example, like milk,
I think
milk thistle seed. It's a very well known for the liver. It helps rebuild cells in the liver. So your suggestion is that if everybody on Earth knew about milk thistle and everyone was going to be on, taking some of it every day or whatever, on and off throughout their whatever. You're just saying there's not enough milk thistle on Earth. Is that your claim?
I believe so.
Can I point out how this goes back to the root, which you agree with, Sean, I believe. The root of it is that they are treating, and you may be right? So they're treating the symptoms, not the cause. And there's not enough resources to treat the symptom. There's plenty of resources to resolve the core issue. But there may not be enough, so they say, to treat the symptoms. But they're only treating the symptoms. Yeah, so it's like a circle.
I think that's why. I 100% agree with that. That's why I think Big Pharma doesn't invest in cures; they invest in treatment. And for treatment wise, I don't think we have supply. I think if we were talking cures, which are hard to really stand on, to say this will cure you of this, that would be the better outcome. I think that would make them less wanting profit and more to actually giving a fuck. So I guess I'm for cures, not treatments.
Well, I think the word healing is, the way I see it, because the idea of treating versus curing or whatever, like that word, like that just means that your treatment, it's like within that paradigm. The way I see it is that the human body has its own like foundational like genome and structure to it. And so healing is just giving your body back its ability to be healthy.
So like along this idea, Gio, right? Like if this just, I'm just making it up, but let's say the core of all these a lot of these illnesses, these like knees and going bad and all, right, is just diet, right? Do we have, right? So it's just diet, and we're not eating healthy. We're not eating what we need. Do we have enough resources, right, or enough whatever, to now to get the entire population just eating correctly instead of the and that would, instead of supplying enough Tylenol or whatever, antibiotics and producing these things.
To fix that problem, you would then have to take land. Where are you going to get their land from?
But I mean,
what problem? The food problem?
But wait, if more people are growing their own food and like not buying.
You're really quiet. Is that just for me?
Oh, really? I don't know. Is that better?
Hello? A little better, yeah.
Mic check.
That's a little better.
It's a little louder. Can you put a little? Can you make a little?
I don't know how.
Perfect. No, whatever you just did was perfect.
Oh,
so
okay.
maybe.
Okay. Well, okay, that would be the whole thing where though people, growing their own food themselves and properly regenerating the soil, which then might help with the problem of like needing all of these quote unquote supplements or things, right? If you're getting the nutrients that you need and not eating chemical sprayed food and nutrient deficient food that's being overly farmed.
I absolutely agree. The problem with that is that is a very, at this point, it's fantasy. Example, Gio, you live in California. California is insanely strict on that shit. You can't collect water, and there's only a certain size of a harvest you're allowed to appropriate every year. It's unfortunately we can't. I don't think we have the ability to do that now.
You can move.
That's because we're fucking stupid and we grow all the food in Cali.
Right, like
but again, I'm not saying that stuff is good. I think going natural, doing your own farming, your own hunting, that kind of stuff is by far the better way of living. I just think, what are we capable, and what are the means of which we can do that now?
Well, what can you do as a person, right? Like, do what you can do as best as you can.
Absolutely.
Right? If that environment is not beneficial to what you want to do, then you do have the capability to go somewhere else and do that as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. For many years, I would only eat game meat. I wouldn't buy meat out of the store. I don't agree with how they process cows and all that kind of shit. That's my personal thing. I'm not going to save the world, but yeah, I 100% agree. One person can only do what they do, but that does make a difference.
All about finding solutions, not problems, right?
I hope so. There definitely are solutions. The problem is, people can be impatient. Not people here. I'm just saying in general. Most people don't think in those guides, because to do it, that means 90% of your social media has to go away. The little things that you take for granted, you would have to start doing. And I don't think a lot of people are willing to do that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, the upcoming generations, I mean, do they even really know where their food comes from? It was really interesting. I I have a crabapple tree in my yard, and it produced like crazy this past year. So I needed more canning equipment. So I was buying jars, and I was at the store, and there was a young cashier. He was a guy who wasn't born in Canada, an immigrant, and he had no idea that you could grow an apple tree in Canada. Like, not even a clue. He was like fascinated with what I was telling him and what I was going to do with all these apples. And it's just, yeah, it's sad that we're so far removed from nature, and we just like, nobody cares to have a clue, or they're just so busy, right? It's all part of the stuff. Yeah.
And I wanted to touch something on what he said earlier but for some reason I couldn't put my control my push talk fast enough. But it's that we've been conditioned that way, that we're not going to we got the easy way out, of getting food and whatnot.
Yeah, it's sad. I agree with you. I think, luckily, I've been fortunate enough. Like, I've done backpacking and hunting my whole life. I got my son's starting to do it, so try to pass it down. My son's 2022, so getting him to go hunting is a little difficult than it was for me. I think you just got to push at it, one person at a time, right? I mean, realistically, you got to kind of understand it's not going to be that way. All of civilization is not going to realize that the way pharma or the crop or your Monsantos and all these guys roll, they're not going to let it go. It's too convenient. You got to be able to order a cheeseburger right now and get it in 5 minutes, rather than go out and spend a week getting food for a year.
We just got to stop. Everything's fine the way it is. We just stop worrying about only the money. Have all the farmers grow all the cows, whatever. Just make them healthy cows. Don't worry about how to get the cows the fattest. Inject them with hormones and feed them plastic shit and wrappers that we don't eat. And it's just ridiculous the way they do it, because they're only looking at the dollar signs and not about what's better for humanity. That's what the problem is.
Yeah, you're right, because it will cost them more money to do it right, and they get less return on it. And as long as money's involved, that's the way it's going to be. I mean,
well, there is the profit aspect, but even for crops, okay, so that I can speak more about necessarily than a cow, but okay, you get an infestation of, some sort of, I don't know, pest that consumes all your crop. I mean, how are they going to manage that? Like that's almost unmanageable, right? So they have to use a chemical, because what else do you do? So if people were growing on a smaller scale and using more natural things, it would be, I think, more manageable. But I'm sure somebody has something to say to that.
Brian, I unmuted you.
Thank you, man. I wanted to run a test by you. I think I got us a test, Jeremy, finally. Let me know when you
God, let's do this crackpot shit. What do you got?
What'd you say?
I'm just fucking with you. What do you got?
I got us a test, man. I got them to agree upon something. So far, 3 ballers, and they all are good with it. So if they agreed that, I finally thought of something. I pinned them down. They said that that when I'm shooting down the coast, that I'm shooting in incremented line segments around the ball, right? And they say that, and then I talked to Blue Marble Science and Rumpus, and they said, what if I wanted to get a straight line through my auto level like 3 miles or 2 miles? They said, then I got to do it in one shot because of the increments, right? So I got to thinking, and it dawned on me that, okay, so I said, so in other words, if I am 4 foot, my benchmark where I start is 4 foot, and I do a bunch of increments, and I wind up at exactly 4 foot and 2 miles. I've shot my way around the ball, and if I shoot a straight line, it's going to be pretty much higher. I mean, it's going to be a dead straight line. It's going to be a dead ass straight line. So they're under the impression that it should match. In other words, if because me and Rakia were talking, and they're saying that to do a straight line, just do one shot. So I'm like, God, why didn't we ever think of that? I mean, I've wasted years of my life basically just doing multiple shots on the long distance layouts when I could have just did it all in one shot. So they're saying that it should match. That the long distance shot should match the increments. So I'm willing to do that, and I know other people, anybody with auto level can do it. I'm willing to do it 2 miles to do a long distance shot. I need I got an arc welder, so I could put a light at the top of a pole and
Dude, it's definitely not going to match.
Right, that's my point.
I don't even waste my time on that shit. These goofy. Listen, Moya came up with a good test that solves everyone's problem of verticals not being parallel and this refraction thing with this optical drop that we think is happening.
What's his test?
What is that? What if it doesn't match? Earth is flat? What's? I don't understand the conclusion of this test or measurement.
Ruhif and Jesse Gordon, they're pretty sure they're standing behind the fact that it will match. That all I got to do is measure down 3 inches. I mean 8 inches over a mile, or 32 inches over 2 miles. That's all I got to do, and that's where I'll wind up if I do increments. That's what their model dictates, and I will give them a margin of error because I'm not going to be able to read a story pull at 2 miles. But what I can do is use bring an arc welder and get a little arc flash, and I can center in on it, so I can get it within probably about 4 or 5 inches. So
how high the water surface would you perform this test?
I mean, I like to do like about 5 foot, so I just got to bend over a little bit to look through the auto level. That's I'd benchmark it probably at about 5 foot.
So if it matches, Earth is a globe, and then if it doesn't match, Earth is flat.
It's most certainly not a globe. I'm telling them right now that I know it ain't gonna fucking match because that's why we don't do long shots. Literally, why we don't do long shots. But
what about the time when George Hanichuk got the fucking horizon over level?
Oh no,
definitely
no.
wouldn't have matched then.
Yeah, it's gonna be
all we gotta do is just show them that.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be. I'm not gonna do it like during heavy refraction. I'll get some approximations and have a benchmark that we all agree upon before I even start. But the point is,
you just say when there's heavy refraction and not heavy refraction. You got a refractometer?
No, we're gonna have to agree upon
your
it.
eyeball?
No, we're gonna all have to agree upon that. It's
I don't agree.
I think I'm explaining this wrong. Hold on, give me a minute.
That was a hard topic change. I was listening, but we were like deep into totally different topics.
Yeah, that's what I said. I could wait, and yeah, everybody asked, but yeah, I'll back off. Give me a minute to find a better way to present this. Sorry, Joe.
God, bring us back, Joe. Bring it back. Where were we? With Sean's promoting Big Farm over here. Is that where we were?
Big Pharma. You know how many jobs they provide?
Oh, he left. He ran away. Oh, yeah, they probably provide a lot of jobs, a lot of money. It's all about the money.
What's wrong with having a good job and benefits?
When it's all about the money, you're not really thinking about what's better for humanity.
What's wrong with it? But if it's only whatever they agree is a good job with benefits, because I could be a drug dealer and have a good job with benefits and still get,
Yeah, it's all. Yeah, it's job creation. If we didn't have enough jobs, look at the detriment that would befall mankind. I mean, you wouldn't be able to feed yourself. You wouldn't be able to clothe yourself. They'd have to redo the whole system if they weren't doing job creation and making jobs out of nothing. You can't redo the whole system.
When it's all about the jobs and all about the money, then yeah, you're gonna look fucking. You're not gonna be doing the right thing.
Or we can learn to take care of ourselves without relying on these so-called jobs and live off the land and trade potatoes for pears. What's wrong with that?
I don't think that's the way to go necessarily. Like, if we just all went back to hunting and gathering and farming and shit, who's gonna make the cell phones? Who's gonna keep the internet on? Who's gonna make the you know what I mean? Like, who's gonna make all this stuff that I love?
Who's gonna stream
the unnecessary entertainment that you want.
Who keeps the power on if we're all busy hunting and gathering? Who keeps the power on if we're all hunting and gathering and growing crops?
Who's gonna run all this? Who's gonna run Twitter, dude? That's not gonna work.
Who will do it? Who will do it?
I'm just saying, like, I don't think that's necessarily the way to go, is to have every individual person hunting and gathering and growing their own food.
Who's gonna run Netflix, bro? We had nothing to do with our lives.
I don't want to regress technologically. I love this technology stuff that we got. I think it's great.
And that's why we all fucked up.
Are you saying, Jeremy,
like
that people wouldn't do that in their own free time or for like a extracurricular activity? Like, hey, join this if you want to supplement your income. Join this market. And are you also saying that it takes like I couldn't carry enough apples to feed my whole family? Like every person would have to carry just enough for themselves.
Jeremy loves working for the man. That's why he has 2 jobs to support his internet, his light bill.
You have to have. Listen, the things we do, these jobs some people do, it takes up their whole working week, right? Like the guy that does maintenance on the roads, he works 40 hours a week doing that. He doesn't have time to grow crops and hunt and gather and shit. You know what I'm saying?
You're saying one person is fixing all the roads for 50,000 people. I mean, that seems like one person can do a lot for a lot of people. It don't seem like you need all these workers.
Well, who's going to stand around the hole and watch the guy dig in the hole if there's only one guy out there?
The other guy.
You need a whole crew of guys to watch the guy in the hole dig.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why you're really working that hard is for your food, right? So if you're hunting for your food, you don't have to work as hard. Just work half as hard. In other words, you're working hard to get your food. You got your food now. All right, I'll go work to pay my electric bill and stuff, which wouldn't be as much. I mean, because shit. I mean, I waste over like $2,000, $2 or $3,000, $2.5 grand in just food for the house.
Yeah, there was these guys doing work out front of the right here on the main street. There was these 2 guys out there. One guy was like digging these holes, right, and the other guy was going right behind him and filling them in, right. I went down like 15. I stopped. I asked them, well, yeah, what are you guys doing? They said, we're planting trees. I said, not planting trees. I said, you're digging holes and filling them in. So the guy with the trees called out today.
Think about it, Jeremy. You only had to work part-time, not full-time. And then work your other part-time will be getting your food.
Dude, nobody in my city, I don't know if this is a fact, but if it's not, it's very close. Nobody in my city fucking grows their own food. Right? There may be a couple stragglers here and there that are doing that, but we're all busy. I go to a school and clean the whole. Who's going to clean the school if I just say, oh, I'm done. All my coworkers are done. We're going to just go. We're just going to come in for a couple hours.
3 people are going to clean the school.
When you say school, do you mean the indoctrination site?
The indoctrination location. Yes. Who's going to clean that place?
What's worse than
10
that?
of us here right
How
now.
would we get porn, Jeremy?
How would we get what?
How would we get porn?
I don't know what you're saying.
But it doesn't. I mean, in reality, I mean, Jeremy, there's not really a big fight on it. It doesn't take that many people to do these activities. It really doesn't in real life. I'm not fighting for either side, but it doesn't take that many people.
Well, what if everybody had their own? Like, what if everyone on Earth got their own 2 acres that's theirs? All they'd have to do is grow whatever food they want on it. You wouldn't have to pay taxes to anyone. You could, instead of like doing a 9 to 5 hustle, people could just grow their own food, and then you wouldn't need schools because the kids can just learn from their parents.
Yeah, that's just back engineering what was already, right? So they already had that. Then they went backwards. They said, well, what about when we want to stop doing this? And also, hey, there's all these other kids are being born. They have nothing to do. They're just sitting around fucking shit up, right? So let's just have them help with the field, right? They'll help with that, and I'll just sit back and relax. And then they're like, well, shit, let's hire some more people. That's just backwards engineering what already is,
The schools indoctrinated children years ago and told them, this farm work, this is like the lowly work. You need to get into a cubicle and get behind that computer.
It's not a lie. Who wants to do backbreaking work? It's not a lie.
So when they did that, all these children sold off their families' farms and things like this and tried to divvy up the money, and they went out and spent the money, and now they have no money. So it's kind of funny in a way that everyone got away from nature and actually being self-sufficient.
They
And
have
now
no
everyone's
money and they're
self-sufficient.
stuck in the rat race, and they're about to be on the street if they lose their job.
Yeah,
Yo,
I mean,
we're all.
the
Go ahead, no thanks. Go ahead. So look, if we all get our own 2 acres, right? Now I'm on my land, I'm growing my crops, canning my food, hunting, whatever, doing all this stuff. We're teaching my kids. Okay, I don't need to go to a school and clean it now because everyone's teaching their own kids. But who keeps the roads going and the plumbing going and the electricity, and who ships the cell phones in and the computer? Like, there's a lot of stuff going on that needs to happen.
Roads, where we're going, we don't need roads.
What, are you talking about Amazon workers, Jeremy? Talking about
Well, I mean, we need roads. They got to
Well, I
get
mean-
paved. They got to get cleared from snow. A tree falls.
we got Battle Mobs. We got Battle Mobs Trucking Company to roads.
How many people have you actually seen working on the roads, man? Like,
I'm
you
just
get
saying,
a
it's a
pothole,
job.
and it takes like 6 months to a year to get it actually filled and whatnot.
They work
I
on
know,
the
I have a
road
serious-
during for 4 hours during when you get off work, what's it called, prime time.
I
have a serious issue with how we do our roads these days. I feel like we put this nice blacktop down, and as soon as winter hits, we drive over it with a metal fucking scraper and just scrape the shit out of it. And that's why you have so many potholes after winter. Now you got to send more trucks and more guys out to fix the fucking potholes. That takes all summer. By the time they're done, you get the metal plows back out. It's like this never-ending cycle of nonsense.
Job
Jeremy,
creation.
you just
Yeah.
uncovered.
That's
Jeremy,
what it
you
is.
just uncovered this conspiracy, bro. They have to keep people working.
Yeah, that's
What about
it is. It's really not a conspiracy. It's the system, guys. I mean, it's not a conspiracy. It's not like devious. It's what there's people out there yelling and screaming in the streets for, saying we want jobs. Fucking morons.
Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. So in the springtime, I don't know if you guys see it in your area, but I see these guys go along the state property, along the highways, along these fences and under the power lines, and they spray poison, right? So deer love dry leaves, and they'll come up and eat these leaves immediately, not knowing the poison's on them. They get cancer. And also these ditches that the fences are on, that line the highways, these ditches run to creeks and rivers and streams. So I see that all the time. I'm going to start videoing these guys this year and ask them, what's on that label? Are you supposed to spray that within 25 feet of a water source? Why are you doing these things? So the water, if it's in their vested interest to have a water treatment plant, why are you saying they wouldn't destroy? I mean, they're doing it on purpose. You don't think people conspire to destroy land? That's been going on. You can see it in old westerns, but it's been going on for thousands of years. We have all this infrastructure where we could pump water if we have floods, or if we have droughts, we could pump water where it is flooding to the drought area and not have droughts, not lose all the food, and not have all this water damage from floods. So we live on this stationary plane, and it's not that hard. What would be easier, to pump the water or pay for the damages? I mean,
the first part of what
it's ready, it's there. So it's kind of funny.
the first part of what you said sounded like the plot to Cabin Fever.
Did anybody see the paved roads at Yellowstone Park get taken away by the floods? That was pretty interesting.
The point is, don't you guys still want to have the cell phones and electricity and all this bullshit from Amazon we buy?
Yeah.
You know, we can't have everyone teaching and growing their own food. We need people. It takes tons of people to do that shit.
No, I agree, but I guess it depends on what people want, like whether we want that. But if we weren't being overworked and if there was more sort of money to go around, as it were, like what if like you only had to work from like age like 20 to 30 or like 20 to 27, you know, like just in those years, you know, and you only had to do like 15 hours a week. Like, could that keep it all going? If we took out all the extraneous BS and just re-put all of our efforts, and then people that are older that want to do stuff like design cars and stuff, then they can do it. And then we obviously use machines to the greatest ability to do a lot of stuff for us as best we can.
Yeah, if we ran out of people, we would build machines. Like what do they say? Necessity is the mother of invention. Yeah, and it's true.
If you got rid of all the planned obsolescence bullshit, and that would probably solve it right there. Then yeah, you could have people work for 10 years and retire. And then if people wanted to keep working, cool, go for it. You know, people do want to contribute to society. I feel like if we got rid of money, you know, I'm always saying we need to get rid of money and any kind of barter system there is, because even if you did that, people would still want to work. I would still want to contribute, make Earth a better place.
I mean, if I'm making Earth a better place by like picking up women, then sign me up. But I'm not looking to work.
But I think it should be like that, though. I think we should all do exactly what we want. Now, obviously not if it hurts someone else, but like if someone wants to just play video games and pick up women, like they should be able to do that.
It's 2022, everybody. That's exactly what is happening. I mean, that's what you should all, any kid, they should do exactly what they want. You're going to get paid for it now. Whatever you want to do, you're going to get paid for it.
I know it might sound funny to say that, you know, because like in our world, it's like, oh, you're supposed, you know, you're like lazy, you know, sitting around, whatever. But like, if someone wants to be lazy, I feel like they should just be able to be that.
My kid just got 800 hits on a video for doing laundry. On TikTok. I mean, it's ridiculous.
That's the stuff that's happening now. People are making money in all kinds of like different like ways that just makes like, what is money now? It's like getting ridiculous.
I mean, if you think about it, it's the same thing as acting. They have to acting or pretty much Hollywood vid. But if you actually go to like these videos that they actually spend some time in doing content creation, it's not as easy as it look, man. Because you in there editing the videos, you know, going through the graphics, doing whatever you have to do. So it make it think like, oh yeah, they're just being lazy. I mean, they're playing the video game, going live, yes. I mean, you're trying to entertain, but then after that, you got to go create your content. Because streaming by itself is bullshit. You won't never get paid doing that.
If you didn't have money, it would be invented. It would be invented immediately if we didn't have it.
But yeah, no, in my understanding, in reality, you can literally get paid doing now at this day and age, 2022, whatever you want to do. If you want to make faces in the mirror, you can literally make faces in the mirror for a living, and just videotape it, put it up, and maybe it won't be a great income, but yeah, it's nuts.
People has gotten rich by doing that.
I think Jeremy might have also been talking about the idea, like, do we actually need money in society? Like, can we just live together as humans? Because money seems to bring an imbalance, you know, between the wealthy and the poor and the middle class, and then just greed and everything else. Like, is there a way that we can actually just function together, get everything done together as a group, and not have to exchange and barter some kind of medium?
No, because money is just I'm sorry, money is just what you're denoting to be of value, and judging, and et cetera, et cetera. Unless I'm going to stop valuing and judging other people, then you can't do away with putting a value on somebody, or putting some sort of demarcation on what their worth is. If you and me as a human race can stop saying, well, that person's useless, then yeah, we can do away with money. We're never going to stop doing that. So we need money to value these things. It's just a polite way of saying you're a piece of shit or you're awesome. Put a dollar sign on it.
I mean, money's gotten us far. I don't think we would be where we are without money at this point, but at some point it's just going to become detrimental, because if all you're worried about is the money now, that's not good for us. It's not good. Not good.
Well, the thing is, if you're right, in a way, like, it fucks up your head. Like, it's just a way to say of what somebody's worth is. Like, what you're doing is worthwhile to me and to others. Look how much they're investing in it with their money, right? If we took away the word money and money signs, and we just said everybody just vote on what the worth is, I mean, how detrimental would that be? Like, oh, I'm worthless now. Like, people see through it, right? They see through, oh, I don't have money, that means I'm worthless. They say it all the time, but there's no way to do away with that. I don't see any way of doing away with that idea. Yeah.
There is a serious problem. Even if we were all got on the same page and we're like, yeah, we're going to get rid of money. And it's like, all right, well, I want a jet ski. Well, everyone can't have a jet ski, can they? Can we leave just enough jet skis at the lake so everyone can use them? I don't know. It becomes a problem. I like to eat lobsters. I want to eat lobster every fucking day. Do we got to start rationing shit out now? Or there's another issue with that, but
no, it's not. Like, if either of your scenarios, you have the jet skis, right, and you're borrowing them, they fix them, you take it upon your goodness of your heart to fix it, right? That's all good and great until you start looking over at that group of kids who's always riding the fucking jet skis, and they never fix them, and then you start saying they're worthless. They don't contribute at all. Take their privilege away, and that's money.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a tricky situation to get rid of the money, but I feel like, we're so focused on the money that we're not doing the right thing.
Well, you're right. That's what I'm saying, is that once you realize that money is just what the worth that you're denoting to somebody, then you can try to fix it. Meaning you can try to stop putting a value on somebody and limit everybody's good at something. They might not be good at what you're good at, but there is potential in everybody, and they can be more than what they're putting forth at that moment. Yeah.
I'm telling you, and nothing ridiculous. I'm talking about like $1 billion, or $5 billion. Put a limit at $5 billion, and let whoever has $5 billion, let them maintain it. So I'm sure they'd have their own little tricks to share everything they make over $5 billion with their family and shit. To keep earning it, because they're addicted to making money. But just take away the excess of $5 billion of all the fucking dirty, filthy, rich people, and there'd be enough to go around for everybody. So just make a maximum wage, and don't make it like something that people can't live their whole life trying to achieve it, never get to it. But make it to where when you get where you own everything and you still need more, where you cap off at $5 billion, and you can maintain that cap, so you can't just stop working. You got to keep on hustling to do your little trickery shit and somehow have over $5 billion, but spread the wealth. Even then, they'd be spreading the wealth, and then the $5 billion would be, they'd have to even maintain it. They'd have to fucking stay busy.
Then why will Amazon keep his business open so people once they make $5 billion?
Because you don't want to fall up under $5 billion. And plus,
I'm saying that if he's making more than that, then once he gets to that point, like, well, I'm sorry, Amazon is closed until
cutting it down.
Yeah, exactly. You can't put a cap on these things. I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, you can, bro, because there'll be ways around it. You share it with your wife. You'd have to start putting, once you get past $5 billion, then you start putting in your wife's name, your kid's name, your brother's name, your sister's name.
What would be doing the same thing we have right now.
Yeah, you're describing tax brackets. You're describing tax brackets, and that's all. Yeah.
No, I'm saying that there's slick ways. There's always ways of getting around shit. I'm just saying ways would still be spreading wealth.
Brian, it'd be the same thing we have now, except instead of Jeff Bezos having $100 billion, he'd have $5 billion. His wife would have $5 billion. His kids would all have $5 billion. His nieces and nephews would all have $5 billion. What's the difference?
What's the difference is that I mean, they do whatever they want with it. I mean, he couldn't say shit. The point is I don't care. Make it 50 billion, Jeremy. I'm just saying there's got to be a point because it's too easy to get money when you have that much. It's too easy. And what does it go towards?
Well, and the thing is, then you start, Brian. Then you start living like like Jeff Bezos. He has to start living for more. That's what happens to him as a person. He starts living for more than money. Money is now just like a consequence of his good actions. You know, that's just a consequence now. He's not trying to make money. He's just trying to provide worth and show his value to the world. And as a consequence, people are paying him money. That's what happens to like a human being at a certain point.
Bro, if 5 billion ain't enough, let's make it 20 billion.
It doesn't matter what it is. If he's going to keep making a product that people enjoy and keep paying for, and you're going to punish him for providing a service that everybody wants. That's not working.
Why is that punishment? Why is that? In what way is that punishment?
Well, you've deemed it punishment by saying you can no longer be rewarded or told that you're doing a good thing. You just have to
all you can do,
have it in your mind.
Past 20 billion, all you can do when you get to 20 billion is maintain that 20 billion or share. Because listen, there's only a certain amount of money, bro. And
money's printed, bro. What do you mean there's a certain amount of money?
I know, but there's a certain amount going around. We could keep printing more, but the point is that it's too easy for them to get it all.
It's not real. Yeah, I agree with the other guy. It's not real. It doesn't matter. 20 billion, 40 billion. These guys can't spend it, and they don't. It's too much money for them to even spend in one lifetime. It doesn't matter. They're not greedy. They can't even spend it.
Well, you're right. Let's pay attention to history. So what happens in history is that the rich keep getting richer. The king gets more and more of everything, and more and more and more, and more and more and more until it gets so bad where the people are fucking hungry. And as long as we're fed, we're going to be fine. As long as we have fat bellies, we're going to fucking, for the most part, be content. It's when we run out of food that we're fucking willing to fucking ruckus because our kids are starving, bro. That's what men are willing to fight for. So it's when the people ain't fed is when they revolt. So the point is,
the thing. You should always be fed because there's plenty of food out there.
Yeah, that is interesting, Brian. Like your idea of limiting it. I mean, there are different interesting kind of things around that, like as an idea. But one of the things, like in the way what that does, it takes that fraction of a 1% that are the billionaires. They own most of the money, and then there's people starving. So that disparity, as we know, is so crazy. That is interesting to think of. Like if all these billionaires just gave half of their money and just helped feed the rest of the world, like just at minimum,
Right. And then it's like this. So we can make the cap anything, 20 billion, 50 billion. There'd still be that excess would always be enough because the rich are always going to be better at making money because it's easier to make money when you have money. Everybody knows that. So most of us are going to live our lives as normal. But the people who are addicted to money, the bankers and shit who sell money, which is what fucks up the system to begin with, then they're going to be limited. And it's nothing fucking, it's not punishment, bro. 20 billion is plenty. Make it 100 billion. Fuck it. When you get 100 billion's a cap, but at some point make a cap and it's going to, then they're going to start having to spread it. They'll find their slick little ways around it, but still, then they're going to have to start giving discounts to the people when they hit that, and they're going to make sure that they do everything they have to do to maintain that billion. Then they're going to try and make themselves look good. Like, hey, I've got my billion, my 100 billion, and now I'm giving shit up cheaper. But they're going to always then the prices are going to be rated on how much the people are buying it from are close to maintaining their billion. Instead of supply and demand, pretty much there's going to be supply for everything. Everybody's going to still be wanting to get rich and make their money, but there's going to be a limit, which is not unreasonable at all, bro. The whole point is think that one over, man. It makes sense, man.
I don't like the idea of the cap because if you make it 1 billion or 5 billion or whatever, what's to stop Jeff Bezos from giving 4 billion to his daughter? Now he's only got 1 billion. Now he keeps Amazon going. And he's making $100 million a day, and then he hits 5 billion again. He gives his wife fucking 4 billion. Now he's only got 1 billion. Now he starts all over again. It would just be a never-ending cycle.
Right. There's always ways around it, bro. But the point is he's going to have to. The more he makes, now he's going to have to keep spreading it, bro, because he's going to hit a point where his wife has her 100 billion, and then he's got to start giving his kids $100 billion, and they're going to spend, and that's what we need. Is spend.
Are they?
More than likely, bro.
If
but either way,
if I'm giving you my money, I'm gonna tell you there's a restriction on this because it's my money. I've worked for it. Only reason I'm giving it, I'm letting is you're having it there is because I can't have more.
Well,
you better
then
not
just
touch that money, otherwise.
just pay money and don't spend it. Either way, it's going to benefit.
How is it benefiting? If I'm giving you
on that money,
what's that?
Bro, how does it benefit us if Bezos's whole family has $5 billion in the bank, or Bezos has $100 billion in the bank? What's the difference?
Because, bro, the point is it's going to be spreading it out no matter what.
He's going to spread it to his people.
Okay, then here's the point. The point is this:
which he's going to control.
He's going to hit a fucking point where there's nowhere else to spread it, bro, and they're way past that point.
Is there? Because then because then I'll get married, have my kids. So let's say I'm Jeff Bezos' grandson. I got married, have kids. Now, my wife gets another $5 billion. My kids gets another $5 billion. Then my kids gets. In other words, it doesn't really matter because all he's gonna do is get his friends. Oh, look, you can't touch this money.
How many?
You get $5 billion.
$5 billion goes into $1 trillion, bro.
That's what I'm saying, though. That there's just no point because all he has to do, even let's say if his family runs out, now he has best friends, but they can't touch the money regardless because it's his.
What if he buys 100 metric tons of gold and puts it in his basement? Who's keeping track of that shit?
If he buys 100 metric tons of gold and puts it in his basement, then that's fucking that pretty much goes. I mean, well, gold, that's a tricky one. Gold is like right on the borderline
What if he
of
buys Bitcoin? What if he buys crypto and just puts it in a wallet somewhere, and now he's just got it sitting there? No one knows. Who knows?
Bitcoin already has that fucking limit, Jeremy. That's the whole point.
What's the whole point?
There's only so much Bitcoin, bro. And if somebody
all you do, Jeff Bezos, is you take.
It'd be worthless. If somebody had all the Bitcoin, it would be worthless. That's the same thing that happens to money over and over and over.
And put it like this.
And then it's worthless.
Put it like this. I wouldn't even need family. All I have to do is start entities and start.
Yeah, you have to make all you have to do is hire a guy for like 10 grand, have him stick you up and claim that he robbed your money and start over again. He'll give it back to you. Insurance scam after insurance scam.
And an entity is it's like another person, right? So a business or a company or whatever. Then all you have to do is just create what do you call these? How they freaking launder money? These side companies that you're investing on. Here's $5 billion investing in that company. Now you're worth more.
Yeah, well, guess what, man? That's the same thing's going to keep happening, bro. Like the Bitcoin example. Like if one person winds up getting all the Bitcoin, then it's not going to fly, bro. It's going to be worthless. It ain't going to be worth shit if fucking nobody has any.
Yeah, we already have the answer is this: that we revert to true capitalism and rely purely on donation and charity instead of socialist programs. That's it. That's the answer.
I'm saying, like, I would even say set it at a price that even the rich motherfuckers can agree upon. But trust me, they're gonna they're gonna keep getting all.
Trust me, they ain't gonna agree on any of it.
And it's never gonna. It's never gonna stop. The rich people are gonna always
preaching
wind up
anti-freedom.
getting around it.
Yeah,
guys, hold on, one at a time, please.
Sorry, that was me interrupting. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, well, I was almost done anyway, but I was just saying the rich people are always going to wind up getting it all, period. And then there's going to be a war, and then the rich people are going to get it all, and there's going to be a war, and then the shit's going to crumble.
All they have to do is create some other way to have more jobs, and then you're going to work for the penny to the dollar, and they're going to keep making more money.
We can't keep comparing it to kings and queens, though. You can't keep saying, "Oh, kings and queens," right? Because we're talking now people who actually provide something of value. So, name one rich person who doesn't provide something of value.
Bankers who loan money at a fucking cost. That's what fucks the whole system to begin with.
Cool.
Is everybody
your
Travis,
idea, Brian, as you were saying that, it was funny. I was kind of thinking about like the way you're saying, like these rich people like cough it up kind of thing. Like imagine there's like 3 kids that are playing in the sandbox, right? And there's toys in the sandbox. And then the mother comes like a few hours later, and one of the kids has all the toys. He just stole all the toys. He's got all of them in his corner. He's not letting any other kids get his toys. It's like the mother will come up and kind of be like, oh, come on, Johnny, share your toys, you know, like almost like waving her finger. That's kind of the situation we're in now. Like we have these billionaires that have all the toys or whatever. They're the ones, you know, all the money essentially. And meanwhile, there's all these other people that have no toys, no money, you know, not even to the point of starvation. People don't even have food. So yeah, it does seem like, I mean, I'm all about like freedom and not like imposing on other people, but oh man, it's a tough situation when you just have that small group that is just dominating.
What happened though is that everybody got a cookie. Everybody got a cookie. Everybody got a toy. All the kids ate their cookies and went to hey, listen, let me get your cookie. I'll give you my toy. Then the kid had the toys, all the toys. Then he started charging cookies for the toys. That's what happened. He didn't bully him out of
exactly. Because the way you posted the way you posted it, Gio, was actually incorrectly because you said he stole all the toys. They ain't stealing anything. They're giving you something for what you want. You're giving you're the one giving them their money.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
It's not like they're going up to you. Hold on, I'm still talking, dude. I'm still talking,
Brian.
Brian, you're giving them their money. They're not going up to you and taking your money and say, "Well, I got all your money." Yeah, and then somebody comes and say, "Well, dude, you got to give." That's understandable. They go to you and take out your money, and all of a sudden you say the government gets into it and like, "Hey, you just can't steal their money, bro. You got to share back the money."
I suppose just real quick, I'll pass the mic, Brian. You can go. But I just want to say real quick, just in thought. I mean, I guess it depends on who's the they, because there's also like the people who own the Federal Reserve, for example, like the people behind the Federal Reserve. That was more what I was talking about. Like they got all the toys, they got control over the Federal Reserve, and now they own all the banks and all the big media and big corporations. That's kind of more what I meant. Whereas like a hardworking person that makes their way to be a billionaire, that's different. You know what I mean? They're not like the man who's owning the Federal Reserve type shit. They're just some dude who worked his money. So I kind of feel like that's more who you were defending, like that they made their money, square kind of thing.
That's why I said, hold on. I said,
go ahead.
Make it like $5 billion, so people can fucking have anything they need for 10 generations.
Right, your mic's fucked up, Brian.
Your mic's all muffled, Brian.
But Brian is talking about the George Bezos and let's say anybody that's a fucking billionaire that they actually provides a product. But you're talking about the central banking system, which I definitely agree on that.
And it's kind of the central banking system because here's the thing: we all provide a service or we provide goods, and that keeps the economy rolling sweet. So yeah, if you have better service, better goods, then you're going to do better. But it's the fuckers who loan money with interest. They're not putting anything of value into the system, but they're going to eventually get all the money. It's like at a poker table. If you're at a poker table at say like the Best Bet or wherever you're playing, and everybody's got $100, and the dealer takes 2% of each hand. They just rake in 2%. So yeah, if you do good for that day or two or that hour or two, then you're gonna get a few people's money, but the dealer's gonna keep raking it in. So if me and the same 5 people are at the table and all we brought was 100 each, eventually we're just gonna keep playing until the dealer gets every bit of it. It's gonna dwindle down.
I was thinking of a similar analogy where like the dealer lends money to people, but then the game's rigged. So they just keep lending money and then they just get it all.
Right. So they win no matter what. And so the people loaning money, they're putting no services into fucking society. They're putting no goods into society. And yet they're fucking controlling society because they were born with the money. Make no mistake. Nobody worked their way up to fucking banker status. You might work your way up to Trump or owning even a building or something. But as far as controlling the money, like the status I'm talking about, it's like me. They're already born with trillions of cookies. I'm born with no cookies. I've got to make my cookies. That's not fair. Yeah, if we're all born with a cookie, yeah, that's different.
I worked at a poker house, and you're definitely right. Of course, at what happens is that somebody pretty much breaks, and then somebody else buys in. That's where the money supposedly keeps flowing in, but the house always is the one getting paid.
Well, it's like that. Like Brian would say, though, they lend out money that they just printed out of thin air, and then they make you pay it back. It's crazy scam, like the usury that they're doing. Yeah, and on that level, once they do that, like Brian was saying, like they're lending out something that didn't even have value in the system in the first place. It's like created, and then it all of a sudden has value once you have to pay it back to them.
No matter what, they're going to wind up getting it all eventually, unless they print more and print more and print more. You know, so it's totally up to them how much they print, and then so we're trusting the good faith of them. But here's where that good faith gets us: is it gets us where half of the country here is throwing food away every fucking night, and then half of another country is going to bed starving. And so they're not looking out very good, man. So I'm just thinking maybe a maximum wage, something fair. You know, maybe even 20 billion. You know, let's make it something that something crazy high. You know, that it'd be unethical to argue about.
No, it does seem like if
Dude, your idea sounds cool. Go ahead, Joe.
No, you go.
Your idea sounds cool, but like I said, these people are like masters at this money thing. So like when Bezos hits 20 million, he's just going to give 20 billion to his daughter or his son or his niece or his best friend or something. Like it's not going to stop. I love the idea, but these guys are too slick. They got all these ways of hiding money and cheating from paying taxes, like legal ways to not pay taxes and shit. You're not going to win.
Maybe they would enjoy their life at that point. Maybe they would be like, fuck it, dude, I've already given all my kids, my wife, all my friends 20 billion, and I'm still just maintaining my 20 billion. You know, I'm going to just take a break and enjoy life, or maybe fucking have a change of heart and realize that there's still people starving, and I'm fucking trying to find ways to
That's what these guys do. Yeah, that's what these guys do. They have change of heart. Dude, have you been... Brian, are you serious right now?
Well, either way, they'd be fucking accountable.
Well, he's saying if they could do that, I think is what he's saying.
They can do that right now. Bezos could be like, oh, if I got 60 billion, that's enough money. I'm going to give the rest and solve world hunger or cure homelessness or whatever the fuck. But they don't, because it's all about the money to get more money, more and more and more.
Right, more. It's never enough.
Yeah.
That's why I said let's set a point that's enough, even if it's 100 billion.
It's never enough. You cannot set a number high enough where people would just be happy with it.
Then they'll just keep getting it all, and we'll keep making the same mistakes over and over and over and over. People will be starving.
You know what they do though, Brian? They they kind of do what you're saying. They tax the rich people way more, but then they're just scamming the rich people at that point. Like, you know what I mean? Like they do tax the rich people way more, but does any of that? I mean, it just means more goes to NASA, more goes to. I'm not saying some of it probably does go to what would be considered good things like roads or whatever else. I'm not the extra money, but I mean you know how the tax brackets work. Where I mean, if you make that much money, it's like 50% of it or the huge percentage of it end up going to taxes, way more than someone who only makes 50 or 100 grand. So I'm just saying they're already kind of doing that. They're already kind of like taxing the rich people more, but are they using that money for anything good, or are whoever's taxing them more, are they just stealing it? It's just criminals stealing from other rich people.
It's tricky, man. I will admit that, man. It's not as easy as one simple fix, but there's enough to go around nowadays where it hurts my heart that people are fucking hungry and shit like that, man. Like in America, bro, our bums are fucking fat. So I'm not talking about us. But I'm talking about there's millions of people that are malnourished and shit, literally, and there's no fucking excuse for that, bro. As long as I'm standing and breathing and walking on two healthy legs, bro, then there's no excuse for that, bro. That's fucking goddamn ridiculous.
Yeah,
but
there's enough
to say unless we speak for them.
There's enough food and resources for everyone. The problem is the money. If you don't have it, if you don't have the money to get it, we're not giving it to you because we only care about the money.
I heard someone say malnourished. And when you look at Americans, a lot of them are malnourished. They have skinny arms and fat bellies. So, I mean, this is what we used to see with the children in Ethiopia and all these different things. So You can have this food that doesn't have nutrients, and you can eat all of it, that your heart desires, but you're malnourished. So it's a lack of nourishment.
Yo, if there is
You may
any
be able to
karmic,
get that.
if
That may
there's
be
any
full.
if there is any justice with this karma thing or whatever, these rich elite motherfuckers will be born into some little tribe in Ethiopia, and they'll have a fat belly and skinny legs with flies stuck to their face. All right.
Yeah, or come back as a mullet.
No, I just come.
If it's all about, if you guys are speaking about the poor, why don't you just, have something like maybe a living wage and put a cap on goods and services and products, put a cap on how expensive they can be. And you don't have to go really extreme with it, Brian. I think that people could make as much money as they want to make, and businesses could stay in business, and everyone could eat, like you're saying. There's only so much money in the system at any given day. I understand what you're saying, but I understand everyone else saying it's printed up all the time. And look who has a hand in that. Doesn't the royal family, or the so-called royal family, have a hand in the Federal Reserve?
Well, the only way they could justify printing out more money is each child born. So basically, all this is doing is promoting. It's got the rich people just wanting to fucking to just blow up the population, bro. They act like they don't, but they do, because that's the only thing that justifies putting more money in the system is each child born. They put another fucking 10 million in the system, so they want more kids. It's fucking ridiculous the way the system is.
I was just talking about this earlier. I was just talking about that very thing earlier. But that's the way it is now. You need constant growth to keep this whole fucking Ponzi scheme going. But there's a paradigm shift coming with automation that is going to stop that. Like, the automation almost makes it to where you don't even need money, really. Once we get good with the automation, like, what's going to be the point? They're going to have to do universal basic income or some shit. And if that's the case, where's the money come from? Like, what's the point of even having money at that point?
Well, you could have a base income that, like, let's say everybody gets like whatever the equivalent of 50, 60,000 a year, and then anyone who wants to make more could make more.
Yeah, I don't know. But where's all that money? That's a lot of fucking money. That's got to come from somewhere.
Well, I was going to say before, the thing about like something like NASA, I mean, they get what is it now? It's up to 60 something million. Is it? I think it's like over 60 now, 60 million a day.
Yeah, I think it's right at 60 million.
Yeah, so whatever the 20 something billion that is a year. I mean, that alone. Didn't we do the calculations? I don't think we got to the bottom of it, but because Chronic was saying that it's like a half a penny, and we weren't sure whether that's a half a penny for every dollar earned or a half a penny for only the money you're taxed on. But I think like for someone that makes 60 grand a year, if it's for every money earned, it was like $3,000 that they're paying to NASA every year. But if it's only out of their taxable money, it might only be like 1,000 or 1,500, somewhere in there. My point is, if every human being who's making $50,000 and up is paying $1,000 to $1,500 a year to NASA, we don't even know if those numbers are exactly right. But even if they are, or even it might be more than that, but it's significant. And we always talk about like, oh, if everyone just gave $1, everyone gave $5, we could totally solve homelessness. But NASA's taking 1,000. But if someone makes 300,000, you're probably giving NASA 15 grand, or I don't know. We don't know the exact numbers. I'm just throwing these numbers out there. But if
we just go by 60 million, 2 billion.
Yeah, think about how much money that is. That NASA's, and I got said
this 2,190 something million.
Even if space were real, if we took all the money, if we just took a break from space for 2 years, maybe only 1 year, took all that money and just tried to solve hunger and homelessness.
That's a good point, man. That's a good point. But we're the only ones talking about it. The poor, they don't have a voice. We barely have a fucking voice. But as flat earthers, got no voice. But the point is
the money. So yeah, they're just taking it. I mean, we don't even have an option in it. And then
I
mean, if space
people are not realizing how much a billion is, bro. A billion. I mean, it doesn't sound like much nowadays, but that's 1,000 fucking millions, dude. Like, so if somebody has 20 billion. That's fucking 20,000 million. That's what more would you need, man? I'm just saying.
So much. I know. You could probably just fucking drone air deliver food to every starving person on Earth with that much money. Just
But do they really have that money, or is it just their worth because of all the businesses they have?
He'd be worth just to maintain 20 billion. Besides the slick ways, like I said, I just threw that out there because I know there's always going to be their ways around the shit. But you know, that's going to be in any system, man. But I'm just saying, like, it's going to put a big wrinkle in shit if all their kids are at 20 billion, their wife's at 20 billion. They're going to be nice to them fucking people. It's going to put a big wrinkle in shit, and they're going to be free to spend. It's just going to there'll be new tricks, yeah, sure, but and it's not a small amount, bro. You're only talking a fucking handful of people who really want or need more than that, and they're the ones who are fucking it up, bro. If we put some kind of limit, even 100 billion, then them extra billions would be enough for everybody, man.
Brian, but let's say Elon Musk worth $240 billion, right? Of course, something like that. Does he really have that amount of money, or is it just worth because of the business he has and the investments that he has? How much actual cash does he have?
Bro, but if he keeps making it at that rate, what happens? Think of the game of Monopoly.
If his business goes crapped, he loses a shit ton of money, which he doesn't really have.
You didn't play enough Monopoly as a kid, or maybe you didn't understand it.
But you understand.
There's only a certain amount of money in that bank, bro. There's only a certain amount of money in that bank, and everybody wins eventually. It's just a high-speed life. All Monopoly is high-speed life, but somebody eventually gets all the money. There's no getting around it, bro. Somebody's going to wind up with all the fucking money.
When I was a kid, we'd be playing Monopoly with my siblings, you know. My dad would come in, and he would just start, like, backing one of us, you know, like maybe my younger brother, and he would just start helping my younger brother, and we would end up just monopolizing and winning the game. We'd all be like, like whoever my dad teamed up with, you know, just ended up winning.
But so maybe make it to where, okay, there's 100 billion cap, and then anything past 100 billion, you got to give half of it away. So in other words, you got to first hit 100 billion, which is going to limit it to, you know, maybe 10,000 people. And then when you hit that 100 billion, then you can keep making more, but you got to give half of it away. They're going to still then they're going to want to work even harder. But the harder they work, the more they're going to be giving it, and it's just going to spread. I'm not saying set a number that's restrictive to bullshit. I'm saying, you know, just 10,000 million or 100,000 million something, Brand. Fuck.
Well, they're already kind of doing that because, I mean, some of these billionaires are probably paying like 60% of their money in taxes or whatever. The question is, what are they doing with all that extra tax money they're getting from these billionaires?
Yeah, but there's still a certain amount of money, and they're going to keep, as long as they keep making more and more and more, and it's just going to the government, then we're relying on them. That's a fucking coin toss. But the point is the bankers are going to always get it all eventually, and just find new ways of putting it out, and which come with more and more control. So every time shit starts getting fucked up, they have to do something they don't want shit to completely hit the fan. They just want more and more control. And that's what keeps happening until finally shit gets too fucked up to fix. But my point is they're going to keep getting it all over and over and over. Somewhat a select few, just like the game of Monopoly, is that if that's the way the game's set up, then somebody's going to wind up getting it all every time, or a select few. And
that's pretty much what happens in Monopoly. That's why I mentioned I was always joking because we were young kids and my dad would come and help out one of us, and then we would end up winning because he was just good at what to buy, what to sell. Because that game Monopoly, like that's how it works. Like if you play it right, you end up just winning the whole thing. You know, you end up just getting everyone's everything. You know, it sometimes takes a long ass time, but eventually one person gets it all.
Yeah, but and in that game, at least we all start off with a nice fat bank where we could buy shit. That's not how we start off in life, bro. And that's not fair. That's not fair because
starting off with
the game is rigged.
The game starting off where this person has basically the whole bank and you literally have nothing.
Yeah, but the banker's supposed to be honest. It's a matter of once you start, it's all about the property taxes and monopoly. Once you buy a property or you buy the land or whatever, you buy the boardwalk or whatever, and then you start building houses on it, and then other people come and just get ripped on your property and have to pay all of that, in their sort of taxes or in their whatever. It's supposed to be like hotel fees or whatever, monopoly, but that's how you win. So whoever builds, really the way to win monopoly, it seems like you have to be pretty risky. You have to be willing to like pay a lot of money up front and just buy everything, buy as much land as you can and build houses as soon as you can, because as people land on your shit, you're going to get paid. And then that's what lets you start to get a leg up, which is pretty much what they're doing to us. We have to pay for our land taxes, and then we work a job that they then have to tax us for. So like they're getting it. It's basically the game of Monopoly that's being played on the earth right now.
Yeah, and as long as there's interest loans, then it might take a while, but the banks are going to eventually get all the money because they're not offering any goods and services. So people don't see it because it happens at such a slow pace, but they're the only people not putting in anything for society, but getting the most for nothing at all. So
right, they give you a loan. Exactly. They give you a couple $100,000 to buy a house. They give you that loan. And then now, like they just gave it to you pretty much out of thin air. Now, whoever's owning that house is actually out in the world generating some kind of value for that money. And then they're giving the money to them to pay back the loan with interest. So yeah, they didn't really offer any value in the beginning. You're actually offering the value of the work, but then you had to pay them to borrow the money. You had to borrow the money because they have all the money, and the prices of shit is kind of hanging in the middle zone.
Like Jeremy said, the only way for that to maintain is for growth, and the only way to add money, well, they can do it anyway, but the only way to justify it is population. So each kid they add 10 million or whatever it is they add. I think it's around 10 million.
That whole thing's about to shift with this automation that's coming up. It's not going to be how the system works anymore. It's not even going to make sense to do it like that.
One thing I don't want to do is give the power to the governments. I don't want to set no limit to where nobody has the money to question the government. And you got to have money to keep shit honest. So I want it to be a big ass amount. And I don't want the government to get it past that. I just want it to be a cap to where, a cap to where pretty much they don't even need anything past that except for their little slickery bullshit. They just, it's going to start spreading, man. They're going to start offering deals. They're going to start doing humanitarian shit. It's inevitable. They have to, because at that point they just build on their good name, And if they can keep half of it, that's even better. Then you get to keep half, and they're maybe even working even harder to make more. And but the more they work, the more they're spreading the wealth from the rich directly all the way down to the poor. Not so much to the middle class. We're gonna maintain our own, but it's gonna go right from the top directly to the bottom where it needs to go.
How much money do you think Jeff Bezos has? Cash.
I don't know, man.
What's your estimate?
Half a trillion, maybe.
Cash?
Cash? I don't know, man. That's a good question. I don't think. I don't have nothing against Jeff Bezos, man.
I'm just asking you. Because you're saying limited him at 20 billion. All right. How much do you think he actually has?
I didn't really mean just cash, though, man. Like in Monopoly, man, the hotels represent the cash, man. I meant like total assets. And there'd be some exceptions as far as charities, as far as maybe property. Maybe property only counts as half or something, man. But even there, I just think the limits don't necessarily where you make more, you just give it to the government. I ain't trying to give the power all to the government. I'm just trying to find a way to take it from the top and give it to the very, very fucking bottom. And that's the best I can come up with.
Then my question is, what will make him keep his business going if he's limited to the amount?
He don't want to fall under his 20 billion, does he?
Why would he need to? But once he gets
Well, then there'd be more businesses, I guess. There'd be more Amazon. Maybe more people could be making money instead of just Bezos. Like, because I know what you mean. If he was limited at 20 billion, I'm not even saying I think this is I'm just kind of entertaining Brian's idea because I don't even know how I really think about. I'd have to think more about it whether limiting them, but I'm just playing it out in my head. If that happened, he couldn't have something as big as Amazon. If he didn't want to make it big because he didn't make, and he had a cap of how much he could make, then I guess there would just be other businesses that would crop up that would, take the place. So there'd be 20 businesses that do what Amazon does instead of one.
And there would be now because I don't think Amazon's not the only one that sells online.
It's huge companies, yeah. The huge corporations, I guess, would be split up. So that would maybe be a good thing.
I mean, right now, Amazon, like I said, Amazon's not the only company that sells online. Like many different companies, like Alibaba and all the other stuff.
Wait a minute, bro. Whoa. Why are you defending these gajillionaires, bro?
I'm not defending, but I'm just saying if it will be messed up. If I would say Microsoft, if he was limited to the amount of money he could make, would you think there would be more computers out there?
Yeah. Are you really worried about tacking on each extra penny and coming up with stupid fucking ways to you'd spend more maybe on advertising, but you'd hit a point where, man, you might enjoy some of your time before you die. I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there. Bro, if you all you could do is maintain 100 billion or 20 billion, then you're gonna, certain people are gonna find ways around it. Some people are just gonna live comfortably, and maybe they'll have time to reflect on their fucking life, bro, instead of just more.
How many people have 100 billion?
I don't know, probably maybe 10,000, maybe. That's a guess.
This says that Jeff Bezos makes $150,000 a minute, $9 million an hour, and $216 million a day.
There you go. We limit it to limit it to 100,000 a minute.
I mean that after that 100,000 a minute, that business will close. Nobody else will.
He might even drop prices on shit, bro. I might get me some Jordans.
His prices. It's just none of anything that sells on Jeff Bezos' website is not his.
Google says there's 3,300 billionaires in the world.
3,300 billionaires? Okay. I think how many trillionaires are there?
No. How many have over 100 billion?
Probably more than there's.
That's just billion. Yeah, it's a question. How many have more than 100? You're saying?
At 100 billion. I think we're attacking the trillionaires anyway, man. I think we're, maybe
dude.
Jeff Bezos might fall into it a little bit.
Jeff Bezos only has 100. Well, he's worth 100 and some billion.
This right here says, this is just Wikipedia. Basically, there's only 8 that make more than 100 billion a year because it's got the list. This is in 2022. Number 1 is Elon Musk. Number 2, Jeff Bezos. Number 3, Bernard Arnault and family. Number 4, Bill Gates. Number 5, Warren Buffett. Anyway, so there's only 8 of them that make more than 100 billion is what they said.
So they haven't listed any
more than 100
family.
billion a year?
Or maybe this is their net worth.
They have more than 100 billion, right? They're worth
That's hilarious. They haven't listed any of the oil tycoons yet in that list. That is fucking hilarious. So there you have it. The real money is not even on that list. Bro, we're all spending fucking at least $20 a fucking week on gas average. And you're talking about the whole entire world on average is fair to say $20 a fucking week on gas because it's going to go up and down. And some people don't even have a car, but some people have fucking semis. So they're going to spend more. So you're talking every week, you're talking fucking $5 trillion or something, man.
Who gets those $20?
There ain't on that list, are they?
You understand that money gets break down into percentage to get to that person that actually has the barrels, right? That actually sold the barrels.
Right, and they ain't on that list. That's my point. How about the tobacco? That's another one of the biggest fucking, who's got the Philip Morris money? Who's got the freaking, why ain't they on that list? There's certain people who don't want to be on that list, so they're not going to be, right?
Do you know how much money the tobacco company makes off of one box of cigarettes?
if it was even a penny, bro,
it's 10 cents. I think it is.
Right. If it was even a penny, you're talking about people who smoke 2 packs a day. That's 2 cents in a fucking week.
You know where that other money goes to?
You're talking about 5 billion smokers that probably have, I mean, at least 10% of the population smoke. You're talking about fucking, even if it's just a billion smokers on Earth, that's 10 billion a day, bro, a day.
When I used to smoke, and it was like about $4 to $5 a box. I used to make 10 cents out of the box, and most of that money went to taxes because it was a what was it called? What's that tax called?
Yeah, but he just named the list.
They'll let us keep cutting down the rainforest in South America and dousing tobacco plants with chemicals and then selling it and taxing people.
Yeah, because he just named a list of millionaires, which had Elon Musk at the top of it. And it's like, bro, if these people are making even a penny a box, that's $1 billion a day. That's way more than, I mean, that's even more than the people on that list. And,
$1 billion a day now, dude.
Well, it'd be 10 billion a day. If you say it's 10 cents, it'd be about 10 billion a day. If it's only 10 cents, then I'm just saying that's like, what about Rothschild or Philip Morris or some of these big names don't want a public figure.
Didn't it say he makes 215 million a day? So that would be that's definitely billions within like a couple days.
He doesn't make that to himself, and again that's that's how much Ross make pretty much, and then all that has to get trickled down to delivery, packaging, boxes, costs, and everything like that.
So let's call you Sam. You keep arguing for Uncle Sam, and we'll keep.
I'm not arguing for Uncle Sam. It's actually not even Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam is the one making all the money. I'm trying to look the amount of money that the tobacco company makes per box.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of shit on here of people who don't want to be on that list and won't be, like shit that everybody, you know, like alcohol, Bacardi, freaking Budweiser. Like, dude, you're talking some dough, and I know there's a lot of money circulating around that, but the profit is ridiculous, dude.
Well, that's why I was joking about like the kids in the sandbox, and the one kid just steals all the toys. Now I know in this scenario that the guy's, you know, assumingly made the money himself or whatever, but you know, that's a whole other story. But whether he was propped up like that in the first place, but either way, it does seem like, see, I don't like the idea of like limiting anyone or like controlling anyone. Because like in the true spirit of capitalism, you should be able to kind of make your own way and do your own thing. So Brian, don't you think it could be kind of almost like not quite communistic, but yeah.
It could. I mean, it's dangerous, man, because it's like what happens to the money after the cap, you know? Because when you limit people, then you limit, like I said, you're limiting voices to keep the government in check. That's all we have are these rich motherfuckers. Even if they're doing backhanded shit, they're at least keeping the government in check, you know? So I don't ignore that pot. It's tricky, but like I said, I don't know, man. It's just, there's got to be something there. There's got to be a way to fix this shit, bro. Because I mean, we're lucky in America, you know. But you know, for every one of us that's lucky, man, there's probably 50 people around the world that aren't lucky, and it just doesn't sit well with me, man. I don't know, man. But yeah, you're right though. It's like, at what point do you start handcuffing people, and where would the power go? It would go to the government, and that can never be good. So it's a good topic.
Yeah, but as a society, if we decided to go to those billionaires, be like, hey, you guys got to help solve world hunger. Like, people are really suffering here. You have so many billions, you'll never even spend that much. You have enough yachts, you have enough airplanes, you have enough of everything you need. Come on, let's help these guys out. Like, you know, now whether that would be a requirement, that's a whole other story. But it does seem like there needs to be, like, I think that like the billionaires' freedom to have billions is at the cost, because they have that money, at other people starving and being homeless. So it just seemed like, I don't want to take anyone's freedom away, but it just seems like it's so out of balance. That would be like the mother coming in and be like, all right, come on, split up the toys, give some to the other kids, instead of the one kid getting them all. And in that case, the mother would be doing the right thing to come in and like let all the kids have a toy instead of just one dude has them all.
Yeah, then we just got to trust the mother. But that was a great analogy, bro, because everybody did. When you said that, everybody in here fucking pictured that perfectly, dude. The one little fat kid in the fucking corner. But yeah, it is tricky, man. But it just seems like the problem is all they have to do is keep the majority of, or keep the middle class doing decent, and because the poor don't have much of a voice, and so that's all they're doing. But at that rate, it just seems like it's just going to keep happening over and over and over and over, where the middle class is always going to slowly shrink, and then the poor is going to grow and grow and grow, where there'll be food thrown away and people hungry, and that's when revolts. When shit gets too out of balance, I guess that's when people stand up because they have nothing to lose, man. So, but it just seems like there should be some way, man, to get that balance a little bit better. But yeah. I do got to agree with the restrictions, man. That's dangerous.
Well, it may just be a fundamental flaw in capitalism and in the monopolizing. Like any capitalistic system that has the potential for monopoly just seems flawed right off the jump.
That's what's got me thinking the most, though. It is set up for just growth. It's set up.
Yeah. So I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought, is that all?
Yeah, that was it. It's set up for growth. It is scary, man.
Well, have you heard that stat that there's an empty house? Like there's one empty house for like every homeless person on earth, meaning that like enough people own a second house, a third house, a fourth house, a vacation house, a cabin house, all that stuff. People own multiple properties enough that if they were to open their doors to the homeless, that you could house every homeless people in extra houses that people have. You ever heard that stat?
3 houses per homeless person.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Now, obviously, all these rich people, they're not just going to open their doors to homeless people, but just showing the imbalance. Like more people have, well, if it's that much, if it's 3 extra houses for every homeless, there's 3 extra vacation homes or whatever it is for in the world that would actually house people that just don't have a home at all.
I am curious to see where shit goes, though, man, because it's like more and more automation, like Jeremy brings up. That is a good topic, because like they got to keep the slaves, and I don't mean slaves, I do work and I provide a service, but I mean, you call me a slave, whatever, dude. But just for the sake of of describing it. So as long as we're working our asses off and producing and providing services, providing goods, then everybody's going to do well. So as long as we're making shit and we're giving people what they want, at a fair price, then everything's going to be copacetic, man. But it's tricky, man. It really is tricky. So when the automation starts, I mean, mine will probably be the last, bro. Like, when is computers going to lay a fucking driveway? Or when I'm sure they probably can, but it's probably more trouble than it's fucking worth than to just hire a couple guys to do it, but there are plenty of jobs that have already been lost and are at more immediate risk to lose shit. And ever and ever and ever, it's just not an easy thing to replace, because even with the plastics, there's no weight. Like the concrete at least keeps the roots at bay and shit like that for foundations. And like, yeah, they can replicate something as hard and heavy and is permanent. I mean, but I think about other trades, and it's like stocking, like they got computers putting shit on shelves, and yeah, if it goes to the driving, where fuck, that's gonna really rock the fucking system, man. I argue against Jeremy at first, but I think he's right.
You know what the craziest thing is? The people that are really in power and that have built this system, the ones that are in control in that sense, they actually want there to be poor and homeless people and starving people. It's really sad. Like, it's part of their like being a psychopath. They actually want that and they engender that. One of the reasons I think is because it's like a fear mechanism for everyone else that they want to work for their dollar being taxed and all that. The fear is if you don't work, you're going to be homeless. No one wants to be homeless, so get a job. You know, so it's like they almost like purposefully want people like that in that position to being homeless and starving and all that, so that they can kind of use that to like wield power over people to keep people convinced that, you know, that they need to work in the system so that they don't end up like that. So it's like they're literally it's like those cartoons where the rich are just like stomping on the poor, but like they know they're doing it. It's crazy. It needs to be.
Here's the outcome of that, and there's good news. It's like the people who are homeless, man. It's you know, of course we're going to feel sorry for them, but still, like any decent person is going to be loved by many. Like if something happened to me, or when something has even happened, I've always had people there for me, man. People, because I've treated people good in the past. I've never been bad to anybody on purpose, anyway. And I've always had people I could fall back on, and I'd be the last person to ask them for something. But if I ever did, you know, they're there because, you know. But it's like for me to wind up on the streets, bro, would be ridiculous, bro, because that's just not the life I've lived. If shit even hit the fan, I'd probably have 10 hands extended out to me, maybe 1,000, bro, but maybe 5, who knows? But still, hands, you know, they're here. Come on, man, we got you, man. You know, and where, you know, so if you live your life right, maybe it is the fucking people who just nobody gives a fuck about because they're pieces of shit in the first place. And if they weren't, then people would fucking take them in, you know. But that's pretty general and broad. But man, it is set up. But then at that rate, though, if things keep going how they're going, it's just going to be more people to a household because of love and looking out for people like that. So it's just the poor looking out for the poor, or the, you know, I don't know. You go anywhere with that one. But Jim, or everybody ask yourself, you know, if something happened and you had nothing tomorrow, like if they just took everything, I mean, would you have people, you know, insisting that you come there to stay, you know, until you get on your feet? I mean, how many people would actually, and if so, how many people you think would be there for you? You know, personally, I think I'd have several. You know, maybe I'd find out who my real people are, but I do know for a fact I'd have at least a few. And if you don't, then you might want to think of how you're fucking living. I know it's good to be a recluse and not be fucked with, but man, you know, even that, man, is no guarantee, man. Anything could happen. And we're social creatures, whether we want to admit it or not, man. So I'm just saying, everybody should stop and reflect on that.
Well, unfortunately, the government brings the drugs in, and it's the most convenient thing for someone in a homeless position to fall into, and it's rampant, especially with all the more and more homeless just becoming completely desperate. You just get mixed in with that crowd, and that's usually what ends up happening, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. But I know plenty of drug addicts who wouldn't steal from me. They'd do without, or even borrow money.
Well, I'm not saying that. I mean, it's just that's what's happening, especially out here in California. There's a whole channel dedicated to interviewing these women that had like real jobs and, you know, real lives and everything, and now they're on the street doing fentanyl, usually. Crazy. It's a pandemic of its own. The real pandemic is the homeless problem right now.
We need to make more fentanyl then, man, so it's cheaper.
Jesus. That's the
If somebody likes fentanyl, why the fuck are they homeless just because they like fentanyl? That'd be like making the price of fucking coffee. It'd be like the price of making coffee. It'd be like making coffee where they got to spend half of the salary on coffee, bro. And you'd have people doing it, bro.
they've lost their jobs, and that's why they usually turn to it.
Oh, they didn't go to work because of fentanyl?
No, it was because they got homeless. Because there's a problem with employment and jobs and whatever else. Who knows? There's
Right, but if
all
they had cheap ass fentanyl, they fucking could work wherever and not spend all their money on fentanyl.
Yeah, it's not really a functional drug. That's the problem.
I've never done fentanyl.
It's like heroin, but yeah, it's like heroin.
Yeah,
Crazy,
I've
though.
never done.
It's worse than heroin in a lot of ways. It's higher overdose rate.
I know people who do heroin though. Well, I don't know if they do it, but have done it and still went to work though, bro.
That's different than have done it and do it is totally different.
Yeah, and I don't know, man.
Never met a functioning heroin addict.
That you know of.
Not too many. I've known a few. It's not that kind of drug.
Well, if they were a functioning heroin addict, you wouldn't know that they were a heroin addict, or they wouldn't be a functioning heroin addict.
Anybody that knows anything about heroin knows what I'm talking about. It's not even an argument. It's just that's the I wasn't trying to argue with you at all about anything. I'm just saying it sucks because most people don't have someone they can rely on when they get in a situation. That's why they're homeless.
But who the fuck wants to do a drug, bro, that makes you want to fucking? I don't know, man. I guess it is what it is. It's easier for me to just say whatever. But who wants? I mean, do a drug that makes you want to be around people and want to fuck and I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah. You can't even.
Why would somebody want to do a drug that makes them want to avoid everybody and go broke?
Hey, Brian, you can't even come when you're on heroin. Did you know that?
Wow. That's crazy. So who would want to do a fucking drug that keeps you from coming and makes you want to fucking not go to work and not fucking?
It's because they're usually in a lot of pain, either emotionally or physically or whatever they've worked up in their mind, and it's just the release of the pain.
Yeah, well, we should make it cheaper for them people then, man, where they don't got to sacrifice everything but their orgasms.
Well, they have. That's the thing. They've got this whole system worked out where they give these people the placebo. Once they come off the heroin, they have to go into a program, and then they start doing this other. I've known functioning people that are on this. What's it called, Gio? The
methadone, like methadone.
Methadone, yeah, methadone, or there's another form of it. And
yeah,
actually, I know a flat earther who's totally does that every day of his life because he used to do heroin. I'm not gonna say who it is, but I know a guy who does that, and he's functioning and everything. But he has to do that for the rest of his life.
Yeah, that's better than the fucking alternative.
Yeah.
So in other words, you can go get heroin. In other words, you can go get heroin. You just got to play by the rules.
You can go get methadone, but it's not like doing heroin. It just makes you feel like you're somewhat normal again to function. I think.
I thought methadone was heroin, bro.
It's a synthetic form of something similar that gives you that. It's not the same high. Anyway.
No, I've never done methadone either, man. I really don't know, man. I'm not saying I ain't never done drugs, bro. I've just never done this couple we're talking about. I'm just saying.
I don't know if cheaper drugs is the answer. Is all I'm saying. I don't know what the answer is for that. But they bring it in anyway. The whole thing's a racket. That's the other problem. That's the other part of it. It contributes to the homeless problem, and that it keeps it ugly. So that's a feared problem. If it was like you were hoping, or anybody was hoping, that it's just like, okay, I'm homeless, I'm going to go join the community where we all take care of each other. If it was like that, then it wouldn't be so bad to be homeless. But you're like hanging out with people that are trying to steal whatever they can to get some more drugs. So it makes it like a scary place, kind of like jail. Like they make jail very scary too. It probably makes sure that people get raped and beaten up. And let that happen on a regular basis. So jail's not, so jail's a scary place to go. You got to keep that fear, right?
I've been to a homeless shelter. I've been to a homeless shelter. I slept in one before, It's worse than Joe. Not in the rape factor, but fucking smell, bro. Like the fucking feet smell, bro. Because everybody in this area are practically walking with practically their just shoes, no socks.
Yeah.
And that shit reeks. I think I only slept like one day there. I fucking slept in Boston Park. rather than sleeping there. It was luckily it's summer.
Bro, I would get a fucking tent. I would figure something out. Sleep in my car or something if we did that.
Yeah, bro. Forget that. Dude, I went there one day, bro, and I'm like, fuck this, bro. I wanted to walk out as I walked in there.
Right.
Bro, people keep secrets, man. Like this is kind of back to the money thing. And why wouldn't you if you knew something that nobody else knew? Anything. Why would you tell any fucking body, man? And when they ask, how do they keep secrets, like with moonlight, I'm like, that's ridiculous. Like it's like a secret fishing hole. You got fish, and that's what you do for a living. Are you gonna fucking tell everybody about it so everybody can come get your fish and suffer because of it? No, you're gonna keep that secret. And it's like freaking. Like, dude, there's certain things you can't look up on YouTube, bro. Like how to make a fucking magnet. Bro, I searched forever and ever and ever. Like I could magnetize something, but it's like making a permanent magnet, like a neodymium or something like that. That's closely guarded, bro. You're not gonna find out, bro. The patent, even if you look up the patents, it's so vague, and it'd take you fucking 2 years of fucking around with even the list of shit they have on there to ever figure it out, man. It's like and then you even have to pay for them patents. Some of the shit's free, but not them. It's like there's certain knowledge. I just threw that out as an example. Like certain information, bro, we'll never find. We think that information is out there for everybody, but it's really not, man. People guard their secrets, man, and they guard them close. What would be different with satellites and shit like that? It'd be no different than anything else, man. Than even magnets.
Think about the attack on the ether we've witnessed.
Yeah, that's a fucking, that means we're right over the target, really. That's what I've noticed is the hostility with it. Yeah. And really, if you look back at it, bro, this is what had me interested in considering it, because I did argue against it for a while. But I'm looking back at history, and I'm like, that's when shit stopped progressing. And I'm not talking about like the digital artificial technology and shit like that, but I'm talking about like real life fucking mechanical progression that is right around that time span, bro, when shit stopped progressing. Science went to shit, bro. They've got people chasing fusion and shit, bro, and they act like they're close, bro. They're close to even getting to zero. They're still in the negative. They're nowhere fucking near that. It's not what people think it is. Obviously, it's like even the Russians, bro. They fucking, on paper, you can get giant pendulums and harness the fucking precession, bro. But that ain't how they work. They worked on the shit for a decade or two decades. And I was thinking, dude, the Russians worked on that shit for 2 decades because on paper, in theory, physics say that there's energy to be harvested there, and it never worked. And I was thinking, dude, after 1 decade, 10 years, maybe you just might think that, hey, maybe the earth ain't fucking rotating, bro. It'll never work. But I guess they figured that out after 2 decades. But yeah, it threw everybody off. It threw technology off. Like, it's crazy, man. And that's why I think that there's so much friction with that topic, man.
Yeah, seems like it.
It doesn't make sense when our own people, though, fucking throw out that friction, like, and worse than anybody else, bro. It's like, why are our own people, like flat earthers are explorers by nature. We want to know more. We want to think the impossible possible, We want to think outside of the box. We want to think about fucking doing like rice experiments and love, thinking it's more than just matter and shit, bro. And we get all this contention from within our own fucking people. It's weird, bro. It's like, and worse than that, we get more contention when we think outside the box, man. Not so much as on this channel, but in other places, some of them obvious. I don't even have to mention, but even a lot of people who come around sometimes, man, it's like, why are you so content on fighting against the unseen? Like, just because you can't see something doesn't mean it ain't real. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Doesn't mean we can't further understand it. I don't know.
Yeah. And to make it a
Well, we could say
non-topic,
the same thing as the ball, man. And you can't see the curve, but it's there somewhere.
well, yeah, you can, but the thing is that to make it a topic that you can't even discuss, like it's off the table, that's weird. Like
Just get the effects of
historically,
curve.
historically, the ether is important, right? What's that?
You can just get the effects of curve. You don't get the actual curve.
Yeah. Right? You just get the idea of it, the imagination of it.
It's like, oh, you see that hot chick over there? And your friend's like, no, I just see the effects of that hot chick.
That's funny shit.
That chick's looming, dude. Dude, that chick is looming.
She's looming. Oh my God, that reminded me of my point, man. I'm gonna wait, man, because it has been a good discussion, man. But I do have the test, man, and it does have to do with lumen, man. I figured out a better way to explain it, man. Because I mean, it's funny. I'm like, I feel like I'm presenting something to Jeremy, dude. Like he's the guy who consolidates this damn conversation about the test. Because I mean, be honest, man, he's the one who's focused on it the most and put the whole topic of conversation around what test can we come to agreements with and how can we draw a damn straight line. It sounds crazy, but it does boil down to what test could we do to make a straight damn line, dude. It should be the easiest thing in the world, and it's really not. When you're talking to ballers, they complicate the shit out of it. But I think I found a way, man. To explain it. When y'all ready to hear it, let me know. I will go over it. They've agreed to it.
Go ahead.
Jeremy here. Jeremy, you here? See, if you're going to present it to Jeremy, but Jeremy ain't here, you got to wait.
I can wait, man. If Jeremy ain't here, man, I don't even want to say it.
Yeah, I don't see him in the chat.
But I mean, I think like him too. Like, I think what would they say, And I've come to realizations, The first thing you do if you're an honest flat earther is look at every argument. And
well, I'd like to hear it, and I'm sure you'll probably repeat it several times to different people in the room. So if you want to give a preamble now, then I'm sure you can present it again to Jeremy. I'm sure every time you bring it up, you'll get more ideas and find better ways to describe it.
I would rather present it to you anyway, man, and because then I know it'll get to Jeremy anyway. So check this out. So when we're looking off in the distance, okay, at something, let's say we're at, just everybody picture yourself 5 foot above the water, fuck it, in the water. Your feet are right at sea level, and you're 5 foot, and you're looking through an auto level at crosshairs that are obviously looking level. On either model, we all agree that we disagree on the distance, but we do agree that that auto level is looking out horizontal. Okay, so in the baller's world, the ground is curving down. So if somebody's holding a 8-foot stick at 2 miles, we're just going to call 2 miles 2 feet for now to keep it simple. So then in a perfect world with no refraction, then them crosshairs are going to line up at 7 foot. If my crosshairs and my instrument is 5 foot above water and it's looking horizontal, then if there's 2 foot of earth curve over them 2 miles, then my crosshairs are going to land on 7 foot. So if I do it 100 foot in front of me, then 5 foot is going to wind up on them crosshairs, right? And then let's say like halfway, it's going to be 6 foot because of earth curvature. And then over 2 miles, it's going to be 7 foot because the rod's going to be lower down. So you're going to read a higher number on that rod. Okay. So that's their world. So if I were to mark that pole 7 foot, and then I was to get my auto level and just go 50 foot at a time, I'm not going to hit that 7 foot. I'm going to hit underneath it when I get there because I'm going to follow earth curve. In other words, I'm going to shoot 5 foot out in front of me and mark that. Then I'm going to go another 100 foot and I'm going to maintain level. And in our world, we're just going flat and level. But in their world, that same mark is going to curve around the ball. Okay. So in other words, level to them curve. So when they said that the reason I stayed horizontal with the water is because I was making a slight angle change each time I set up my instrument, and it was so small I didn't notice it. But either way, I get the same result, 5 foot. So when I get to that target in 2 miles, I'm going to be 2 feet underneath that target. You feel me? Now, in a flat earther's world, right?
Well, there's also the idea of like going back and forth. So like you would do point A, go to point B, and you would do one to point C and another one back to point A. Then when you get to C, you go back to B and forward to D, etc. So like if you go back and forth like that, there's the idea that you actually would not go around the curve. You actually would make a straight line.
Yeah, that's what FE4 did.
If you're tilting at each one, you would, and I can see how they both could be helpful.
Yeah, that's what Rakia did with his lasers. He didn't just leapfrog or either just go differential back and forth. He set up, he triangled along the way, and he left 2 in at all times, which to me eliminates. But still, if you're honest and you look at the margin of error, no matter how unlikely it sounds, it still is within the world of possibility. If I'm being perfectly honest, I'll say it's within the world of possibility. It's totally counterintuitive, but possible mathematically. Okay, so I'll give them that. So that's where we stand. So now, if I'm looking at if I'm 5 foot above the ground in our world, and I'm looking off in the distance, to us, if something is lower, it's optical. It's optical. So we're going to shoot 7 foot on that pole because the fucking pole itself is refracted downwards. Okay, so when I go to shoot in increments, I'm going to do a straight line, and when I get there, I'm going to wind up above that mark. In their world, we're going to wind up below that mark because it's earth curve. In our world, it's fucking refraction, and it's not really down that low. So we're going to wind up above it. And so far, Ruhith, Jesse Gordon have agreed that, we should get the same mark. We should get exactly the drop or within their refraction limits. Either way, it's opposite. So there will be a fucking result because ours is exactly opposite of theirs. In our world, we're going to wind up a couple foot above that fucking what we shot in the distance because it was only optical, right? In their world, it's actual, and we're going to literally wind up below that mark. So that 2 foot is actually 32 inches. So even if my mark, because I can't read a story pole, obviously, at 2 miles, but I can get a really bright light and center it out and do it within I'm guessing about 8 inches of accuracy. If I center out that super bright light, 8 inches plus or minus. And then that's why I said 2 miles also, because it's actually 32 inches. So that gives like a 64-inch gap between what we'll get in between the two models. And even if it was a foot of margin of error, or even 2 foot, that still gives us plenty of room to distinguish. And even if they had refraction, bro, they're still going to wind up underneath that target in reality, and we're going to wind up over it. So, bro, this is something I'm willing to do. It's repeatable. It's so far, the ballers have agreed to it. So when I'm not around, if you want to ask any questions, I'll try and explain it better. But if every baller, throw this out there, man, because this could be the fucking the test, man.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's great. I think it's good. I think there's definitely there could be certain challenges with it, some certain dynamics, but if done well. Now, whether it would be definitive or not, that's a whole question because it does depend on the equipment and some of the optics. But essentially, it's similar in a way to what Rakia's talked about in terms of just creating a horizontal plane and then comparing that to water. And so it's similar in that way. Like you're trying to, create a horizontal plane through linking those together. And then, so would you be comparing it to water? Like, would you put sticks in water that have markings on them, or because doing it over land would be, because then it seems like it'd have to be over water, right?
It would be optical, though. It would be an optical mark, and nobody would know the height over the water. All we would have is the optical mark. And the point is, I'm trying to, I thought of it because I'm trying to find a consequence to their fucking statements that they have to stand behind. They have to say that level's curved. So I'm just trying to think of a consequence of that. So I finally thought of a fucking actual consequence. And a consequence is if level is actually curving, and I asked Blue Marble Science and Rumpus that how do I get a straight line over 2 miles, you know? And they're like, just then you'd have to do it in one shot. And I'm like, why didn't I think of that, dude? I've wasted fucking hours of my life doing like 50 foot at a time shots to make sure I'm accurate. So the whole time I could have just fucking shot 2 miles, dude. You know, that's ridiculous, but they stand behind it. And I want to hold their feet to the fire.
Yeah, it sounds good. I see DP's in here. I don't know if DP, if you're at your mic, I'd be curious to hear his thoughts or new perspective, or Pete, if I'd like to hear your guys' thoughts on it too. But yeah, I think it sounds good. I mean, it'd be sweet if you could do it and have really good video footage of all of it. Like that would be good to have. That'd be awesome.
Right. So if you ask any flat earther, like if we see something lower in the distance, we say it's optical, right? Would anybody argue that if something appears lower in the distance that it's optics? I don't think you'd get any flat earther to argue that. You certainly wouldn't get me to argue it. And with any baller, they'd have to say it's actual. And there's consequences to both of them, bro. And yeah, we might not prove a flat earth, but we'll damn sure fucking disprove their ball. And to me, it will prove a flat earth, but you could make an argument that it's a bigger ball, way fucking bigger. But you know what I'm saying? There's consequences to the actual and the apparent that I should have thought of a long time ago. So in other words, if we shoot there and it's just apparent, when we get there, we're going to be higher. If it's actual, we're going to fucking wind up lower. Right? Because if it's actual drop, when we get there, we're going to be fucking lower because we're going to shoot our way around the ball. So if we shoot 7 foot with our straight shot, we're going to still wind up at 5 foot. And in fact, on either model, technically, we're going to wind up at 5 foot. The question is it real or apparent? And we're going to wind up over the mark, and on a ball, they're going to wind up under. Because of Earth curve, we're going to wind up over because it's just apparent. I can't believe I didn't think of this sooner. But so far, Ruhif is and Jesse Gordon and really Rumpus and Blue are the ones who planted the idea about the 2 mile straight line shot, and that's the best they can come up with. Like I couldn't believe they even said that, but they did. So we got to rerun that by them. I think we don't really have to rerun it by Ruhif or Jesse. You know, they've already agreed that we're going to wind up, you know, the exact measurement down. Granted, no refraction, but refraction is way outside the scope of this test. So it's going to prove something. We'll see. I'm pretty confident.
Yeah, sounds good. Looks like Jesse's here. Yeah, man, it sounds like a good. I mean, it's optical still, but I think it would be a good thing, like the preponderance of evidence. You know, it'd be a good. I kind of think when it comes to like when all this really comes, you know, out to bear. Right now, obviously, we're just in the early phases of it, but I feel like there's going to be like different octaves of definitiveness, you know, and so that I think is good to have on the sheet, you know, have it on the list.
Right. So if anybody doesn't get it yet, let me say one more quick thing. No matter what we're standing on, we're going to hit 7 foot on our target. No matter what we're standing on, this is pre-experiment or test, whatever you want to call it. We're seeing 7 foot no matter what the fuck the earth is. Whether the shit's appearing lower or whether it is actually lower, okay? But if it's actually lower, then if we go 100 or 50 foot at a time, when we get there, if we start at 5 foot, we're going to end up at 5 foot because we're shooting our way around the ball, right? They have to claim that, bro, because that's how the differential shit, that's their only explanation of maps, of topological surveys, of statewide planar surveys. They have to say that it's level, but it's level curve. So if we just shoot a little ways at a time, we're going to wind up when we get to that target, we're going to be 2 foot underneath. Us, we say it's optical, and you can't shoot that distance because you never know what you're going to get. So with their typical refraction, we're going to see shit, a certain way. And we always say that shit looks like it's curving down, whatever, in certain circumstances because it's optical. So we're going to wind up higher. So you take them 32 inches, bro, and you double it, and you've way eliminated the 7/6R. You've eliminated the refraction. So to me, it's going to be definitive results one way or another. And it is repeatable. It's not that hard of a test. I think I could do it in a day, in a good 8 to 10 hour day.
Yeah, man, that'd be awesome. I'd love to see it. So would you do it over water? And then, would you do it over water and then have like marks on the poles above the water? Or
I'd say we do it next to the water so there's no bias. You know what I'm saying? If we're if it's a blind test, then whoever sets up the target knows where they're at according to the water. But
you can measure from the water up to. That's what we did with that thing I did with Jaren, with Jarenism. When we did it, that's how we went down to the water and then measured up to the pole. Basically on the land. So you're basically just getting the distance from the water level to a marking up on the pole on land. And if you do that accurately, then you're basically, it's pretty much similar to being right at the water. Of course, you do have to be accurate with that, but
still, you do definitely have to be accurate. But let's be honest. So like if you're holding up a story pole, the crosshairs are going to be on that line, and there is a bottom of that line. There is a top of that line. So I don't even want to know how high I am starting above the water. I'll get somebody to set up the instrument and get it all bubbled out, and then I'll get somebody, they could do it at whatever height, and that way I'll know about where the water is. But who cares if I don't know exactly where it's at or where I'm at exactly to the water? Then I'm going to do an honest test. I don't want anybody accusing me of being biased because I want to know. And I think this could be the one, man. This could be the one, man. I hope it is, bro, because we've talked about it, and this could be, man. Could be. So my fingers are crossed.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you can create a horizontal plane and compare that to the water, that's going to definitely reveal whether the water's curving. We already know it's not. Many of us do, but I'm just saying it's never been measured to curve. And people who have done this always come up with the planar result.
Right. And they say that fucking level's curve. We always wind up with level. And then all they do is just say, well, level's curved. I mean, what a fucking cop-out, bro. Because to me, level ain't fucking curved. You can't prove that I'm changing fucking angles. You can mathematically show the possibility of it, but that's it. You can't prove it as far as real world shit, dude. It's counterintuitive, man.
Yeah, it's just verifying that water is level, essentially.
Sounds like I just missed out on it. Go again?
Well, I don't know. Someone's mic was muffled. I couldn't quite hear it.
Oh, anyway, it sounds like I just missed out on hearing about a fascinating experiment.
Yeah, and and believe it or not, the first one to agree to it. Remember the other day when I asked about the leapfrog thing, where it started off where we were talking about the distances, and I was saying that, so if we just leapfrog, then it's not going to match. If we just leapfrog and don't do back shots, it won't match the differential. And I think you agree with that. And but I think what I was saying, to elaborate and to put a test behind it, that I think you'd agree upon is that if I'm going to call it 2 foot drop in 2 miles. Okay. So in other words, if I'm looking straight and level and 1 2 mile shot, just no refraction at this point, we could discuss all that later. In a perfect globe world, I'm going to hit 7 foot on my crosshairs. I'm going to be able to read it and everything over 2 miles. And because the water or the level is curving down 2 foot over the 2 miles, I know it's 32 inches, but then I'm going to hit 7 foot in my level. So if I'm starting at 5 foot and I work my way around, you say level curves, right? So when I get there to that mark that I marked in the distance, I'm going to be 2 foot below it, right?
So, do I understand correctly? You're going to do a single shot 2 miles, mark where that hits your post, and then you're going to do a differential level run in 50 meter, 100 meter hops all the way and see where that hits.
Yeah, on a ball, I'd hit 2 foot underneath the straight line, right?
You would
hit. What did you agree to the other day? Didn't you agree that if I did differential and just leapfrog, I'd get different results, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by leapfrogging, but standard differential leveling, as is taught in surveying books, will give you different results than a single straight shot.
Right. But the other day you agreed that that if all I did is was shot to shot, like if I lined up right next to my stake and I just and I shot and I never did back shots. In other words, I just went point to point and I didn't do back shots. You agreed that I would get different results. You remember that? I mean, you kind of remember it, don't you?
Oh, if you didn't do back shots, but you were moving the auto level?
Yes.
Yeah, you would get different results, but not very different, because basically the Earth curve difference, if it exists, would be a little bit less than a millimeter in each hop. And so each hop would add on another millimeter or so. So if you did it in 20 hops, you might get 10 millimeters of difference between the single shot.
Right. So I contemplated on that, and I'm thinking I could do that, or I could even maybe do this. So in your world, there's actual drop, and in our world, it's apparent. So in your world, if I shoot level, if I go 50 foot a pop, and I maintain 5 foot or calculate 5 foot level, then that level is going to curve. And when I get to my 2 mile mark, I'm going to be 2 foot, well, 32 inches, but you know what I'm saying? 2 foot underneath my single shot. Even if I take away 7/6R, that's not going to be much of a factor in that. It's going to be well within the factor of getting results. And in our world, it's apparent. So I know whatever I'm shooting, if I just do a straight line to that, I'm going to wind up above it because it optically dropped. In your world, I got to wind up underneath it. In my world, I'm going to be above it. I'm pretty fucking certain that that bridge in the distance ain't really dropping down. It's optically dropping down. And when I get there, I'm going to be above that fucking point. But I know if there is a ball and it's really dropping down, then when I get there, I'm going to be underneath it.
So you're going to do standard differential leveling and then compare that to a single shot? Or are you doing some?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. If you're doing standard differential leveling with equal distance between forward sight and back sight, and and then comparing that to a single shot, that's a great test to do.
Yeah, thanks. Well, spread that with your baller friends and describe it as best. Ruhib's already agreed to it. I think Blue and Rumpus kind of unknowingly agreed to it. They're the ones who said that the single shot would be the, with the least amount of refraction would be the best way to get the straight line. So they're unknowingly agreeing to it. I'll talk to them, but just spread it, and I'll spread it amongst the flat earthers. And if my thinking is wrong, then somebody will figure it out, and I'll know that it would be inconclusive. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's just the way my mind thinks. This would be a good way to see if it's apparent or actual, because it's me trying to hold y'all's feet to the fire, because you say that shit's actually curving, and you say that if I shoot a level line off in the distance in increments, that I'm going to curve around the ball with level. I say, no, I'm not. I say it's ridiculous. Y'all say what I think is ridiculous. So to me, this is a way to hold both camps to the fire, and it's easily repeatable. It's a good day's work, nothing more, nothing less. You don't need nothing fancy. I think we should get as many people to agree to this as possible, and I'll do it in the blind, not knowing what's going to happen. Obviously, I haven't. Actually, I did shoot down the coast a long time ago, but I never even made it a mile and a half. I just gave up. But I'll do it in the blind, where I'll do it near a body of water, but I won't know the exact mark, and I'll give honest results, and it'll be repeatable. And as long as we get everybody to agree with this, if we have thought of this and it does work, then we'll get as many people to agree and throw their contingents out beforehand, before I waste my time fucking shooting a million shots over fucking 2 miles, right?
Well, we all agree that a differential level run will maintain elevation above a lake. So if you're near a lake, you don't even need to do the differential level run. All you need to do is the single shot.
That's crazy, bro. That's exactly what's in contention.
No, but, well, do you think if you were to do a differential level run along a lake that it would follow a height relative to the lake?
Will it follow a height relative to the lake?
Right. Let's say you start out measuring 3 feet above the lake. Backsight, foresight, 3 feet. You go to your next position, backsight, foresight, 3 feet. No difference. No subtraction difference between backsight.
Yeah, I'm gonna maintain 5 feet, right?
Right, all the way. It's gonna be, 5 feet, 5 feet, 5 feet, 5 feet, all the way along the lake. Right? We all agree on that.
Right.
So you could save yourself the work of doing the differential leveling run if you have access to the lake or the water. Because we all agree that a differential leveling run tracks the surface of a lake. It's that single shot that we're saying deviates from the lake, because we're saying that the single shot is straight and doesn't track the curve.
Yeah, but if I shoot next to a lake, okay, and I don't know the level of the water, whatever I shoot, okay, and it's dropping down, okay, and I say it's apparent, then my measurement when I get there is going to be above that shot, because it was apparently dropped. I'm not going to use the water. You can screw the whole test if you want to just put it like that. I do it by the water, blind, because in your world it's actual drop. Okay, and when I get there, I'm going to be below that target. And on a flat Earth, it's apparent. In other words, my line of sight is seeing it low, but we know that in real world, when I get there, going 50 foot at a time, I'm gonna wind up above it in the real world. So in your world, I'm gonna wind up below it. In my world, I'm gonna wind up above it. I'm not gonna do it on the water. That would be cheating.
Okay. Well, you're very welcome to to do the differential run as your reference. Just do a proper differential run so that the rest of us are happy, of course, which means equidistant between your back sight and foresight.
Yeah, I can get 1.5 inches, 3 tops, dude, over 2 miles. I guarantee it. I would almost bet I could get within 1.5 inches, but I'll safely bet 3 inches, bro, because the air is going to be plus and minus, bro. And I've been doing this shit for fucking ever, especially short distances.
Right. Well, and
I've extended it out on some jobs, bro, but I've literally been using the tool for fucking long as I can even remember, bro. Dumpy level. I start off with a dumpy level, bro.
Wow.
Where I had to level it, bro. I had two bubbles, one facing one way and one the other, bro. There wasn't even a circle bubble when I started this shit, bro. So like fucking 35 years ago, bro. I fucking taught dozens of people even how to do it.
Excellent. But no,
but anybody could do it.
Yeah, no, it's a good test because at 2 miles there should be almost a little bit more than 2 feet of difference between the single straight line shot.
Right. So here's how I'm gonna mark my spot. Is I'm gonna go a few different times. I'm gonna go evening, morning, midday until we agree on a point. But I think that point's gonna within 2 miles. It's gonna be within a foot. I think every point's gonna be within a foot, and the margin of error of me will say 6 inches. So this will be double margin of error, and it's repeatable. I'm gonna take my arc welder, and I'm gonna make a arc. I'm gonna arc my rods and right at a certain mark until I hit the crosshairs. So I'm gonna mark on a board or whatever because I can center out. Because you're never gonna read a story pole, not even a quarter mile, bro. So that's even stupid to even mention. But I can make an arc, and it's gonna be real bright, so I can just center it anally until I'm right at the center of that arc of light. And to me, I'm probably within a few inches, but margin of error a foot. That the center of that arc of light is going to consistently, so like I said, if I do even a foot margin of error with the light, marking it that we can all agree on. And
do you have a bright flashlight?
Well, I don't have nothing brighter than that arc, bro. So why wouldn't I use that? That's the brightest thing I got.
Okay. Well, anyway, a bright LED flashlight works. You can see it real good at like even 3 miles.
Yeah, I mean, I've got lasers. I could even use that. I'm just saying, to me, if I just use a light right there,
yeah,
at the spot, just one little spot of fucking bright ass light. I mean, if everybody says use LED or laser, but to me, just that one bright ass pinpoint of light, I can center that out.
Works for me. We have one guy watching through the scope and talking to you on the radio, kind of thing. And then you just move the arc up and down until he sees it.
Actually, man, I have a long string and 2 cups, man. So we were just,
Oh, wonderful.
I'm just kidding. And funny enough, that's how people would picture us, though, that have never heard about flat Earth. They think we're just retards and fucking. They would think like string and cup scenario, and ain't till people look into it like, hey, this is a good debate,
Yeah.
I'm sure you were surprised to find out, some of our arguments are fucking not bad, right? It's funny how every single thing y'all say has a fucking overly feasible fucking response. Like God has a sense of humor almost. Like whatever model I argue, I can make a damn good argument for it. It's to me, that's God with a sense of humor. So that's a 64-inch difference. 32 inches of earth curve over 2 miles versus the optical. So you can't really put a number on the optical. Like I said, this is not going to 100% prove flat Earth, but it will fucking put a very big wrench in the globe when we prove to y'all that this drop is just optical. And when we shoot increments, we're not curving. We're not doing curved line segments, bro. That's my main get out of this. And maybe I'll fucking be wrong, you know. But I'm pretty fucking sure, pretty certain, dude. I'd bet my fucking piggy toe, bro. I do this shit a long time, and I've shot that distance several times over the years. I don't do it every day.
How much difference do you expect between the differential runs results and the single shot?
Foot. If I do it at night, 2 inches, 3 inches, depending on how accurate I am. If I do it in the middle of the day, a foot, about a foot, over 2 miles. That's what we see. Just kind of literally combined just previous shit, you know.
Definitely, yeah.
Plus, you know, plus just kind of speculating. And believe it or not, dude, I've got videos of me shooting out over the water. Like I literally did do that just for the hell of it. Like I'd take my instrument. This is before I got my P1000. I'd take my Zoom fucking auto level out there and just look at the fucking horizon and look at boats and shit.
You know, the auto level telescope's actually every bit as powerful as the P1000.
It ain't nowhere fucking near. Bro, a P1000 is better than any telescope I've ever looked through, dude, ever. And I'm not saying I've looked through a 20-inch telescope, but I've looked through some big-ass telescopes, bro, and they're pale to comparison, bro. Have you ever looked through a P1000?
I own one.
Yeah, so you know, bro, it's ridiculous, dude. Dude, I've got a telescope right here, bro, and I can point at the moon. It's a fucking joke, dude. It's literally a joke. I got like a 4-inch, which ain't that big, but it's a joke, dude, compared to this camera.
I put a link to video for you showing you how well my little flashlights worked at 3 miles over a lake, actually.
Man, I need to borrow your fucking theodolite, dude.
Come on over.
That's a big ass request, bro, but I really do need to, man. I ain't got to buy one, dude, because I just don't use it enough, man. If I send you some collateral, man, you think you could loan it out? I promise to give it back, you know, within a couple weeks to get my collateral back.
Oh, I might actually be able to do that.
I would appreciate it, man.
I've got one that I don't use very often. It's just a theodolite. It's a little Nikon. It's not the one in my videos because the ones in my videos are like worth $1,000. But
yeah, dude. I mean, I'll send you whatever. I'm just saying. I just don't want to buy one, dude. And I figure I wanted to use a good one. I was gonna do the zenith angle, you know, the reciprocal zenith angle test.
Oh yeah.
And report results, because if the results are what y'all say, then I want to report that, and I want to, you know, see what our response is to it. But it is going to be what it is. I'm not going to do the test and fucking lie. And if it's accurate like that, then we can explain it. Which, I mean, there's pretty much already an explanation. But I don't think enough flat earthers even take the test seriously to understand how it even works over the 180 degrees, you know. So I was gonna do a video explaining it, but I do want to see with my own eyes that even happens and how much it varies from with distance and shit, you know. So if I had it for a couple of weeks, bro, I'd use it every day doing different shots, you know, and I'd get all my shit, record it, and send it back, you know, and get my collateral back.
Yeah, no, I'm up for that. If that's the best option, you may be able to actually rent one for cheaper than the cost of shipping it 2 ways.
Yeah, but if I rent it, bro, then I'm gonna be on a timeline. You know what I'm saying? And if you're not using it every day, like I said, I'd have a couple weeks and I could do it without worrying. You know, and I don't mind throwing you a few bucks, but if I rent one for 2 or 3 weeks, let's say, dude, I'm gonna wind up spending like $400 or $500. I don't have that, bro. I just don't have it. I'm just saying. Not to let go of.
Okay, no, definitely. Bug me in about a month when I'm hopefully done moving.
Thank you, man. I do really, really appreciate it, bro. And I'm a good person to be owed a favor. Very good person, man. And good luck with your moving, man. If you were
Thanks.
moving by Florida, man, I could help you with that.
Oh, no, I'm just moving to the other side of Sequim, Washington.
Why would anybody move and not move to Florida, dude? Everything is better here, bro. Like our governor, the laws, like the atmosphere, the people, dude. I mean, I'm surprised. Like this place ain't like overflowing with people, dude. Who would want to move? If you're gonna move, why in the world would you not move here? It's better in every way, dude. I'm just saying, man.
Yeah,
I
I
know
know.
because it's flat. So you don't like it because it's flat. I get it.
No, it's just I already own the property here, and I already have my machine shop set up there, and, well, you know how, and I hate moving.
Yeah, if you own property there, that does change things. And your shop is there. All right, I'll let it slide.
And besides, I get some pretty good views across the water to Canada.
Okay. Golly, it's got to be cold there, bro. It's got to be cold.
Oh, yeah, it's been freezing at night, sometimes during the day. Oh, freezing here means below 32 Fahrenheit.
Where doesn't that mean freezing?
Well, I bet when you come in from outdoors and you say to your friends, "Oh, it's freezing out there," I bet it means about 50 degrees. I'll bet freezing is about 50 degrees there.
Oh yeah, relative. Yeah, 50 is absolutely horrible. Here, yeah, you're right.
Are you super far from Rakia?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not super far, dude, but that was my old stomping grounds, bro. Like everywhere he goes and describes, I lived right there for like 4 years, man. But since then I've moved. I'm across the Gulf,
Oh,
technically,
okay.
like at an angle. So he's that's assuming he's I can get to the Pontchartrain Bridge. I've probably been over it. I don't know, 500 times probably.
Okay.
At least 100 times, bro, but not lately. Let's say that. And I could probably get to that bridge in about 6.5 hours.
Ooh. Oh, that's a long ways. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so it's not that close. I'm closer to Jose, and I just found out today I'm close to like Bryant Myers and his dickhead brother.
I don't know neither of them.
The physicist that just went on Jaren's and acted like he was like open for information and wound up being like McToon's.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Okay.
You talking about that guy with the glasses and like the blonde hair?
Yeah, the professor.
The one that said you can't get cloud simulations from Doppler or some shit.
Yeah, the one who's lying there. Dude, like, dude, how would you say that? How could you go on public video saying something like you can't, and then saying that this is a Japanese space agency brought to you by Himawari. So it's not like it's a Japanese space agency that's brought to you by Himawari, and then go to the website and it says and read out literally that this is from the Japanese space agency brought to you by Himawari. And the next sentence, who falls for that shit, dude? It's for goddamn ridiculous.
Yeah, I remember when they all talked about 2 months ago. There was like a 4-hour podcast, or on Jaren's show or whatever. Like, at least this, like, he wasn't like he was being cordial, and he was actually like seemed like he kind of wanted to listen a little bit, but no, he's just another tool.
No, I told him right then when I first heard it. I was like, I recognize MC Toon's script anywhere, dude. He was reading off MC Toon's script, but he didn't know how to apply the argument. That's why he needed a few weeks to understand half of it, But he was literally reading shit he didn't understand. Go back and watch it, bro. He's literally reading off MC Toon's website. So at this day and age, anybody could argue. Just look at the topic and go on his website for that topic and just read. And it's not hard to identify that he was doing that, because he's verbatim reading it word for word. And and I'm not talking about the whole debate, but the key points. And then I could tell he's the kind of guy who wanted to understand it. So yeah, he took the time to research it. But then he makes a video about something he obviously hadn't researched, and it's like, dude, like people like Jesse and Ruhif, like they have their own arguments. They're not going to just lie, like Professor Dave and Bryant, dude, and these guys. Like, dude, they just make videos, get lots of views, and blatantly fucking lie. Like, what the fuck, dude? This is already a tough enough subject to stand up for, man. Then have you fucking lying about us, bro? Like, just blatantly? It's bullshit, dude.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous. I'll be right back. The UPS truck just showed up. Hold on a second.
Yeah, but Brian, there's so many lies out there as it is. So we're in a time period where people really need to discern for themselves, amongst all of whatever lies may be happening. So I kind of think whatever some YouTubers might be able to do is probably not even close to what's actually being done on the mass scale every day, So I figure it's really just one small part of it. And really, like, no one even has to really view certain content if they don't resonate with it, And really, like, this hasn't really reached sort of the masses quite yet. So I think it's all kind of just part of the process right now.
Yeah, and it's like if you stick up for if you heartfelt believe in something, then you're gonna make mistakes, and you're gonna defend shit, and when you think that you're right, you feel like the explanation that works in your head is the truth, and I say this more for ballers than flat earthers, but same thing with flat earthers. If you think that's how it works, you might preach it, and I'm not gonna call that a lie, because this is what you think. So if you're sticking up for the globe and you're saying stuff and you think you got truth on your side, but you're just wrong, in some of your claims. Maybe there is a globe, but still, some of your claims might be bullshit, and you just didn't know. But if you literally make a claim and then read the exact opposite, like within a minute, like that's not honest to me, man. Like, you got to retract that. I've had to retract things, man. Or if I didn't, bro, I'd be a liar. Like, this is a situation where I'm not wrong. I'm just lying because I found out opposite. Like, if I just told Jesse that, I mean, God, I don't even know what example to give. Like, I'm going to call it how I see it. If I don't, I'm a liar, Like, if I want to show how the angles work, if I shoot more than 180 degrees, then that's what I'm going to report, or I'm lying. You know what I'm saying? Now, my explanation, I might be wrong on why I got that, and so might he, and that doesn't make him a liar. But when you just read something and you just make an explanation and dog somebody about it, and then you read the exact thing they claimed, that's blatant shit, dude. And that's their only good tactic, in my opinion. Their only like fail-safe tactic is to throw that shit out to people who don't know any better and just say it with conviction. But who could buy that? Like, the example I just gave, he said what they claimed and then literally read it off the website, word for word, verbatim, and he said it with such conviction, you'd have to literally be indoctrinated. You'd have to be 100% indoctrinated to not recognize that as a blatant fucking lie. And indoctrination is a strong thing, bro. But oh, that's discouraging, man. And I don't care if you're a baller or a flat earther. Like, bro, that's a blatant lie. Blatant lie, and you're saying it with conviction. And it just hurts my heart to know that, and even indoctrination can, like, do you want it to be a ball that bad where you're gonna, yeah, he's right, yeah, man, it doesn't fucking, it's not presented by fucking the NOAA. Where'd you even get that from?
Brian, we measure it. We absolutely, positively measure it. Not we as in everybody that thinks they do. We as in people that actually do. So reciprocal Venus angles are actually measured. I've done it. Lots of
That
people have
wasn't
done
my point,
it.
bro.
We got a new contestant.
That wasn't my point.
This young man has a Porsche that is an unknown model, and he lives in San Francisco, and he loves the flat Earth. Zanuck, welcome to the stage. That was my.
Zanuck, we all know he doesn't. He lives in Tampa, Florida, and that is Bryant Myers.
That was my best American Gladiators announcer.
That's awesome, dude. My prediction is Zanuck is Bryant Myers.
No. Zanuck with a voice changer. He's Brett Myers. Oh, that's funny. No, dude, these guys are all they're just brewed from the same kind of, cloth.
Wouldn't it be the same kind of beans?
Brewed from the same tea.
Beans.
Bro, I stand behind, man. I will bet my pinky toenail. I ain't gonna lose my pinky toe. I'll bet my pinky toenail, half of it, that Zanuck is Bryant Myers, man. Same exact style. Will just say anything, doesn't care about lying, just because they think. I can't call it lying because they think for sure they're right no matter what. And so maybe in their heart, but we'll just lie and make up shit. Besides,
Zanuck does a little more like maybe fudging, a little bit of flipping and fudging, more than just outright lying. I don't.
Yeah, that's a good point. As of lately, since you were gone, we found out Zanuck jumps off cliffs. Zanuck jumps off cliffs. He watches videos where jars fucking break at the surface. He's put gallium in fucking locks to make heat.
Yep, I did that
Everything
too.
we say, bro, he fucking has done, dude.
I was trying to get in my parents' condo pool, so I made the gallium key, made a mold for it, and then used the key and stuffed it in the lock, but it didn't work. So it went in there, but it didn't melt and destroy the lock. So I did do that.
Yeah,
I just didn't know what I just didn't know what would happen if it actually melted in there. If it would destroy the lock.
Right, and you said at first,
but it has to be aluminum.
Melted in there to turn
how
the
many
lock.
locks are made? Hey, Brian, how many aluminum locks are there? I don't know.
All of them.
Zanuck, are you sure you should be telling the world about your B&Es, breaking and enterings?
He's lying.
It's my parents' property, so I don't think I couldn't get hurt.
I promise on my fucking life, he's lying right now, and I'm gonna prove it if y'all give me one-on-one now.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll get I have the gallium. I can actually bring it to the camera and I'll videotape it.
Do it. And I'm still gonna prove you a liar. But I'll be shocked if you didn't do that.
If I bring this gallium and I put it on the video thing, I'll use my phone and go on the connection through the phone.
Do you keep it in your fucking wallet, Zanuck? So when you're swimming at a pool, you have it handy?
I have to go to the garage to get it. What's wrong with you? Are you retarded?
Why would you could break in if you could get in the garage?
I'll give you the screen share roll so you can show it.
I don't know. I don't use my camera on my computer.
If you get in the garage, why would you have to break in, bro? If you're already in the garage.
See, this is the problem, Brian. Everything we talk about is all based on you not listening.
No, bro.
I had
you got a bad memory.
I wanted to go, Brian. Stop.
He said
Brian,
he's going to get it. Why? I think he's
used
to do it.
I made a key out of gallium to get into a pool, Brian. My parents' condominium complex pool. So where do you get this garage from? Then I said I'm going to my garage to get the gallium. Somehow in your brain you put those two words together and make a sentence cobbled together of two thoughts that are disjointed. I mean,
he's going to do a lot of this, John. He's going to do a lot of this.
No, you just don't think. Look, I watched you and Witsit on that argument with Flat Earth.
Can I respond, please? Can I respond?
Dude, all you're doing is yapping. Witsit even had to tell you to shut up like 8 times. You just
can I
respond
now?
Dude, you guys,
your mouth just goes.
What are you guys doing?
Don't say you guys, bro. He just I'll go to respond and he interrupted me.
Brian, you're mental.
I fucking hate that, dude.
Topic? You guys, all right, Brian said he wanted to do a one-on-one, so why don't you guys do that? Well, hold on. Let each other speak so I don't have to moderate anything.
Well, let me know if you want me to go to the garage.
On a good topic, though, not just all the shit slinging. I don't know what that was about, the gallium thing. Let's just, what's the actual topic? How about this? Brian has a new test. Well, it's not brand new, but he's been, how new is it, Brian? I mean, I'm sure you've thought of it before, but you're kind of pulling it together. Do you want to share that with Zanuck and see what he thinks? Something, just some topic, not just you guys screaming at each other.
No, Gio, he called me a liar. And I said, the gallium, I don't have the gallium. Then I have to go to my garage, get it, and then take a picture of it. I could do that while we're doing it.
You made a key out of it?
I made a key out of it, yes.
Brian, why is that surprising? I mean, Xanax, he tinkers. He's maybe not like a full handyman, but he tinkers.
I got some clay. I put the impression of the master key in the clay, and then poured the gallium in there, and then put the other piece on there as well, like a mold, and made a key. It didn't look real pretty, but it was it had the right shape and teeth and everything, but it didn't work. It wasn't strong enough to turn the lock.
That's funny.
I needed more of it. It's not that cheap. You had to buy I forget how much I bought. A few grams. It came in a vial. Mail order. It's easy. Anyone can buy it.
Nanik, what are you going to do to definitively reveal to the world what the true shape of the Earth is?
Oh, pictures of the horizon from the sky, from altitude, and then a progressive change of that, predictable change of angle with respect to level. And we have so much of that material everywhere. The problem is none of those pictures can ever be taken where the horizon is at level. Never. Does that make you curious? Especially when you say, "Oh, well, because we can't see that far." Because we can't see that far, blah blah. It's really not. It's just blurred out. No, because we see the moon and the sun be below level too, so we know it's not a matter of distance. We know the sun are really far away.
What does that mean? Horizon at level? You're saying what? You mean the horizon rising to your eyes? Is that what you mean by level?
Eye level.
Oh, eye level. I didn't hear that word. Eye.
Perpendicular to plumb. So if you have a horizon that's below eye level, that means the ground is flat. Unless this is artificial, like a mirage is causing it. But if you see the sun and the moon below level too, and then you see the horizon, then you got to, or maybe even setting below level, then you got to realize, how is that possible mathematically, geometrically, trigonometrically? It's not. And if it's an anomaly, show me time when that doesn't happen. It always happens. All these at the surface measurements, like Travis is so amazingly good at, those show all the anomalies in this narrow band that he calls the ether band, which is right at that point of the vanishing lines. Once you go up 20, 30 feet, all that goes away.
By the way, whoever later in the future makes a soundboard of clips off this, you should make a soundboard into what Zanuck just said. That would be perfect. And we could play it for Travis, so Travis could hear Zanuck's gushing compliments. But Travis is feeling down. We could just play it for him.
Right.
So you're convinced that it's a globe because it rises the eye. I mean, you can only see so far out. You can only see so far out. Why do you think it would be? I mean, you can only see so far out. So are you basing that it should rise to eye level if we can see infinitely far, or if it's an infinite plane? What if it's a plane that doesn't go on infinitely? Then would it drop?
The things that are known well, two things. We have objects that are below level, like the sun and the moon. And even if they're in your model as they are declared to be 3,000 to 4,000 miles away, then that would still below the deal, because when it goes below eye level, 3 degrees, the flat surface that far away can't be 3,000 miles. It just wouldn't. It has to rise to near eye level within a fraction of a degree. One of the things we do in parallax is when we talk about this 1 arc second of deviation of parallax to look at the distance, for example, to Polaris. When you have 1 arc second, that's a parsec. And a parsec is, 12 trillion miles or something? That's what it works out to be. We measure
Isn't
that.
it annoying though that we got to keep on looking at Polaris? Can't we just go to Polaris? Isn't it annoying that we can't just go right underneath of it?
It is annoying. It's annoying that these things are so far away we'll never get to go there.
Man. Sorry, Gio, man.
My fucking right above us.
No, it sucks.
Right when,
in nothing. We can never go out of our solar system. It just really bites.
my phone literally just died right when Gio was asking me about the test, and I'm like about to say the test, and I'm talking in the fucking phone as it's dying. I tried to plug it in. Like, have you ever tried to plug your phone in, like when it says phone is shutting down? Well, I plugged it in so fast it still didn't work. But check this out.
I think everybody's done that once until they realize it doesn't work, but you keep on doing it.
Yeah, well, I was quick. Anyway, Zanik, you said
It doesn't matter how quick you are. What
said
it
you
says
had gallium, right? You said you had gallium, right?
Yes.
And before you said you put it in the lock and it didn't destroy the lock because it wasn't aluminum. But what did you put in the lock to get a mold for the gallium?
Oh, Brian thinks he's got me.
Just answer, bro. You might have me. But
I said in your defense, you weren't listening because your phone died. I had the master key, which says "Do not replicate." I was getting so pissed off at having this one key for this because it has a tennis court in there and a pool, everything. I love going over there, especially in the summertime with the kids. So I wanted my own goddamn key. So I took the key.
Such a fucking lying sack of shit,
I took the
dude.
key, and I took. Can I finish? I took the key, and I had some clay. I bought some clay, and I made a mold of the key. Then I poured gallium in the mold and collapsed it together to make I poured it in there to make the key.
That is scandalous.
I know,
Just
right?
so
What kind of
full shit,
what kind of slave mindset doesn't copy the key just because it says master key, do not copy?
Well, that's what I thought. I spent weeks and months going to different types of locksmiths, calling places, bringing even one guy said, "Yeah, I can do it," and I bring, "Oh, we can't do this." They need the blank or something. They can't. It's like, why can't you just cobble this thing together? I mean, it's just
Bro,
metal.
you argued with us for fucking an hour that gallium wouldn't disintegrate the locks because locks are made of aluminum.
But it
and we're
did.
talking about padlocks. You said you put the gallium in the lock.
Melt in there. I didn't let it melt in there because it needs to be melted before it goes under and disintegrates and bonds with the aluminum and reacts.
Bro, don't interrupt me to lie, man. At least let me finish. Okay.
No.
Now you said you you put it in the lock, and I argued that the teeth, the way the teeth and the way the freaking struts, not the struts, but the tumblers work, that you could not fill up an entire lock, and it worked. And we were telling you that it disintegrates locks, and I don't know about door jam locks, but with the lock and key master locks, that it disintegrates them. You argued, then you finally admitted that it did disintegrate the padlocks, but you said you poured it in there. And while it was liquid, and now you're saying all of a sudden you got a master key. You just said you were locked out of the pool. You went in the garage. I mean, you wanted to get in your parents' pool, whatever, and I got it wrong. So you went to your garage and got the gallium. You didn't say you had a master key. It's crazy,
No, I
bro.
said I made a key out of gallium.
You got to keep
I
making
put the
shit
key
up.
made out of gallium in the lock, and it didn't disintegrate. I thought it was like this. You guys are saying like it's instant destruction. Then I saw the video, and it has to be liquid in the lock, like pouring into the lock, and it just destroys it. I mean, completely. I couldn't believe it when I saw that. I would have probably bet money that it wouldn't have done that, but I didn't know. I didn't know for sure because there's all sorts of things in chemistry I don't know, and that's one of them.
Just
that was crazy.
admit, bro.
And I said I was wrong. You guys were right.
I think you've exhausted that. I mean, okay, he made a key thing. I think it's all good, Brian. Is there anything else really?
Oh God! Everything the other day he jumped off a cliff.
All right, what do you?
Wait. Gio has me jumping off the cliff already, so here I'm sure he already seen that. Sounds like he already seen that.
Did you show the gallium?
Well, I would like to hear what Zanuck thinks of your test because,
bro, he's not honest, man. But I'll run it by him.
You're not honest, and you're not logical.
What else needs to be said, dude? Brian, where do you think he's lying about? What's the reason? I mean,
bro, I know
he did this thing.
I'll die if he's lying. If he's telling the truth about.
You're just saying he didn't do this at all. What are you claiming?
I guarantee he just ordered some gallium the other day after we talked about it. If he even shows it.
What are you claiming?
Yeah, no idea what you're talking about.
Hold on, dude. He made a little mold and then claimed to try to make a key out of gallium, and it didn't work. You're just saying that you think he made it all up, or you just don't believe him? What are you saying?
It's all recorded, bro. Just go back and listen. Me and New Perspective had a talk with him, and me and New Perspective and I'll think of his name in a second. We were talking about what happens when you pour. We didn't claim to have gallium. We watched the videos of what happens that you could destroy a lock with gallium. We were talking about battery power and how gallium eats aluminum. Zanuck was arguing that the gallium didn't eat aluminum, which it does. And he went as far as to saying that he's put gallium in a fucking lock, in an aluminum lock, and it didn't eat the aluminum. Then he changed his story to he was trying to make a key because I was like, why'd you fucking pour that? Then he's saying that.
How would I pour it into a lock anyway? It's not a padlock. It was a tumbler lock, but it's built into the door. How do you pour it into a lock?
Why would you do that if you have a master key?
I, in my mind, thought you meant putting any kind of gallium in a lock, and I did that. It didn't eat it up. But
you argued that it didn't disintegrate aluminum, bro.
It didn't. I pulled it out. It didn't work.
then you haven't done it because it absolutely does.
I did
You
do
even
it.
admitted
It didn't
it.
melt. It wasn't warm enough. It wasn't warm enough to melt.
So
It has
now
to be
you're
about
going back on your word that the gallium does not eat aluminum.
No, I know it does. I believe you guys. It does, but it has to be liquid first. That's the only problem. That's the only problem with the discussion, Brian. You don't get it.
Okay, so you didn't argue that you put the gallium in there, and I didn't say that the tumblers, the way the tumblers are set, you can't fill them all in and still turn the key. You forgot that?
I don't remember you saying that at all.
Yeah, I know. You got a bad memory. I know
Oh,
that.
I do. You've already proved today you got it all wrong. You said I went to my garage you like cobbled 3 stories together into one sentence. Dude, you're the one that doesn't get it right. I was very clear. I made a key. It's gallium. It went into the lock. It didn't make it disintegrate. But I didn't let it. I didn't let it
only
melt.
reason you said you had a master key is because I pinned you down. You never mentioned master
No.
key.
How would you pour gallium inside of a lock to make it open? Why would I do
why
that?
I asked.
How would
That's
you
why
make
I
a key by pouring it in there? I wasn't trying to destroy it. I was trying to make a key for it. Of course, I made
All
a
right.
key for it.
Why would you pour gallium? Why would you make a mold of a master key? And dude, you never said master key because
finish your
no,
confused
that
thought.
makes
But
sense.
why
bro.
would I do
if
what?
You if you
finish your
told me
confused
that you had
thought.
a
I know you
master
already
key
know
to
the-
begin with, we
another
wouldn't be
fucked up
having this
thought already. Go ahead, try
conversation,
it again.
bro.
Why did I do what?
You're gonna ask
Why
me
did
to interrupt.
no? Finish your sentence. I know I can't catch you
Quit
now.
interrupting
Why would
me,
I
you
do
piece of
what?
shit.
Why would I do what, Brian?
Why would you not mention a master key before?
I made a key out of gallium and put it in there.
No, why are you just now mentioning master key? We wouldn't be having this conversation
No, I'm not
if you
master.
just
I put
said
a
the
key made
fucking
of
word
gallium.
master key,
Sorry, I
bro.
misspoke. I put a key made of gallium in the lock, and it didn't disintegrate. But I neglected to say that it did. I didn't let it melt in there. It wasn't warm enough to melt.
Did you show the gallium on screen yet?
I will before if you want me to.
Yeah,
really
yeah.
still,
I
after
insist.
this?
I insist.
Oh, fuck. If I do, will you fucking give me a blowjob and say you're sorry?
I'll chop my foot. No, I'll call you out for the liar that you are. You just mentioned master key, but I don't think you're even going to do that.
Are you? Tell you what. You just drop all this bullshit and never bring it up again. If I bring you the gallium.
No way. Fuck your gallium. You're just not willing
No,
to
I'm not
show
gonna
it.
bring them.
No, because you're still lying, bro.
You say you're sorry and stop talking about nonsense. Let's have a real
I'll say I'm
discussion
sorry
here.
for denying you had gallium. Yes, I will.
I have gallium.
Okay, show it, and I'll apologize for denying that you had gallium.
All I want is a commitment. When I show it to you, that you're going to say you're sorry.
I promise to God, right now, publicly,
stop
I will
talking this
apologize
bullshit about me
for
lying.
saying
I'm
I'm
not
sorry
lying.
that I denied you had gallium.
And
Now
all the
show
other
it.
crap too that I'm lying.
No, not all the other crap, because if you
No, I'm not going to do it.
master
I need
key,
something. I need something.
I know for a fact you just ordered some, bro, because we had a big argument.
Order
Gio
it.
wasn't there, obviously.
I probably can make I could probably find a copy of the eBay or wherever I ordered it from, like about a year or two ago, probably 3 years ago, actually.
I'll bet you anything. I'll bet fucking anything. On
anything.
That.
There we go. You guys
Anything.
heard it here.
Damn it.
How much? What do you want to bet?
You already owe me 10,000, Zanuck. You want to go double or nothing?
I don't owe you 10,000.
Yeah, the fuck you do owe me $10,000.
No, I don't. You lost that bet too.
What?
It actually wasn't a bet. I would just give you money. There's no
If
risk on your side.
you conceding means I lost a bet.
No, you didn't lose it. I
don't even remember. It was about you fool.
No, the 10,000 was Witsit saying what he did, and he did say that. He says nobody.
I'm not talking about Witsit's bet. I'm talking about me and your bet. You don't even remember, do you?
What was the 10,000 for? I only remember two.
You show me the gallium, I'll tell you what the bet was over.
Witsit? No, but you're like a fucking moving target, man. You're unbelievable, like a moving goalpost. Put the goalpost in the ground. Let's use them and let's kick the fucking field goal.
Anyway, if you mention a master key, we're not having this conversation right now. It's a whole different conversation. You never mentioned a master key, pal, till just now.
I had to make the key from the master key. Yes, with gallium.
So go back and listen to what you said before my phone died.
I was very clear about that. I think everyone heard it. Even Gio did.
Yeah, afterwards.
No, not afterward. Every word.
Just show the gallium and shut up, man.
No, you
I'll
got
tell
to make a
about
commitment
that.
to me that you're going to say you're sorry and stop bringing this stupid shit up again.
Bro, he's sitting there playing games. I done told you 5 times.
Ryan, I've seen you in action. I've seen you,
No, you
your
haven't,
face
bro.
in action. Yes, with Witsit.
Nobody knows your face, bro.
Diarrhea
you're
mouth.
mystery.
It doesn't make any sense ever.
Bro, you're lying. So if you're
About
honest
what?
about
What
the
am I
gallium,
lying
I'll
about?
apologize. Just show it.
God, I gotta be fucking Rochford brain to do this. Okay.
If you got it, then you're right. You're
All
right.
I'm
If
gonna
you're
get it.
right, you're right, bro.
Of course I'm right. I'm
Okay,
always
good.
right.
I've got no problem with that. I've got no problem with apologizing if I'm wrong. Okay. You don't got
So
to
what's
keep
going on,
asking me.
Zanuck has something made out of gallium, and you don't believe him, and you want him to prove it.
Oh, I know he
Is
just
that
bought it. If he shows me gallium, I know he first bought it. But I will apologize for saying that he didn't have any because I don't think he does. But here's the thing: the whole
what's the
if you go
melting
back
point of gallium?
room temperature.
Hmm. Well, interesting.
And I'm sure. So Zanuck goes swimming in the winter, around there. I guess, man. I don't know. But besides that, if he'd have mentioned a master key to begin with the other day, I'd have never even been talking about this, bro. I'd have been like, "Oh, that's a dumb idea." Bro, he said he poured it, put it in the lock while it was liquid, and turned it. And I was arguing that the tumblers wouldn't. You can't fill up every crevice, or you couldn't turn the tumblers. That's the whole argument, bro. But the whole argument came from us talking about how gallium could make a battery. We could make a battery and just keep recycling the aluminum because the gallium will eat the aluminum. And it's just a video I seen. It was great, interesting technology. And he's saying it wouldn't work, bro. Gallium don't fucking disintegrate aluminum, bro. That's bullshit. And we said, bullshit, dude. We can show you a video right now. And dude produced the video. New Perspective literally pulled up the video of the gallium disintegrating a master lock and it just crumbling. He said it wouldn't crumble. He apologized at the end. He's like, I apologize. I didn't, or no, he didn't apologize, but he admitted. He's like, oh, I'm surprised. I didn't know it would do that. That's interesting. Now he's like going back to square one where aluminum does it. Freaking the locks don't crumble. I don't know, but the whole argument was about the key. But I know that when he says something, he's trying to back up an argument. So he says that he's seen a jar explode above water. That's him trying to back an argument up, bro. When he says that he did the gallium, he's already tried it. It didn't work. That's him trying to back up a fucking argument, bro. He has a bad memory. He can't keep up with his own bullshit. So maybe he would get me on this one, bro. I'll be shocked. But doesn't change the fact that he just introduced the master key to the whole entire conversation because that's what liars do. They have to keep modifying their lie. Modifying. I've been around it.
Zanuck has done everything or is an expert in everything, no matter what it's mentioned. Which, I mean, shit, he might be the most interesting person in the world, or he's a fucking liar. So
he also won American Gladiators. That's the word on the street. Back in the 90s.
Yeah.
What's up?
Of course he did.
Man, I'm so fucking irritated.
It's been a while, bro. Good to hear your voice, man.
Oh, yeah. No, I've just been busy.
Hell yeah.
No, okay, so December 7th, early in the evening for all of North America anyway, it's going to be interesting because Mars is going to be occulted by the moon. So I've been I found out about this 3 months ago. And my weather app, it's getting kind of close enough to where I can kind of see what they would predict the weather to be. I mean, 10 days out, I don't know what the fuck. This app's wrong more often than it's right anyway. But it says it's supposed to be rainy and extremely cloudy. I'm like, fuck. Because I've never seen the moon occult anything before, so it'd be interesting to watch that. Just based off of what some people in the past have written about it, should be interesting.
That's a trip, dude. It depends. Usually when I'm driving and I go through rain, I'll drive for 10 minutes and it'll be a patch of rain. But every now and then there's a big system and it's just rain everywhere. So just see if it's one of them big ass systems. If not, man, you might have some luck, If it is, you have to go somewhere else and see it.
Dude, where I live, I've seen it rain across the street but be perfectly sunny in my yard. It's the deep south. It's hot. It's humid. You're always getting rain moving back and forth.
Zanuck's melting lead right now. She's going to try and flash it on the camera real quick. I guarantee it. That's the extent he'd go to fucking act like he has gallium. He's trying to find mercury or something, bro. But if he shows it, man, I'm sorry I get like this, man, but that's always been my pet peeve is habitual liars, bro. For some reason, they just get me, bro. I can recognize them a mile away, bro. It takes a minute, but they're easily recognizable once you know what they are. And they ain't always lying. there is always maybe a little truth to some of their lies, bro. But to me, that's exactly what he is. And I might be even wrong about this, bro. But if he shows it, I'm gonna pin him down. I want him to prove it if he shows it.
Lying's like stealing. Once someone is a thief, you can never really trust them around your shit because they will eventually take something. Same thing goes for lying. I mean, if you're a liar.
My dad said if they'll lie to you, they'll steal from you, bro. Anybody who will lie to you will steal from you, bro. He told me that when I was a kid.
Yeah,
he pounded that in my brain, and I denied it, and he wound up being right. If somebody lied to you, they'll steal from you, man. That's a good lesson to hand down.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it goes hand in hand. It's the same kind of behavior. It's deceitful.
Don't be like, stick your finger in there, Xanax. If that's gallium, just put your finger in there, bud. It could be mercury. I'd be surprised, but maybe he does have some, dude. But then I'm gonna, I'll give him his apology. I apologize for doubting you had any. I still deny the key story because we had it out all day. He never mentioned a key. He never even mentioned making a mold. He talking about pouring it in there, and the only thing is he did say it didn't work. It's only true to it all.
Once I heard gallium, I'm like, oh, they must be arguing about satellites in the thermosphere, but no, never mind. Just they use a lot of gallium in gallium's used in solar panels, ain't it?
Gio, did he show you videos of him jumping off cliffs?
Who, Xanax?
Yeah.
No. I don't think
just
so.
said he did. He just said, Joe, I've already showed Gio. Gio knows about me jumping off cliffs. The other day, he was like, dude, I'll jump off cliffs. That's bullshit. He was talking about gravity. And fucking, of course, he jumps off fucking cliffs with the guy who jumped
bro.
off cliffs.
Well, actually, Xanax said the other day that if you jump off a cliff, that the ground is coming to hit you. It's coming up and running into you.
At 9 meters per second or whatever.
Right. So if you trip and fall, see the ground coming up to hit you, not you going down to hit the ground. Xanax.
He argued Xanax like one of the very first interactions I ever had with him was a little over a calendar year ago to like today. He insisted that not every single star goes east to west. Like, and it was just a weird like.
He's a pilot. He works with the vacuums. He works with freezers. He works with fucking he's an engineer. He's overseen the survey and over cruise, bro. Everything he's done it, bro. He said
he's
won
a
fucking
millionaire and he's an inventor as well. And that's what he said.
What's he doing working in freezers? You know,
HVAC's a good trade, man. Now, like, I never really ever put any credence to, this guy's a paid show, but like Xanax, like it seems every time he speaks, it's like a script. Because I've heard him verbatim repeat the same arguments like months apart. And I'm like, wait a second, I've literally heard this whole not unless these guys arguing. I mean, he could be a smart dude, I don't know. But like he's an expert at everything. He's done everything, he's skydived, he cliff dives. He ran with the bulls in Spain like last summer. He wouldn't stop sending me those videos. No, just
Xanax running with the bulls.
That motherfucker ran with the bullshit.
He said he was a couple months ago.
I was there to the place the bulls were coming towards me.
He was going to Hollywood to see American Gladiators documentary film that's being made. He's a mover and a shaker.
You see, he won. He won Ninja or fucking what did he win?
American Gladiator. No, he didn't tell us if he won. But one night we were like, "Oh yeah, didn't they give away like a Jeep Grand Cherokee, like a red Jeep Cherokee if you won?" And Xanax was like, "Yeah, that's what they did." And then, we were like, "So Xanax, how about that old red Jeep you used to have?"
Is this something you guys are kind of like making up, or is this like, did he really say he won American Gladiator?
The word on the street is that he was actually in it. Yeah, probably that he didn't win. Like he didn't actually win the show, but he was in it. Yeah, he was an actual contestant on it.
But it doesn't matter what you say, bro.
I found the gallium arsenite, knucklehead.
Gallium what?
gallium. I'm sorry, not gallium. You guys were talking about what I've done in high tech, and I was thinking about gallium, and someone said I was overhearing someone say making satellites out of gallium. And I go, no, gallium.
No, what did you just say? Gallium what? Arsenite?
Gallium arsenite. Gallium arsenite.
Why
because
you got gallium arsenite?
they make semiconductors. They make semiconductors out of that. It's very hard. It's like glass. It doesn't melt at room temperature.
Of course it doesn't.
Because I started reflecting. You said, "Oh, I did all these things." Yeah, I've done a lot of shit in my life. No question about it.
Did I ask you if you had gallium arsenite? So now you give me an apology.
No, I don't have gallium arsenite. I have
you
gallium.
made me promise an apology to you 3 times publicly.
You just said you have gallium
you give
arsenite.
me an apology.
Well, because I was thinking about it in my mind. The word is in my head because you were saying, "What did you do in high tech?" And I
told y'all you didn't have any fucking gallium.
And so I said I misspoke. I have gallium.
That's pretty bad.
I'll be able to melt it.
That's pretty fucking bad, bro. I just heard that whole thing. Listen, I just heard that whole thing.
I will be able to melt it. I will be able to melt it live. I will be able to shut the fuck up. Hey,
yeah, you're gonna melt lead. I already said you're gonna melt lead.
No, gallium in my palm of my hand, I'll melt it.
I thought gallium
only
didn't melt
gallium and mercury can do that. What?
You just said gallium didn't melt at room temperature.
It does melt a little above room temperature, about 80 degrees. You guys got to pay attention. You got to keep up.
Who cares?
You do come off like a liar, though, dude. For real.
Well, I'm gonna prove.
Do it.
One liar here, and that's going to be Brian Dumbshit.
All right, no. If I'm, how am I lying if I'm wrong?
You can't put a coherent sentence together without cobbling together other people's sentences that were not meant to be sent together.
Just shut up and do it.
So I heard a bunch of things. You're talking about me while I'm gone. Let me defend myself. Yes, I've done a lot of shit. Yes, I've sky guy. Yes, I've flown airplanes. Yes, I've raced cars. Yes, I played a lot of sports. I did whatever. I can't tell you about other shit because I don't want to dox myself. But yes, I've done a lot of shit. Was I ever in the Olympics? No, I went to the Olympic trial, but I never went to the Olympics. I've been overseas. I've been over to Japan. I've been over there for work. I've been with companies that built crazy high-tech equipment. I've been to the telescope.
What were you competing in the Olympics?
What's that?
Just show the fucking gallium, bro.
I went to the Olympic trials. I made it to the trials.
For what? Like
for sports.
Boy or?
Fuck
for
you.
Sports. Okay.
For sports.
Oh, God. You went to the Olympics for sports.
For sports.
I'll give you a hint. It was track and field. All right.
Okay. Which one?
So funny.
Which
Olympics?
What part of track and field?
I'm not going to tell you.
There's why?
Because I don't want
myself. If I told you I threw a deuce.
My job here is not to tell you about me on this show. This is not Doxville. It's not Doxville. You guys are not proven to be worthy of knowing who I am. Right?
That's his new nickname, y'all. That's Sport.
Zanuck, dude, just because we got a little bit of history, we've talked to each other for about a year. How old are you?
I'm old.
You ballpark it between like 3 years. I'm just curious. Are you like late 30s, early 40s, late 40s? Are you?
Nope. You guys are too mean to me for me to be honest about be upfront about who I am. I'm not gonna dox myself.
Well,
you guys are crazy. I don't want one of you guys showing up at my doorstep with a machete because I then have to shoot you. Then I'm gonna go to jail for shooting you.
Oh my God, you sound so spastic.
No, just leave it out.
You're like you were totally the kid that would like pull his pants all the way down at the urinals. Like you're just a geek.
Yeah, do you have?
Why would you say something so asinine as that? That's not even funny.
Do you have?
It's just you're a spaz.
Yeah,
I'm a spaz, really?
Have you scared everybody away yet?
Zanuck, do you know the melting point of Zanuck? Do you know the melting point of gallium arsenide? What's the melting point of gallium arsenide that you just mentioned?
Gallium arsenide doesn't melt until very, very high temperatures.
Yes, it does.
Very high temperatures. It's
very high.
It's very hard.
Why would you say you got gallium arsenide?
Because I told you, I overheard you guys talking about how I was doing all these things while I'm looking for all my drawers to find this gallium, not gallium arsenide. And I started thinking about someone saying something about gallium used in satellites. Someone said, I think it was Globe guy, about gallium used in satellites. I said, that's gallium arsenide, not gallium. Probably.
Wrong argument.
So I had gallium arsenide in my mind, and I started thinking about all these companies I worked at that worked with gallium arsenide, and they're designed for semiconductors. So that was on my mind when I came back and said I found the gallium arsenide, because I said that in my mind. I was thinking gallium arsenide.
Where do you store your gallium? Where do you store your gallium?
I'm going to show you. I'm going to put it on a video. I'm going to show you.
No, where do you store it, Zanuck?
Here. Right here. It's a little plastic container.
Where?
Flat plastic.
Where'd you have to go get it?
in my drawer in my kitchen, my junk drawer.
All right, sport.
Why?
You went to the Olympics.
If I find you, I'm going to find your locks. If I find you, Brian, this is going in your locks.
Just shut up and just shut up.
In your padlock for your gun locker, whatever you got, I'm going to pour it in there, and you're going to have a big bunch of what are they? Rubble, aluminum rubble. When you wake up and
show it, bro. I know you're going to melt lead.
How am I going to melt? I'm going to show it to you in my hand, and I'm going to take a picture.
Why haven't you already done that, bro? Why hahaven't you already done that?
I'm talking to you, knuckleheads. And he goes, oh, what did you do? Did you win American Gladiator? God, it's like Machine Gun Kelly's all over the place. It's fucking
bro, I didn't think
like
you were
those Mexicans in those. They're like those Mexicans in those movies. You're just shooting with guns in the air.
You think somebody's gonna come to your door with a machete, bro? You're a paranoid, schizophrenic, habitual fucking
you guys
liar,
are a nutbag. You're a nutbag. I don't want to tell people who I am, where I live. I'm sure you could find me if you wanted to, but I'm not.
But don't tell me that you fucking went to the Olympic trials, bro, for sports.
Okay, in this picture, I'll put a big pile of medals, Olympic medals, not Olympic medals, but international medals.
Show me a picture,
We're
bro.
not in the Olympics, you fucking
don't
donut.
you dare show me a picture.
International. I corrected myself. He was talking Olympics. I'm gonna put a bunch of international, big, huge Olympic medallions. I have 7 of them. Big gold, silver, bronze. I'll put them in the table next to the galleon, okay? With that,
don't show me a picture.
I'm going to take 1 or 2 pictures. So make your request now. Little clues, kind of like The Masked Singer, where they give little clues. We put all these things on a table, take a picture, and you guys can
No, bull fucking shit, bro.
What else do you want in there? You want
a video, but in your hand,
networking?
bro.
How about a networking G-bit?
All I want is what you claim, bro. You said you're going to show it in your fucking hand.
I can put all sorts of stuff in there.
If all you do is
anything that'll fit in a picture, trophies, racing trophies. What do you want? Anything.
I could have already showed you
carabiners used in mountain climbing, parachute, carabiners. What do you want?
I want to see you on live video, just your hand with gallium in it, not no picture.
No, it's gonna be my hand, and it's gonna have its time. And I'll put today's.
That's because it's gonna be live.
Today's mail. I have a letter with today's date stamp on it.
No.
Hey, since you mentioned racing, dude, you brought up something a while back, and I always thought it was very interesting. We were arguing about gas pressure without a container, and then Xanik goes, you could have a pressure gradient inside a steel container, and then you said something that you use for race. I don't remember what it was, some kind of canister or something. What was that?
Canister. Piezoelectric pressure sensor? Have a
no, but it was a canister of something, but it had a pressure gradient inside it, but it was a sealed canister.
Oh, I mean like a nitrogen bottle or nitrogen bottle? Nitrogen bottle.
No, that's what it was. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, they're.
No, I just, but it was just, I was
substantially higher.
Like, oh wow, like pooping on the ultimate globe argument about it's impossible to have a pressure gradient inside a sealed container. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, it is. In fact, it's a requirement in a atmosphere, in a gravitational field, as they can call it from a Newtonian perspective. But yeah, you have to have a pressure gradient in that nitrogen bottle, like you have a pressure gradient in the atmosphere. Your 2nd-story building, your 10th-story building, 100-story building, you'll have a different pressure at 100 stories than you do at sea level. You have a different pressure at the bottom of the container than at the top of the container. That's why the container can actually weigh the weight of the gas inside of it, even if it's not liquefied. Because the weight of the air causes this pressure gradient, and this velocity of these atoms or molecules are faster in one direction down than any other direction they go, and that causes it to register a change of momentum on the bottom that's greater than any other side, which measures the weight of the gas inside the container. Because if it didn't have that, you wouldn't be able to weigh it.
Oh, I'm getting a microscope, dude. I saw one at the store for like $30. You think I'd be able to see atoms with it?
Oh, I'm glad. I'm so glad you brought that up, because I got a picture of there's actually a probe, a microscopic probe, an atomic probe that has a point. It has a point on the end of this little arm, and the arm has a point on it, like almost like a tooth. And at the tip of this point is 1 atom thick, and they use that point to manipulate atoms on certain structures in a semiconductor experience.
But if it was 1 atom thick, that means you'd be able to see trillions of atoms made out of everything, like all the atoms in the slide and If you're able to see the thickness of an atom, you should be seeing all the atoms that are that thick.
Really?
So
Is
all
that
you
what you
should be able
think?
to see is atoms.
Is that how your brain
Yeah.
works? Is that? It's like
Well,
saying
is every
if
single thing
you
made
can
out of
see
atoms?
if you can see a leaf on a tree, you should be able to see all the trees in the forest. Well, yeah, if you go far enough back, same thing. It's no different. It's all perspective.
Oh, wait. So that's right. Atoms are like in their same equivalent, like light years apart from each other. That's how small they are.
No, they're on
No.
top of each other. They touch each other. They can have bonds as
Yeah,
well.
but that's what I'm saying. So if you can see
And most
something
of
that's
these
got the same
bonds
thickness
are
as something that touches something, then you should be able to
yeah.
see. Like, if you're seeing something that's as thick as an atom, you should be seeing all the atoms everywhere. Why
You
is that
see,
silly
yeah.
to say?
Well, that's if you have atoms on that surface, or you just see the surface which is made of atoms, you would see all the atoms that makes up that surface. Sure.
Yeah.
But most of the things that were these tools that are used in this microscopic realm are made up of atoms as well, and then only the point of this particular structure is made up of an atom. They all look like they're fused together, but I can show you that too. You don't think they?
Everybody have a good Thanksgiving.
How do you think they make? They wrote IBM in atoms and took a picture of that with an electron microscope. They had to manipulate these atoms with a tool, and this tool is what I'm showing you. I will show you what it looks like. There's actually a picture of it by electron microscope. You don't look at it and see it, but yeah, they can move.
So
can move
atoms are
around.
documented. Like, I can get a microscope and look at an atom. No.
You can electron microscope and look at an atom. Yes, absolutely. Because you have to have these particular layers on substrates have to be only one atom thick. If there's any contamination or any if there's any atoms that are not
microscope just hooked up to a computer,
listen,
right?
Listen. If you have an electron microscope and you know how to operate it and you can actually do these tests, you will see that in some of these structures they have to be layers of one atom thick. If they're not one atom thick, or there is one atom missing, that particular circuit will have errors and flaws and defects in it. And if there's any contamination with another atom, a different type of atom that is not supposed to be there, that'll cause a problem also. And there's so few atoms in these environments. They make semiconductors. They sputter magnetic material. They deposit. They have doping. They have etching. They go back and forth, etching and doping until they build these structures almost like 3D printing. And that they make these actual conductive structures with certain resistance and capacitance values to be able to make integrated circuits operate. And they're done at the atomic level. They have to manipulate or mask off certain areas of these structures with materials to not allow the material to be deposited on there when they deposit material or when they etch material away from it. And some of these areas are one atom thick. And then if they have to move an atom around, they can actually do it with a tool that I'm going to show you here in a second, what it looks like.
So if something is one atom by one atom by one atom, like thick, like all the way around, how many atoms would that be?
Well, if
something was one atom thick in every direction.
You had one atom if you had one atom and you had atoms around it and they were somewhat spherical, you might have 6 or 8 atoms around you. Total of 9.
Yeah, but isn't every single thing made out of atoms?
Yes.
Like seeds and hair and dirt. And
all made of atoms. All made of atoms. Steel,
right, so there should be atoms literally
iron
everywhere.
Atoms.
So does that mean atoms are like translucent, like ghosts that can just pass in between things?
No. They have structure to them.
They smash into each other?
They have mass.
Oh, yeah, hence the atom smasher. Duh.
Well, funny thing, Tesla didn't believe in the atomic bombs. He said it was all a bunch of bullshit. It was all staged. It was fake. Was he wrong about that? He was a drinker. Tesla said that. Yes, he didn't believe in atoms.
Yeah,
he didn't believe in electromagnetism.
Nuclear weapons can't be proven.
Yeah, okay. You haven't seen those explosions?
Well, no, because you take it. Have you seen the firebombings of Tokyo?
Yes, that's.
I can get pictures of Tokyo. No, it's not. It's exactly the same.
No, it's not. There's not a mushroom. Dude, there's no mushroom cloud that has the velocity of. It actually ignites the air around it. It takes the air around it and actually sets everything on fire. So yeah, you don't get any kind of pictures with the firebombing and the bombing of Tokyo.
You get
Atomic
a
bombs have a
cloud with
atomic bombs have a certain signature and certain pressures and velocity that have never been seen by any other explosive device. Has a signature along with not to mention the radiation, my friend.
Oh, the one where the city never had to evacuate and people were making sandwiches the next day and no one ever had to leave. Yeah, that
Hiroshima,
radiation
Nagasaki?
that literally affected.
Which city?
Oh, you mean
which city? Nagasaki?
People. Oh, tell me the time when Nagasaki was emptied after the atomic bomb. When did the city get abandoned? Never.
Well, they came
the city
back
was
and
never empty. It's
they never all left. Yeah, you're right, and they all died. Most of them died of radiation poisoning. Pure 100% evidence that most of them died of radiation poisoning.
You can detect radiation with the Geiger counter after using napalm, dude. Radiation.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Dude,
yeah.
where rock did you crawl out from underneath? What the hell's wrong with you? No. Napalm is not an atomic bomb. Napalm does not leave a signature like an atomic bomb.
No, but yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
What atomic bomb are you talking about? No one left Nagasaki. No one left Hiroshima.
Oh, so there's no bomb dropped on
abandoned.
There's no bomb dropped on Nagasaki or Hiroshima.
Oh, there was many bombs, but yeah.
No, there was no atomic bomb dropped on them. Is that what you're saying?
Prove? Yes.
No, you're saying that. Okay, well, you're an idiot. That's all I have to say.
And what are you saying?
I'm saying that you're an idiot.
You're saying that Nagasaki was nuked. It got super radiated, yet the city was never emptied. Nobody ever left. It happened.
Most people died. Most people died.
Days later.
Most people died.
Most people died in Nagasaki.
Yes, within a 5 mile radius of the impact zone. Yes, they died.
A 5 mile radius. What percentage of Nagasaki is a 5 mile radius?
I don't know, maybe 20%.
And most of the people were just in that 5 mile radius.
No, I'm saying most of the people that died were in that radius. And everybody else outside of it died of radiation. Many of them, I don't know the percentage. You can look it up probably. And a high percentage of them outside of 5 miles died of radiation sickness or poisoning.
Oh, you mean they got cancer like Agent Orange?
No, not cancer. Death can just because you get irradiated doesn't mean you die of cancer. Radiation poisoning, radiation sickness. No, radiation cause cancer. That's why you don't go back in and get your superfluous radiation or X-rays and things. We don't want to have extra radiation when you don't need it, because you can die from So if you got like prostate cancer, and you get more and more chemotherapy, or after your chemotherapy, you get more and more radiation in certain areas. That can kill you. The radiation can kill you, not give you cancer, but actually kill you because it kills the cells.
Oh no, I agree with that. People are dying of cancer. People are dying from chemotherapy.
Okay, look. I'm not gonna. You know what? You're making me upset.
Oh,
I'm not gonna talk to you anymore because you're just being an asshole.
Okay. No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. So I'm gonna do anyway. Back to what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna provide the gallium picture and with some international medals. And what else should I put in the picture so you guys can just stop ragging on me about lying?
Dude,
how about a 50 caliber shell?
Super Bowl show.
A 50 caliber shell,
yeah.
Maybe? I don't know. Okay.
And that'll prove you're in Ukraine. Dude, find a picture of like
jumping off
a first-person view of the Titanic, like the first selfie ever, and say that's you. I mean, it's not going to make a fucking difference.
No, the whole point was I didn't have gallium, and I have gallium, and I bought it for the purpose of putting it in a lock via making a key. No, Brian cares. And he's going to owe me an apology when I put this picture. So I'm going to do that right now, so you guys can talk about other shit that's more important than this stupid stuff, because this is just lame.
But anyway. Fucking Zanuck. Yeah, but that one that physicist guy that was with Jeranism and all them, like, see, that's the thing, like, whoever said it earlier, like certain Globers like Hoymar, or no, maybe Bacon, like Bacon's, his niche is like astrology or astronomy and shit and stuff like that, talking about stellarium. And then you got like, protothad, circles of equal altitude, and where he was just arguing about shit. He like, it was weird. Like, he had no idea what he was talking about, saying that like you cannot like make a simulation of clouds. It's physically impossible. All kinds of weird stuff. And then they start talking about that balloon that goes 1,000 miles into the air, and like when it opens up, like it gets launched, and then inflates in space or whatever, and it's like bigger than a football stadium.
Right,
And
but that's in space.
like
That's in space.
1951.
That's in space. That doesn't go up.
A balloon in
It's a
space.
balloon. They launch it
A
from
balloon in
a
space.
rocket. They launch it from a rocket and release it in orbit. Get the story straight. I just posted the atomic tools for you, by the way. I also should post something else that you want
What
to
atomic?
see.
What do you mean the atomic tools?
These are the tools that can actually move atoms. Move atoms around.
Oh, I'm not really that interested.
At the point is one atom width.
So that means there should be another atom right there touching where it's one atom wide.
Only the very tip is one atom thick.
Yeah, but shouldn't we be seeing like the essence of another atom next to it? At the very least.
No, because you can't even see the tip of it. It's so small, even in this picture. You can get closer. We can actually get closer pictures.
Where's the picture at?
You want a picture of atoms?
No. What are you talking about?
Well, I can give you pictures of actual atoms in a row, like all of them next to each other.
I don't care that much, to be completely honest.
It sounds like you kind of do. Here's an atom.
Oh,
Here's an atom.
where'd you post it at?
Here, it's in the chat.
The thing that looks from the. So which one is one atom thick?
The tip of
just the border.
Tool. Here's like what happens when you make semiconductors, and there's actually gaps between so these are atoms, one atom thick on a surface, bunches of atoms.
So the thing that looks like honeycomb, right?
Yeah, those are atoms.
So each little circle's an atom?
Each little hexagon is an atom, yeah.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 12 atoms thick. When do the atoms start orbiting each other and vibrating?
Why would they order each other? They don't do that. They don't. That's not how atoms work. They don't orbit each other. Electrons orbit the atom, and there's an incredibly small, 10 to the minus 23 or something. Meters. It's something tiny.
It's impossible to fake this image too. Like this has to be 100% these are all things that are atoms wide.
Well, I think you could probably draw the gold one, but the blue one would be tough. Yeah, that's actually a substrate. It shows the atoms that it's on, and it has obviously those aren't the true colors. They have certain ways of changing bandwidth.
This looks like a bumper from like a 1990s like phone carrier commercial where the logos are about to smash into each other. What do you mean that can't be faked?
The gold ones look like they could be fake, but the blue thing that actually can't be fake because I've been in those.
That can't be fake, dude. I could literally draw that with pencil and paper.
Hold on, we have a problem. For example, I'm going to make up something here. That little one atom that's in the middle caused the error, so they remove that one atom, and then they do the test again, and it's fine. So we did stuff like that to know that whatever we're seeing is representative of what's actually happening in reality, because we actually can modify it. Or when it's not there, that the circuit works. When it is there, it doesn't work. We can take these pictures to find out why it didn't work, and they do this for their failure analysis. Very strict protocols and techniques, and this is the things they do. Some of them are electron microscopes that do the tests. So you can't fake these things. And no one's back there in CGI land. Or let me make this picture to show the engineer that this is what he thinks he's saying. Oh, yeah, I know it didn't work because this guy made a CGI and this is what's wrong with it. Oh, let's do this and maybe we can fix it. And the guy goes back to CGI and fixes it. Here you go, you fixed it. I mean, no, it doesn't work like that. No one's doing that. There's no like team of artists in the background that are piggybacking on engineers to tell what they're doing.
Dude, I could literally draw that. What do you mean?
Yeah,
it can't
literally
be
you could not. Literally, you could not. So
why? It looks like a pimple stuck in some blue carpet.
go draw it. Go
Why
draw
is
it.
it impossible to
Make a
draw?
drawing like that and bring it back and tell me, and we'll see if it compares.
Draw a bubbly eraser and then like a pink like warhead on some blue carpet.
Here's my.
Come on.
Here's Brian. Here's my picture getting a check racing.
Agenda checked racing. What?
Here's Brian. Here's a picture of me getting a racing check back in the early 2000s for racing. There's my picture. Now you want to see the galleon, and I get all the medals, and then we'll be ready to go. Okay. So let me go get the picture and put it on the chat here because you're gonna.
Nobody cares.
No one. Of course, no one cares. Only Brian cares. He's an idiot.
Dude, you sent a
care
picture
if I.
that said it's impossible to fake.
All right.
Like that's just like. Do you realize like
you're kind of bizarre? You're like a bizarre guy. You're bizarro land.
I'm like a bizarre guy.
You're a bizarre guy. Yeah, you're a bizarre guy.
Okay, you're the one that says that fucking bubbly looking erasers on blue carpet cannot be mimicked. Come on, outside. Shut up. Come on, out. Don't be a retard. Let's go. Outside. Sorry, my fucking retarded ass dogs are like.
All right, I get busy. I got to take care of some pictures. I got to put a picture in the chat for Brian. He's still there? He's probably not even there anymore, is he?
I'm leaving. You're fucking.
You're boring. I'm leaving before you leave. Bye.
Oh, did he just leave? Huh, that worked. Oh no, he's still here. Anyway.
I'm still here. I have to take some pictures for Brian.
Anyway.
There you are, Gio. There's your picture. You can tell Brian I brought it to the table. Like anybody cares. Because everybody's gone.